Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 4 of What If Naruto Fused with Spiral Zetsu. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 16. Dawn. Tsunade looked around with a raised brow. Fires had been extinguished, but several of the poorly constructed buildings were still smoking and smoldering. While it wasn't the first abandoned village she had seen, considering how civilians tended to make distance between them and the invading army, Tsunade wasn't expecting to see a village so pillaged. It had been years since she last set foot in the nation, as Amigakure had been very isolationistic under Hanzo's rule. In fact, the Senju thought that the battle between her team and Hanzo, the day they received the honorary title Sanin, had also been the last time she had been here. Back then, the entire nation seemed to be a battlefield. Shinobi from Ame, Suna, Iwa, and Konoha had all fought there, so it followed that the civilian population had been impoverished back then. However, Tsunade had expected that things would have changed for the better. This village is the meeting place, isn't it? It is, Tsunade-sama, Shizune nodded. Apparently the Kazekage and the Mizukage are already there. We are slightly behind schedule. What happened here? Were our forces attacked? I do not know, Tsunade-sama, Shizune shrugged apologetically. But Tsunade could see that the young woman noticed the same thing she did. All of the shinobi that moved through the village acted skittishly. Several carried corpses, others were busy clearing rubble, but none of them stayed too long in the central square of the small village. It hadn't been much of a square, being just barely enough to offer room for a market where people could buy and sell their wares. Today, nothing was sold or bought, however. Today, the little square had become a gruesome place, no wonder everyone was avoiding it. Tsunade was confused, and halted a passing Jinan, a man in his early 30s. The man almost buckled over when his Hokage addressed him. "You, what is going on here?" Punishment, Hokage-sama." Punishment? What madness is this?" she shouted, pointing at the corpses. 4 shinobi had been impaled, their corpses left to rot. Konoha shinobi, Tsunade noticed. "Who did this?" "He did," a highly annoyed voice sounded. Shikaku walked towards her, pointing at the one behind him. She excused the Jinan, who hurried away, not looking at the blonde who followed after Shikaku. "I did," Naruto nodded. "And I'd do it again." "Why?" Tsunade clenched her teeth. "You'd better have a damn good reason too." "Rape. Theft. Barbarism. They were pillaging this village, Ba-chan, they were murderers and thieves. I told you why I accepted this hit I ate, and I abide by those words. I fight for a peaceful world. Those men were enemies to that world. Attacking innocent civilians is in no way excusable, no matter how this bloody Nara tries to justify it. I told you that we need to cut off any supply line to Ame, in case this conflict is dragged out. Those men were simply too. They interpreted their orders the wrong way. They were savages," Naruto spat. "If Konoha's top strategist can't even condemn their actions, I wonder if I'm not fighting for the wrong side. Let's move. Temari and Mei are waiting." Not waiting for an answer, even though Tsunade and Shikaku were technically his superiors, Naruto stalked off to one of the few buildings that hadn't been torn or burnt down. "Shizune-san, you might want to go to the east side of the village. We set up a small field hospital." Shikaku hesitated. "Some of the civilians were still alive when we came here. They were a scouting party that I had sent ahead to ensure we wouldn't be ambushed here. The way they treated the families that hadn't fled at that point was... Well, his actions were wrong, but Naruto was correct in that those men deserved punishment for their actions. Publicly executing them in this way, however, was a wrong decision. It might undermine morale. I'll talk to him later," Tsunade sighed wearily. "You and you," she pointed at 2 Anbu who remained nearby. "Take away their Hitai 8 and burn the bodies. The registration number engraved on the forehead protector would help ensure notification of their next of kin once this war was over. Whatever their crimes had been, their families deserved to know that they had fallen." "I'll go to the field hospital," Shizune grimaced. She pitied the poor souls who had been caught in this mess. Sometimes, in her most intoxicated moments, Tsunade had spoken about the wars which she had experienced. Shizune had not expected it to be as horrid as Tsunade had described it. Jonin or not, waging an open war like this was a rare thing for a shinobi. But seeing this mess made her realize that this situation was going that direction. They were truly going to war, along with all the atrocities attached to the act. Worst of it all, it showed Shizune that what Tsunade had told her was actually true. If this happened before the war really started, what kind of thing would happen during it? Knowing her better than any other, Tsunade saw how the kind-hearted woman felt. The younger shinobi only know the skirmishes that occurred during peacetime. Aside from those who had participated in the last war when they were still children, the shinobi of this generation know only the bloody battles between rivaling squads. But, war is something completely different from that. This would be on a far grander scale, more brutal and traumatizing than anything they had experienced up till that point. Shikaku is right. War is upon us, and the last thing we need is for our own forces to be demoralized. Damn brat is as impetuous as ever, why didn't he think this through? The long wait before the war always brought up tension. Worse, even, was that this time they were battling Akatsuki, an organization of infamous S-rank shinobi. While Naruto stood at their side, displays like these made people doubt his allegiance, something that was already questioned to begin with. As she walked into the building where she and the other Kage were to discuss strategy, Tsunade wondered how she could manage to give the army a sign that Naruto was loyal. The problem is that the brat has become even more stubborn than he already was. And that ruthlessness of his doesn't make sense. He has his memories, so why is he still so callously killing people? The Naruto I knew would never do such things. Could it be? Could it be that he is still affected by whatever that Zetsu did in order to wipe his mind? I should have taken more time to examine his body, Tsunade sighed. But there wasn't any time. We had all the 5 villages aligned for the first time since grandfather ended the wars. If I had somehow stalled the process, we would have lost the momentum and lost the one chance of fighting Akatsuki as a unified front. Tsunade-sama? Shikaku tapped her on her shoulder. We are here. Looking around, Tsunade saw Tamari and Mei sitting at a table. Next to them was a kunoichi from Iwa who looked familiar. She was among the Tsuchikage's guard. His granddaughter. Wasn't her name Kurotsuchi? My honorable grandfather was indisposed, and sent me, Kurotsuchi of Iwagakure, as his representative, Kurotsuchi explained, noticing the look she got from Tsunade. While he is in fighting shape, that Tsuchikage is also aged, she said a bit hesitantly, obviously struggling to find the right word to describe his condition. Criticizing her Kage wasn't exactly polite, and showing weakness in front of the other villages was even worse. I heard stories about his back, Tsunade nodded, much to Kurotsuchi's displeasure. Then again, all the 5 hidden villages gathered intelligence on each other, and Anaki's age and the subsequent problems due to that age were a public secret in Iwa. Do not worry, the Hokage assured her. We are all aware that the Tsuchikage is still a fearsome enemy. His prowess in ninjutsu is, after all, one of a kind. Let's move on, shall we? Naruto tapped with one finger on the table, obviously impatient. Things would go smoother if you could manage to restrain your temper, Shikaku glared at the blonde. Your display earlier. Bah, haven't you whined enough about that already? I said it before and I say it again, I do not forgive anyone who acts like that, Naruto growled. That is why this war needs to be over as soon as possible, with as few casualties as possible, because we are here to stop Akatsuki and not to cause even more grief to this already scarred nation. The misguided people of Amigakure, brought together by suffering, do not deserve to pay for the sins of its leaders. While I agree that the people who you murdered deserve death, I do not agree with your methods. Murder is not justice. We have rules and regulations to deal with criminals. Shikaku did not relent. Your actions struck fear in the hearts of our shinobi. Your imprudence created whispers that you cannot be trusted. I'm sure you are exaggerating about the latter, Shikaku-san, Tamari sighed. You know better than most how highly Jinchuriki are regarded, Tamari, Naruto chuckled, although the bitterness was clear to be heard. He had not forgotten how people had always been wary of him when he was a child, how they always expected him to fail and lose control. You are intelligent, Nara, so you should be aware of what caused Akatsuki to rise. It was those precious rules and regulations of yours. It is the system, how our grudge-filled world works, that supported and continued the hatred that eventually gave birth to the shinobi that formed Akatsuki. Not to mention that it is that system which convinced the common people to support their cause. While you self-righteously talk about justice, Konoha has never known much restraint about waging war on foreign soil. They'd rather make this nation suffer than risk the involvement of their own population. Because of that, the people living between the borders just had to suffer the petty grudges of the hidden villages. And yet you talk about justice? I bet Iwa has a wholly different view on what is just about Konoha's actions, or what about Kumo? Or Suna? If the world was just, then Konoha and all the other villages should all suffer for their sins. Naruto raised a hand when Tsunade bristled. Not that I seek such justice, Ba-chan. Do not worry. I'm not that narrow-minded. I seek peace. I'm tired of fighting, tired of the hatred. I seek an end to all these petty grudges, an end to all the conflicts which drive the shinobi system. So you still support Akatsuki, Shikaku concluded. If you wish to end all strife, then you would ruin the shinobi system. If you want to enforce peace, you would need to be a dictator who rules over the entire continent. And without conflict, the daimyo would not spend as much money on our village as he does now. My peace would endanger your way of life, to some extent, Naruto shrugged. Regardless, even without wars there will still be renegades and bandits, and there would still be many missions that do not involve conflicts with other villages. The hidden villages would remain as they are necessary for the safety of the people. If you would want to cooperate with each other, peace would not be that difficult. After all, if the 5 greatest shinobi villages worked together, what military force would be capable of resisting it? An alliance would be an interesting idea, if we could find a way to make it last. Mei spoke, for the first time since Tsunade had entered the room. Before Shikaku could utter another word, she cut him off. Kirigakure is more familiar with war than most other villages, due to the recent and bloody civil war we had to endure. While peace would be detrimental to our finances on the short run, it is but a small sacrifice. As far as I see, the costs of war outweigh the benefits of profiting from fear. It would require us to set aside our grudges, however. Tamari looked at Kurotsuchi. Suna would be willing to try, if Iwa would stop harassing our borders. I thought we were here to discuss strategy, the Iwa Kunoichi scowled. Don't get me wrong, the idea of peace sounds nice and all, even though my honest opinion is that it is rather naive, but I have no say in this matter. I am not Tsuchikage. My opinion, whether I'm in favor or not, simply doesn't matter. So I humbly apologize for the fact that I cannot speak on behalf of my village in this matter. Tsunade could hear the unspoken yet in that sentence. Still, the young woman had a point. This was a meeting for strategy, even if Naruto and Shikaku had derailed it. I do hope the murder and rape of civilians is not considered strategy. Naruto glared at Shikaku. One was talking out of emotion, the other out of logic. One was recklessly focusing on the short term, while the other had a habit of planning years ahead. It was no wonder they conflicted. Tsunade grimaced, promising herself to keep the two separated from now on. The Nara was usually too lazy to get really agitated like this, but at the same time, he was well aware of the responsibilities he had. Leading the Jonin, Shikaku effectively led the backbone of Konoha's military force, even though the Anbu fell out of his jurisdiction. Enough. Both of you, Tsunade barked. Naruto, you agreed to wear the leaf symbol, so act in accordance to your rank, Jonin. As you wish, Hokage, Naruto said icily. The Senju was taken aback by his tone. In that case, you should inform your strategist that this Jonin will fight with the skills of a mere Jonin if he doesn't take measures to prevent things like these from happening. His cold blue eyes stared back at Tsunade's angry brown orbs. Both knew that this alliance needed Naruto to fight at full power, if Pain was as strong as he was said to be, if after the power he had displayed earlier. Even Naruto admitted that he did not believe himself to be able to defeat Pain in the event of Konan, Kisame, and Hidan interfering. This is a discussion we shouldn't have in front of other Kage, Shikaku grimaced, rubbing his temple to soften the effects of an upcoming headache. Open insubordination like this, from a warrior as strong as Naruto, was a sensitive topic as it was. Doing it in front of these foreign leaders, however, made the situation exponentially more troublesome. I do not mind, Mei smiled a little too sweetly. If Naruto-san had been blindly loyal to his village, I would have been more apprehensive about the future of my own village. Besides, this is the same unruly and unrefined Naruto that I already knew, Tamari chuckled. He never seemed to care that much about rules anyway. Though, I must agree that it worries me that he has grown more ruthless. Blame Zetsu and Kakuzu for the latter, Naruto mumbled. So how are we going to attack? I still think that I should lead the vanguard. That would be unwise. You and the Gokage should stay out of the battle until the members of Akatsuki get involved. We do not know how strong they are, so wasting chakra on weaker opponents could turn out detrimental on the long run, Shikaku fell back into the familiar patterns, and professionally started laying out the strategy which he had worked out based on what the Gokage had agreed during the summit in Konoha. Shikaku explained how their combined forces would surround Amigakure, at which points their Jonin would break through the defensive lines which Ame had created, and more, much more. The most important part to Tsunade was that there would be sensors who'd notify her and the other cage when a member of Akatsuki was sighted, or Naruto in case someone with the Rinnegan was seen. Aside from that, Tsunade had ensured that those closest to her, Shizune and Ino, would remain away from the front lines, as they would focus their efforts on healing the wounded. As such, Tsunade only listened with one ear, her mind mostly preoccupied with other worries. Naruto's brash behavior was one of those worries. Her failure to get into contact with Jiraiya was another major one. Before Shikaku could end his explanation, however, Ino interrupted the meeting. Panting and sweating slightly, signs she had hurried to get there, Tsunade instantly paid full attention again. Kumo has come, the Yamanaka uttered. The Raikage and a small force of Kumo Jonin are approaching from the east. That wasn't supposed to happen. The Raikage was supposed to be the one who coordinated much of the attacks on the hideouts of Akatsuki. Considering the distance, Kumo had not been expected to take a part in the battle against Amigakure, especially not when the Raikage was preoccupied with finding his little brother, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. Why is the Raikage here? Tsunade frowned. He agreed that he would lead the attacks on Akatsuki's hideouts. Mei wasn't sure what caused this change of plans. Kiri and Kumo did not border Ame, which had been reason for Mei to bring a smaller force along. Although in truth she did not dare to weaken Kirigakure too much, as there always remained a threat of the civil war resurfacing. Due to the threatening descent, Mei had been forced to leave some of her most trusted, and strongest, shinobi behind, rather than joining the war in full force. The Raikage had agreed with that line of reasoning, albeit with different priorities in mind. If Kumo were to come with a display of force, and join the war anyway, Kiri would be the village seen as the weakest once the war was over, at least, in the eyes of the civilian population. I do not know, Ino apologized. The Raikage and his forces are roughly 2 hours away from Iwa's encampment. Then I will return to the Tsuchikage and inform him. Kurotsuchi stood up. As far as I am concerned, the attack can commence as planned. Either my grandfather or I will inform the Raikage once he arrives, and we will use his forces to bolster our ranks. That seems like the best solution, Shikaku nodded. If there had been urgent reasons for Kumo to come, we would have received a message already, so we can safely assume that they are only here to join the battle, which is good. The Raikage is strong, and will be useful once Akatsuki shows itself. The Raikage is strong, his presence will be useful. It still sounds like a risk to drag him into the battle. Konan was visibly annoyed by the upbeat way in which Zetsu had announced that the last of the 5 Kage was also approaching the battlefield. It isn't. He thinks that Iwa is targeting his little brother. And we've given him some proof. He won't be too pleased with Iwa. At all. Very well, Tendo droned. Commence. Naruto will notice you on his side of the battlefield, so we will deal with Konoha's forces. I leave it up to you to create chaos among Iwa's troops. And when the Raikage arrives, the chaos will be complete. Konan, you can take Jiraiya and Kisame with you. I will deal with Naruto personally. Not having any distractions during your battle would be for the best. Naruto's power has grown in strange leaps up till now. Who knows what he is capable of now? This situation would have been so much easier if you had not tried to deceive us, Zetsu. Konan's voice was cold enough to make even the less intelligent half of Zetsu shiver. It matters little at this moment. Pain's rippled eyes nonetheless narrowed when looking at the dual-colored humanoid. Even in the unlikely case Naruto that proves to be too powerful for the combined might of the Rinnegan, we still have a backup plan. Zetsu failed to notice Konan's pensive look. Perhaps if he had, Black Zetsu would have made some minor alterations to his plans. Now, about respawning this Tobi, Pain continued. Tobi is ready, Black Zetsu said smoothly. I'm sure it would be much easier to fight Naruto if you regained your ability to walk. The vulnerability of your real body has always been your greatest weakness, Nagato. In an attempt to suppress his agitation, Naruto tried to meditate. Every time he closed his eyes, however, he saw the helpless civilian girl forced down on the ground, assaulted by. Stop it, he slapped himself on the head, feeling his anger boiling up once again. You might as well stop trying to calm yourself, brat. It is pointless. You are too angry right now. You were right. Perhaps I shouldn't have lashed out like that, during the meeting. You think? Was Kurama's sarcastic response. If they weren't scared shitless of you before, you managed to achieve just that, by slaughtering those pieces of trash. When I saw what was going on, I remembered the story that Ahi-chan told me. How her sister was killed. Which, in turn, reminded you of the girl herself, Kurama said calmly. And the possibility that she could have met such a humiliating fate. Yes, Naruto admitted, after some time. I would suggest you find something else to focus on. You know well enough that humans are vile, but it is not something that you should allow yourself to be distracted by. Don't let rage distract you, when we still have that Rinnegan bearer to face. Perhaps the blonde girl might calm you down? Ino? Naruto frowned. I'm not sure. Things have changed, Kurama. I have changed. Perhaps too much. I don't know if she'd still understand me. Not like she used to. She smiles, but it isn't the same smile I remember. She's been through a lot as well, but the things I've done. She might surprise you. I guess it is worth a try. One way or the other, you will have to rein in your temper. Your reckless behavior is going to get you killed. I know. Drawing in natural energy goes a lot smoother when I'm calm. Exactly. And you cannot afford yourself to be weakened, not now. Naruto thanked the Baijuo, who refused to be thanked. If Naruto wanted to thank him, Kurama had said, he would have to set him free. After dealing with this situation around the Juubi, of course. Hidden within this seal, Kurama at least had some protection from the Geto-Mazo statue. Walking through the remnant of the village, Naruto barely paid attention to the shinobi who all gave him wide berth. He didn't care about them, really. Right now, Naruto had a different goal in mind. Ino would be at the field hospital, aiding Shizune. It was a guess, but she wasn't with Tsunade, who was either resting or reading. She wasn't using her chakra at least. Shizune would be the second most likely person to look for. Also, Naruto realized that he wanted to check the civilians he had rescued. Not that he was expecting a thank you or anything, but he knew it would be a relief if he could see them alive. He knew they would need time to recover, especially the women, but at least they'd be alive. A part of him hoped that he had been quick enough to have spared them from being seriously traumatized, but the other part realized that this was most likely a fool's hope. These men had been a scouting party, traveling several hours ahead. Time enough too. You Uzumaki-sama, can I help you? A young Jinan approached him. Well, young. She was about the same age he was, he guessed, perhaps even a little older. Everything he had been through, though, gave him the feeling that he was much older than his years indicated. There was a group of civilians from this village. Where are they? They were probably the only patients in the camp right now, but they were setting up for a much greater capacity. At most, this camp would be an hour away from Amigakure, close to the front lines. Naruto knew that most Chunin and Jonin had already been assembled and were heading there. In a little while, he too had to go, before Shikaku's plan would commence and the Chunin and Jonin would assault Ame's defenses. At that point, the first casualties would be brought in. Medics would be in the field, stabilizing the wounded, patching them up to a condition that they could be brought to this camp. That was why there were Jinan here. Logistics was what the task was called. The truth was more gruesome, as it usually was. I can take you to them, Uzumaki-sama. There's no need to use such formalities. For the time being, I'm just a Konoha shinobi, like you, Naruto sighed. And there's no need to be so scared of me either. I'm not going to just randomly slaughter people. The girl swallowed before she nodded, still nervous in spite of his words, leading him to the tent where he saw a group of people, most of them asleep. Thank you, Naruto muttered. He looked around and noticed a black-haired young woman. How are they, Shizune? Physically fine, she hesitated. But I think I will ask Ino-chan or someone of her clan to help them cope with what happened. Would she be able to remove their memories? Perhaps, Shizune sighed. But that is. Well, you of all people should know that such an act is rather immoral. Ignorance can be a blessing, Naruto remarked. Do you regret remembering who you were? It is pointless to regret what happened to me. If I'd regret anything, it would be what happened to someone else, he thought about Ajisai. Besides, there are good things to remember, even if they hurt. But for them, what happened to them is only pain. Suffering without purpose or reason. I'd say they'd be better off not remembering. Perhaps, Shizune frowned. I'll ask Tsunade-sama. She would have to give permission for such an invasive treatment anyway. And she'd make a much better sounding board than me, Naruto smirked listlessly. Do you wish to meet them? I'm not sure if that is wise. You were the one who saved them, Shizune smiled. At least one of them was eager to meet her savior. I imagine it must be strange, being part of the forces that invade your home country. I suppose, the partially masked green-haired girl shrugged indifferently. I can't really call it home, though. Not anymore. Why not? Because I'd end up being tortured and killed if I went back, Swearin frowned, as if the answer to Ino's question was completely obvious. I can't call a place where I can't live my home, can I? I suppose. To think I once called him Kami-sama, Swearin smirked wryly, although her expression was hidden from sight as the bottom half of her face was covered. Ajisai, especially, worshipped them. And now she's gone, Fuyo is gone, and here am I, the only one of our team left, joining the effort to take Pain down. I wonder if the fate that Hyuga spoke of truly exists. HMPF, don't buy that fate crap, Ino huffed. We make our own paths. In hindsight, it is easy to call it fate, while those who have their eyes set on the future talk about chance. I doubt that either of the two truly matter. Whether our choices are predetermined or actually our own, we make them nonetheless. Blaming fate for what happens to us is just as futile as hiding behind the random nature of the world. Wow, it seems you gave that some thought, Swearin raised an eyebrow. Naruto-kun and Neji had a rather fierce debate over the matter. Ino struggled to find the right word to describe the confrontation between the two. While Naruto and Neji had clashed in terms of power, their duel had just as much been about their philosophies of life. Oh, Hyuga Neji? The former kunoichi of Amiga Corps looked at the blonde. I met him and his team during the Chunin exams. A handsome guy, even if he acted rather coldly. He attacked you? Ino assumed. Lee, his teammate, is anything but cold-hearted, quite a contrast with Neji. Considering the setting, we did engage in combat at first, yes, but there was an incident that forced our teams to work together. It is still an odd thing to think about. All three of us hated Konoha, yet we still ended up seeing them differently. Ajisai even considered the bun-haired one as some sort of comrade. Bun-haired? You mean Tenten? I do, Swearin nodded. If you don't mind me asking. Why is it that the people of Ame hate us so much? I thought it was clear by now. Your village, just like the other major hidden villages, used our lands as a battleground. Amiga Corps suffered many wars before Hanzo established a truce. And even then there were plenty of incidents. Plenty of people got hurt and gained reasons to hate your villages. I never knew. You've seen why I wear these clothes, right? Swearin remained completely calm, but Ino could see that the girl forced herself to be that way. Whatever had caused those burns had not left a pleasant memory. Fuyo had her reasons as well. And Ajisai. Well, let's say that her reasons were strong enough for one to never expect her to see that Tenten girl as a comrade. What happened to her? Not to her, but her sister. Ah. I see. I doubt you do, Swearin shrugged. And for your sake, I hope you'll never will. The blonde girl was too ignorant of the hidden atrocities of their world, being raised in a protected environment. The way Ajisai's sister had died, and the resulting nightmares Ajisai had suffered due to it, were something that Swearin strongly doubted the Yamanaka could truly understand. In fact, it would be better if she didn't. But it is irrelevant now, she is dead. And even in life, Ajisai was able to look past it. She lost everything and everyone, and yet had the strength in her heart to look past her painful past. Perhaps that is why she was able to see through the facade of Kuno Mori, unlike the rest of us. Is that why they? Why he cares so much about her? Because they understood each other? You should ask him, not me, Swearin frowned. I don't think it is right to make assumptions about his emotions. There are some similarities between them, and Ajisai told us how they eventually fell for each other, but I cannot say how he thinks about it. I only know what Ajisai told me. And if I'm to be perfectly honest, he still terrifies me. He is rather intimidating, Ino admitted. Still, I know that deep down. If you hope him to be the same person he once was, you'll be mistaken. The green-haired girl made the Yamanaka cringe at that blunt statement. He might have changed due to regaining his memories, but from what I've seen, he is only more hurt by it. His feelings for Ajisai only seem to have grown in intensity. But you can see for yourself. Weren't you assigned to stay with him when the assault begins? The dreary weather was something he hadn't missed. Still, he was sitting down, having grown a log to sit upon. The mud wasn't really enticing to sit in, after all. He was already soaked enough as it was. Meanwhile, sitting down made it easier to meditate. Seeing the survivors had calmed him to some extent. Most of the men, women, and children who hadn't died at the hands of the Konoha advance party were completely terrified of Naruto. Only one woman, a brunette whose face had mostly been covered in bandages, had expressed her gratitude. After she did, the others had started to realize that Naruto had been the one who had stopped their torment, and had executed the scum who had inflicted all that pain on them. Still, to them he was just another shinobi, just another Konoha nin. He saw it in their eyes, even if they had been too afraid of him to say those things. It didn't take a mind reader for him to notice that. He couldn't blame them for mistrusting him, not after what they had endured. Naruto closed his eyes and slowed his breathing, slowly breathing in, then a small pause. Then he slowly breathed out, although breathing out lasted a little longer than in. Then another pause, before repeating. Banish all thoughts. Only breathing. In and out. Shut off all senses, except the doorway to nature itself. In. Out. Yes, the vast ocean of energy was eagerly awaiting him. Even in these lands, scarred by conflicts beyond count, the energy of nature was bountiful. The roots did not go deep in this muddy soil. Vegetation wasn't as dense as in Hai no Kuni. There was still more than Naruto could ever take in. In this vast world, he was merely a speck of dust. A temporal body, an amalgamation of tissue which absorbed and dispersed energy, his existence was of little consequence to the world at large. And yet at the same time, he knew that his existence was so crucial to mankind. Who else would be able to stop pain? Naruto had gauged their strengths, and knew the answer. Mido Gai was the strongest among the Jonin he had seen, followed by Kurotsuchi of Iwagakure. Those two would probably be capable of putting up a fight against the likes of Kisame. But Pain was in a different league. That Tsuchikage was old, his brittle body no longer capable of standing up to a foe of that caliber, even if his skill at ninjutsu was arguably the strongest among the Gokage. The Raikage was probably the strongest of the five, possessing a lethal balance of speed and strength. His lightning shroud only increased his power more, exponentially so. While Tsunade likely could deal out heavier blows, Naruto figured that she would not be able to keep up with the speed of the Raikage. By contrast, the Mizukage possessed a lethal combination of Kekkei Genkai, making her one of the strongest ninjutsu specialists aside from Naruto himself. Regardless, Naruto felt like she lacked the stamina and chakra reserves to keep up. The problem was shared by the Kazekage. Temari was deadly at range, easily the best Futon ninjutsu specialist in the army, but if Naruto had gotten a good read of her chakra, she was the weakest of the 5 Kage. None of the 5, or any of the Jonin that Naruto had seen, would be able to stand up to the power he had felt from Pain, not to mention the vague rumors about the 6 gods, or the 6 bodies of Kami, which had been whispered about in Amigakure. Ajisai had never been able to say too much about the man, and none of the shinobi that Naruto had seen had seemed to have ever truly seen Pain, but the rumors were still there. Pain was hiding something. It was inevitable. After all, in power alone Kisame would likely be able to put up a match against Pain, and yet he had admitted being weaker. Why? Aside from Konan, Pain seemed to distrust all others. He was the sort of person who'd hide an ace or two up his sleeve. It was not that Naruto didn't have backup plans. He had his own chakra, he could expand it with the energy he drew from nature, and on top of that he could cooperate with Kurama, his ally due to mutual necessity. Although, he preferred to keep the reserves of the latter untouched until the Geto Mazo would surface. If Pain even gives me a chance to hold back, Naruto smiled wryly. I should focus on gathering more energy. I can't feel anything big happening right now, but who knows how quickly the situation will change. With his senses extending through the roots and plants, even the flora within the shallow water of the running river nearby, Naruto watched over the battlefield. Amigakure was surrounded. The entrenched Ame Nin were outnumbered and outclassed, but due to their preparations the battle was mostly a stalemate up until now. The Allied forces had started the attack an hour ago, mostly just testing Ame's defenses so far. Minimizing the number of casualties had been a standing order given to the normal shinobi. Akatsuki was the main objective, after all, Kisame, Konan, Pain, and Zetsu. Naruto searched for them. There were many clones of Zetsu which he detected, albeit all too far away for him to terminate them. They weren't strong enough to really cause any trouble. I wonder what they're up to. Even if they are many, none of them are strong enough to pose a challenge to a Jonin, or even a decent Chunin, Naruto frowned. Focus, brat. Let the cannon fodder deal with the other fodder. We have stronger foes to deal with. But as long as they remain cooped up like that, This senseless war continues. Then draw their attention, and make them come to us. It got Naruto thinking. Bringing up troops and surrounding Omega was a valid plan when one's aim was to defeat that village. But they were out against an organization made up out of S-ranked missing nin, of criminals and lunatics like Orochimaru, Hidan, and Sasori. Loss of life would not pose a great problem to such people. As long as they achieved their goal, they would consider it as their victory, regardless of the sacrifice necessary to acquire it. Time. Naruto grimaced. The longer we drag this out, the more time they have. The more time they get, the bigger the chance will be that they have sealed away the remaining Baijuo. And if the Gobi, the Rakubi, and the Hechibi are all sealed, then I am the only target left. He could no longer wait this out, time was against him. Playing the passive game would only work to his own disadvantage, so Naruto knew he had to act. But how? Creating the cannon statue and just marching into Omega sounded like a good idea, but Naruto shot it down. He couldn't tell what sorts of traps they had made in anticipation of his arrival. If they were waiting, they undoubtedly thought that it would be to their advantage to fight in the confines of the village. That meant that it would be better for him to take the fight outside of the village, where the battleground was more in his favor. But how? What other options were there? How about changing the environment in your favor? If you grab the initiative, create the advantage for yourself, they would be forced to act or risk your changing the battlefield too much to your advantage. The more trees there'd be, the more trouble they'd have fighting me. You're a genius. I know, Kurama replied calmly. The fox was a smartass, if nothing else. But Naruto knew Kurama was right. Kurama had already proven to be a better tactician than him, a point which had just been driven across again. Turning the environment in his favor was pretty much Naruto's forte right now. Gathering chakra, Naruto flipped through the 3 required hand seals and grunted Mokuton Haijutsu, Jukai Katan, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees, and let his chakra do the rest. Ino, standing not too far from him, yelped in surprise. Naruto. What the hell? I fight much better in a forest than in the mud, Naruto chuckled, amused by the outraged Yamanaka. The Yamanaka cringed when her clan members contacted her en masse, demanding to know what just happened. Just tell them that I'm turning the environment in my favor. This way, the situation will only get worse for Akatsuki if they keep hiding in Omega. Oh okay, Ino mumbled, distracted by the voices in and outside her head. As a Yamanaka, it was her task to maintain communications. As the one closest to Naruto, Ino had been assigned to stick close to him. Putting out more chakra, expanding the growing forest around him further and further, Naruto decided to build up his defenses a little more. 5 hand seals later, Naruto summoned 2 Mokuryu, wood dragons, that crouched down between the trees, curled up and hidden like snakes which were waiting for passing by victims. Calming his breathing, Naruto yet again dove into the vast supply of energy that nature offered. He had expended most of the chakra that had previously gathered, but replenishing it was fairly easy this way as long as he didn't exhaust his stamina. It wasn't long before Ino hopped down on the branch beside him. What are you doing? That red dot and those lines you previously had, they disappeared when you did those jutsu. It is Senjutsu. Sage mode, Naruto explained. I gather energy from nature, and convert it into my own chakra. It boosts my reserve significantly, in spite of the danger it can pose. Danger? Taking in too much energy would overthrow my sanity, Naruto shrugged. I'd lose my mind and go on a rampage. But with control, it is a rather useful power. I mean, it takes quite a lot of chakra to grow a forest in a muddy environment like this. The soil isn't really that fit for flora, too much clay and too much water. Soon, Ino could feel the power radiating off Naruto. A greenish aura of pure chakra was visible, and then the changes became visible. A single dot with a circle around it formed on his forehead. Similar red pigmentation formed around his eyes, with lines underneath them that extended to his ears. Combined with his thickening whiskers, she found Naruto looking rather daunting. It is time for you to leave, Ino. Get yourself to safety, and don't worry about me, Naruto warned. He used the nearby river to sneak past the front lines, he sighed, before raising his voice. Did you not, Kisame? You've become annoyingly perceptive, a rough voice startled Ino. She, after one more look on Naruto, did as he had asked her to do, create distance. She had to warn her peers. Tsunade, Tamari, Mei, those 3 were closest to his position. They had to know right now that Akatsuki had started to move. Where's the bravado, Kisame? Naruto chuckled. And where's your buddy? I admit that it is much harder to notice you when you don't have that fool at your side. Hidan is gone, Kisame grunted. Without any further ado, the shark-like man jumped forward. As Seimata unwrapped, the tailless-tailed beast of Kirigakure started his assault. True to his training as an assassin, the speed he now showed was beyond anything Naruto had expected. It almost cost him, almost. It had been wise to leave those wood dragons near. If not for the intervention of one, Naruto would have lost a limb, or at the very least a large chunk of chakra, knowing the annoying abilities of Seimata. Scowling, Kisame looked at the dragon which had leapt between him and his target. You've been holding back on me so far, Naruto frowned. You really have honed your abilities to the point where it became practically unfair to fight you. Look who is talking. You just created a forest and 2 of those bloody dragons, and your chakra hasn't even dropped a bit, Kisame growled. I am the one who should be complaining about you holding back on me. I wasn't, Naruto disagreed. The power he now wielded was something he had gained after he last saw Kisame and Hidan, not that Kisame was giving him the time to explain that. Seeing the man literally cut himself through the dragon was not a sight that Naruto expected to see. He had put quite a bit of chakra into creating the automaton, after all. It seems like holding back against him would only cause me to lose more chakra than it is worth. Let's go, Kurama. His chakra surged even further, much to the elation of Seimata. To Kisame, things got less pleasant, however, as Naruto used Mokuton, Tsurushi, would release poison ivy against him. Before Kisame realized the danger of the seemingly insignificant plants, his legs had turned into an itching and blistered mess. It was a good enough distraction. Knowing full well that the usage of the smaller Myao was not practical, considering how those automatons pretty much attacked everything and everyone that wasn't Naruto, the Mokuton user skipped right to the strongest jutsu he had access to, Senpo Mokuton, Shin Jusuman Cannon, Sage Art would release, the true 11-headed cannon. Naruto grunted, feeling the amounts of chakra which Kurama had lent him for this jutsu being drained as the statue grew to its massive size. Kisame's pointed teeth were visible in the wide grin he gave upon seeing his opponent's choice of jutsu. This was what Zetsu had shown them, the jutsu that had destroyed Orochimaru and Kakuzu. In addition, he could sense that the boy had barely weakened, making it clear to him that Naruto had relied on the Kyuubi's chakra for this. While not a perfect Jinchuriki yet, it made it clear to Kisame why Pain had considered the boy as such a huge threat. He was a great enough threat that Pain had deemed Kisame incapable of dealing with it on his own. It still pisses me off that I can't have a proper one-on-one battle with the brat, Kisame spat. It would have been glorious. Pieces of paper fluttered down as Konan descended into the battlefield. Not too far away, Kisame felt Jiraiya stepping out of the toad that had concealed his presence up till now, and through the chakra rod in his chest the old toad sage summoned all the paths of pain to this location. Kisame's mind was still reeling from the revelation that there were 7 entities which called themselves Pain. All the pieces were in place. The boy was surrounded. While Pain kept himself in Shikushoto, animal path, back until the time was right, using a summoned creature to hide himself, Kisame knew that they had outwitted and outmatched their opponent. While his chakra reserves and his prowess in Mokuton made him a monstrous opponent, the strongest that Akatsuki had faced up till now, Naruto would not stand a chance against their combined might. Looking down from the enormous sitting Buddha statue, Naruto saw his opponents surround him. He scowled, knowing that this situation was exactly why he had agreed to bring the other villages along rather than dealing with Akatsuki by himself. Uro Sennin? Much to his relief, Naruto saw his old teacher appear. The man had taught him a lot about what it meant to be a shinobi, even if Naruto had only spent the waiting time between the second and third round of the Chunin exams with him. Jiraiya had given him the ability to summon toads, an art which was sadly lost to Naruto. He had tried to summon Gamakichi after he had regained his memories, but for some reason he had failed. Considering how he now partly consisted of Tobi's tissue, Naruto figured that his blood had changed as well. The summon contract was signed in blood, and the summoning jutsu used blood in order to create the necessary seal that transported the summoned creature. Naruto's relief turned to horror when his old teacher slammed a Rasengan through the wood dragon which had curled up, down around the feet of the Jusuman cannon. As you can see, you stand no chance, Uzumaki Naruto, Pain droned. Tendo stepped forward. Naruto was confused, however, when he saw 4 more shinobi, all with the same orange hair, far too similar chakra, and even the same purple ripple pattern eyes. Lay down your life, Jinchuriki, and pave the path to a world of peace and prosperity, a world without war or needless slaughter. You can be the key, the one who ends the shinobi system. The other four paths stepped forward, now standing next to Tendo. Allow us to teach the world pain, the five spoke at the exact same time. The intonation, timing, and all, it unnerved Naruto. Were the other four all puppets of the real pain? And he felt two more, hiding out in the woods, all sending that same chakra signal. What was pain? Which one was pain? Were they all pain? Naruto couldn't tell. Allow us to teach the world pain, so that it may understand your desire for a world of peace, they continued. In knowing pain, they will grow. Standing atop the Jusuman cannon, Naruto could hear the cries of suffering of all the shinobi through the ears of the 11 heads of the statue, in a way pain could never realize it. The pain and horror of those who were currently fighting a war which shouldn't even have to be fought in the first place, he could feel it clear as day, as if Kurama's sensitivity to negative emotions somehow affected the statue. Both sides of this pointless war suffered the same pain. Whether a shinobi was from Ame, Iwa, Kiri, Konoha, or Sunagakure, none of that mattered. They all suffered the same pain when wounded. They felt the same fear when dying, the same anger and hatred when seeing their friends and family suffer and perish. None of it should have happened. If only Akatsuki had seen reason. Ame's god had become as misguided as those that followed him. Pain's ideals were wrong. His peace a lie. His efforts would bring the Juubi into the world. The Juubi was a force beyond the control of anyone, a force that would attack and destroy indiscriminately, yet this fanatic believed that he could use it to bring about peace. You want the world to know pain, Naruto spoke up. But you do not even understand the good that is in it. I will never allow you to create the Juubi, pain, because you will never be able to control its power. I will do whatever it takes to prevent you from destroying the entire world. You will fall. Chapter 17. The last straw. This was his forest. He could hide or sense anyone within it. After spotting Kisame, he knew they had been coming. However, it had been surprising when he saw that Jiraiya sided with Akatsuki. Sure, Naruto had felt the man's chakra in their vicinity, but he had never believed that the old pervert would side with Akatsuki not willingly. Naruto still couldn't believe it, even when he saw it to be true. It would be better said that he didn't want to believe it. That goofy old pervert just couldn't be part of a criminal organization, and yet here they stood. He wasn't going to like this at all. Naruto saw Pain look behind him at least one of the 5 bodies which answered to the name. Apparently Naruto's technique didn't fool the Rinnegan. It was already too late, though. They were here. Jiraiya? A disbelieving Tsunade looked at her old friend. She felt something within her snap as she gazed at the cloak that the old man now wore. What the hell are you doing? You told me that I had failed everything that I lived for, Jiraiya said with a painfully calm voice. If I am a failure, like you said, then all that I have left to do with the time that I am given is to make sure that people like us will never be broken like we were. That children, like Naruto, won't be sacrificed for the sake of a village that doesn't appreciate them, and forgotten once killed. It is too late for us, Tsunade, but I will help Akatsuki in creating a world without strife. Jiraiya. I'm sorry, Tsunade cringed. I was desperate, I didn't know what I was saying, I didn't mean it. I just. You said what you said. Jiraiya's dismissive frown confused Naruto. What on earth had happened between the two remaining Sannin? As far as Naruto knew, Jiraiya had always been crazy about her, and with the size of her chest, what pervert wouldn't have been? Why are you helping them? They are my students. The last people remaining to whom I have any attachments. And they are right, our system only creates more casualties and more suffering. It has to end. The cycle of hatred will never cease unless we act. What about Naruto? Tsunade snapped. Naruto died 3 years ago. That boy is a fake, a product of a broken-hearted girl who twisted the memories of a boy who seemed so familiar to the one she loved. That isn't true, Jiraiya-sama, surely you don't believe such nonsense. Guy was the only shinobi from Konoha who had been allowed to stay at Tsunade's side. All others were deemed to be too weak to engage the members of Akatsuki, and thus were assigned to take part in the war against Amigakure. Akatsuki is the organization that attacked Naruto and his team. He is the one who killed Kakashi, he pointed at a confused Kisame. And we are here to make them pay for their crimes. You're all lost because you follow blind leaders. These false ideals, systems of the weak, they've ruined my world. No more, Pain spoke up. Jiraiya-sensei was once misguided, like you. He has learned pain, and it opened his eyes. Where he went, you shall follow. Like hell we will. Tamari launched a vicious attack with her war fan, only to see the blast of wind chakra somehow being Absorbed? What the hell? Mortals should not think they can defy gods. Tendo, Devapath, raised his arm, after Gakiko, Predapath, absorbed Tamari's jutsu. Before he could attack, however, vines erupted from the ground, forcing all 5 bodies into evasive maneuvers. As if this was the sign they had all been waiting for, all hell suddenly broke loose. Tsunade lashed out at Jiraiya, punching him straight into his gut. As the man flew away, Kisame aimed for Tsunade's neck, but Seimata never reached the Hokage. Mido Gai unleashed a furious kick against the man whom he mistakenly believed to have killed his eternal rival. Lastly, Konan attacked Tamari, although her body, made out of paper, wasn't really well suited to engage the futon specialist. Pain, meanwhile, glared at Naruto. You used that Yamanaka to warn the others, and concealed their approach by masking their chakra with your own. It is an application of Mokuton which I had not expected. I suppose that proves that even a god isn't all-knowing, Naruto taunted. Or perhaps you're not the god you think you are? An explosion that forced all combating parties apart was the sole answer he got. She stared seemingly impassively at her opponent. The lack of tension on her end seemed to incense her opponent only more, but truth be told, her mind was too occupied with other matters to care. Tightly grabbing the war fan, the Kazekage stood up. Konan knew that the explosive tags had managed to knock the wind out of the young woman. She idly wondered why the kunoichi seemed to be so angered, before recalling that Tsunade's Jinchuriki had been the girl's younger brother. Smearing some blood over her fan, Tamari gathered an amount of chakra that forced Konan to pay attention to the battle. Futon, Okamaitachi no Jutsu, wind release, great sickle weasel technique, was what Konan heard before Tamari launched a greater and stronger attack than she had done till that point. The heavy air currents created by her fan collided, creating vacuum pockets which served to slash her enemies to even smaller bits. Add to this a scythe-wielding weasel summon, and... well, Konan was still not really worried. As long as she remained in her paper form, she avoided most of the damage. It was why Nagato's jutsu had bothered her only a little, previously. Unfortunately, the large-scale wind jutsu rendered her own Shikigami no Mai, Dance of the Shikigami, useless as well. It was pretty much a stalemate until one of the 2 kunoichi would run out of chakra, or find a way to outsmart the other. Someone cursed behind her, loud enough to be heard from a distance, and when Konan reformed and looked what had happened, she saw how Kisame's attack had been blasted apart. You were not even aiming for me. I was aiming for both of you, Tamari growled. I'll exterminate you and your fellow Akatsuki scum. You will pay for what you have done. I thought that Sunagakuer barely cared about its Jinchuriki. Konan knew it was a low blow, but in a battle of attrition, the one to lose her calm would likely be the one to lose. My brother changed. And you killed him. You even tried to twist his only true friend into an abomination, almost succeeding in the effort. I must admit I only learned the truth about Uzumaki Naruto when it was already too late. Somehow Tamari had seen through Konan's scheme. Konan had to commend her for her perceptiveness. While not the strongest of the 5, the Kazekage was clearly a highly intelligent young woman. Given a few years, Tamari would have become a far greater threat to Akatsuki. Sadly, time was against her. She had jumped up because she had seen the tags which Konan had been sneaking towards her, using her fan to glide through the air. Attacking from a high point, concentrating the blast of air in such a way that Konan would be forced to the ground. A valid strategy. Sadly, the girl was too late. She had given Konan too much time to prepare, and she hadn't noticed how Konan had hidden herself, leaving a paper clone after Tamari's previous large-scale attack. Tamari's attack crushed the clone, but her victory was short-lived, as the explosive tags went off. Konan bound her opponent in paper, almost like a mummy, after she had fallen to the ground. Smoking and groaning in pain, Tamari's eyes were filled with a promise of certain death. Even in defeat your spirit isn't broken. Admirable, Konan donned a faint smile on her usually emotionless face. Kuno Mori. Naruto, he spoke of a being called the Juubi. What is it? A thunderous sound tore through the silence left in the wake of that question. Konan couldn't tell whether it came from Nagato's direction, Jiraiya's, or Kisame's. But somewhere someone was putting up one hell of a fight. You're really serious, aren't you? You actually don't know, Tamari eventually sighed. So, even the members of Akatsuki are toyed with. What is the Juubi? Konan repeated her question, not willing to waste time on idle chatter. Why did Naruto say that pain would be unable to control it? Because the 10 tails is the combination of all the Baijuu, all 9 of them, Yet the sum of its power is even stronger than the mere combination of the 9. Even the Kyuubi seemed to fear it, stating that it was beyond the ability of any human to subdue it. The same was said about the Kyuubi. Well, there aren't any Uchiha alive, unless you have one on your side, Tamari scowled. Then again, if the Sharingan would have been enough to control the Kyuubi, the Kyuubi wouldn't have stated it was beyond anyone's ability to control. It knows the Sharingan all too well. Unless it was the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, Konan realized how deep this treachery went. They were all fooled by the weakest among them. Nagato didn't know. Naruto didn't know. Only Zetsu, the one too weak to be considered a serious threat, knew. Zetsu played them out against each other, wanting to force Nagato into a situation where reviving Madara will be the only way out. But why is Zetsu manipulating Naruto to such an extent? Could it be that the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai could be used to subdue the Kyuubi? If it can't be controlled by the most powerful Sharingan in history, then perhaps having him. But Naruto would never voluntarily aid Zetsu. Keeping such a threat as a contingency wouldn't make sense. Madara? Hey, what are you doing? Leaving, Konan said, looking back at the exhausted Kazekage. The paper bindings dissolved, the seals having done their task. You are no longer a threat. Your war fan was destroyed by the explosion, and now I've left you drained from your chakra. I see no reason to continue this battle. What was that about Madara? Nothing, if I can do anything about it, Konan mumbled. Was Zetsu planning to use Madara to control Naruto? The Kyuubi's sole weakness was the Sharingan, after all. There were still too many unknowns. But one thing was obvious, Zetsu had to be stopped. Konoha Kaiganshou, Leaf Boulder Buster. Lips turned upward, a grin unveiled the pointed teeth of the swordsman, amused by the pain he felt. Kisame had been bummed out that he couldn't get a shot at fighting Kunomori Naruto, but this wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. Sure, a cage would have been ideal, but this man in the green leotard was. Well, he could probably mop the floor with most of the cage. He probably just didn't get promoted to Hokage because he is weird, Kisame chuckled. Weird. Kisame couldn't recall the last time that he had rightfully been able to call someone else weird. Well, apart from Hidan. But Hidan wasn't weird, per se, but rather just a lunatic. This green-clad guy, was truly confusing, shouting random phrases regarding youthfulness, for instance. After the man had opened his 6th gate, Guy had become a true challenge. Kisame had rarely met anyone who had been able to outpace his ninjutsu. Worse, the man didn't rely on ninjutsu himself, pretty much negating the usual advantage that Seimata gave the shark-like man. TSK, you really are a strange green beast, Kisame spat, emptying his mouth of blood. Getting an elbow to the head was never too pleasant, but with his pointy teeth. Although, Kisame always had to mind not having his tongue sticking out. I told you, Guy shouted. Kisame wondered if the man had some defect with his vocal cords, enabling only to shout. I won't let you get away with this. It's not like I killed that eternal rival fellow, Kisame shrugged. I swore I would avenge Kakashi's death. Hachimon Tonko. 8 celestial gates, 7th gate. Open. I just told that idiot that I didn't kill Kakashi, didn't I? Kisame felt a drop of sweat running down the back of his head. Howl, my youth. Was the only warning Kisame got before he turned into a human pinball. The situation got even more precarious when he lost his grip on Seimata. Enough. Kisame growled. Fighting was a fun way to get the heart pumping, one of the few things that actually made the weathered shinobi feel alive. But, Kisame had no intention of losing. Guy's speed was a great disadvantage to Kisame, but not one that the former Kiri shinobi couldn't circumvent. Suten, Daibakasui Shoha, water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Using the water from the nearby river, the water from the rain that soaked all the soil around them, and the moisture from the raining skies, Kisame created a huge tidal wave of water, crushing into the location where Guy was standing. Now you're fighting on my turf, green beast, Kisame glared at his opponent. Suro Samadori no Jutsu. Water prison shark dance technique, the jutsu uncharacteristically exhausted Kisame, but without Seimata and a target to drain, Kisame could only rely on his own chakra reserves. As vast as they might be, casting 2 consecutive high-level jutsu was draining for anyone except a Jinchuriki. The water rose up, forming a giant dome. Kisame was at the center of it, but Guy was too close to escape. While Kisame had the ability to breathe underwater, Guy could not. Never had Kisame lost a battle after using this jutsu, That he was forced by Guy to use it was an acknowledgement of the man's skill, as far as Kisame was concerned. Something tugged at his hand, and Kisame's grin widened when he saw his partner had returned. The sentient blade, however, seemed far less pleased. It was worried, restless, and agitated by the chakra that permeated the area. There was something seeping through the ground, leaching and draining everything that had even a modicum of energy. A sense of wrongness distracted Kisame, just enough for him to fail to notice the approach of a trio of shinobi. The kunoichi launched a barrage of weapons, many of them with explosive notes attached to them. Kisame, strained by the unearthly energy drain, worn down by expending so much chakra, and distracted by whatever caused such a disturbance, was unable to maintain his jutsu under the barrage of explosions. "Good job, Tenten," the more boisterous of the two remaining shinobi exclaimed. It was a smaller version, a copy almost to the smallest detail, of Mito Guy. The other, a Hyuga, considering the eyes, was nodding in agreement. There were teenagers' kids. "Get lost," Kisame growled. "I don't want to waste my time on a couple of brats." Whatever unnerved Seimata did little to improve Kisame's mood. That chakra was in pains. Yes, Kisame could clearly feel his leader's chakra, but that other source. Could it be Naruto? It was heavy, smothering, yet Seimata for some reason refused to absorb the traces that were running through the ground. Or was it that his blade was unable to absorb it? Somehow, that idea vexed Kisame even more. Naruto died 3 years ago. That boy is a fake, a product of a broken-hearted girl who twisted the memories of a boy who seemed so familiar to the one she loved. Those words hurt, worse than she had ever expected. Jiraiya had talked about her as if she was some kind of delusional, lovesick little girl. It hurt so much because she too doubted her own sanity. The sorrow and grief she had felt after she thought that Naruto had died, followed by the foolish hope that he was still alive. The hope that came true. He survived. He was alive. Yet. A boy who seemed so familiar to the one she loved. What Ino found was not the same Naruto she had always known. The Naruto she knew, the Naruto she loved, was he still there? He had changed so much, in the entire way he behaved, even in how he talked. It terrified her. It scared her that the boy she had stubbornly refused to stop caring for had become so different. He loves Ajisai now. He has experienced so much pain. "I know, because I know how much it hurts to lose the one you love," Ino grimaced. She couldn't blame him for falling in love with another girl, not when he had lost his memories for such a long time. Ajisai died. Naruto-kun is hurt and confused, but after this war. Perhaps. I should keep hope. But it feels so despicable that I am allowed to hope, only due to the death of Ajisai. And yet I can't think of anything but that foolish hope. Hope. It was the very thing which Jiraiya seemed to have lost. Whatever happened between Tsunade and Jiraiya, Ino did not know. Not even Shizune knew the details, other than that some words were spoken that destroyed a bond of friendship that had lasted for decades. The Jiraiya that Ino had known seemed to have vanished, turned into a cold and ruthless shinobi. A product of a broken-hearted girl. Did Jiraiya truly believe that she had twisted the mind of someone who looked like Naruto? Why would the man even think such a thing? Regardless of the conflict between the two Sannin, that made zero sense. Naruto had changed, a lot, but he was still obviously him. His chakra, his looks, and most of all those eyes, even if they only rarely showed that cheerful sparkle, they were still his eyes. It was so obvious to her, that she wondered why Jiraiya did not see it. Or did he not want to see it? Ino knew better than most that Jiraiya cared a great deal about Naruto. He was Naruto's godfather, after all. Why would such a man come with such a terrible accusation? That boy is a fake. No, Yamanaka Ino smelled something fishy, and she was determined to find out what it was. Like many of her clan, Ino possessed some sensory abilities, and used those to assess whether Jiraiya was caught in a genjutsu. It was something she was forced to do from a distance, as she couldn't get too close to the fight between him and Tsunade. Tsunade-sama might have taught me a thing or two, but there's no way I'm fast enough to get close without ending up dead, Ino swallowed nervously when she saw Jiraiya summon a massive toad. The rusty red amphibian wore a vest that could easily cover a 2-story building, and wielded a blade that seemed more fit for destroying entire forests than just a one-on-one battle. None of the signs of a genjutsu were visible to Ino, and the man didn't seem conflicted in his actions either. Had there still been Uchiha alive, she would have suspected that a Sharingan had somehow ensnared the man in an illusion. But that theory didn't check out either. Besides, She could see how Tsunade leapt up the toad from a distance. It seemed as if the animal was utterly surprised by Jiraiya's opponent and hit Jiraiya. Tsunade didn't give him a chakra-powered punch, no, but rather a subtle touch. Obviously, Tsunade knew that something was off as well. Something was terribly wrong with the gallant toad sage. Akatsuki had caught him, warped him, turned him against Konoha. Why? How? Ino pushed her brains to find an answer. She had to find it. If Jiraiya could be freed from whatever hold that Akatsuki held over him, the Alliance would gain a powerful shinobi. Ino was determined to change the course of this battle for Konoha for Tsunade. For Naruto. He had been floating in that body of water, which had unexpectedly risen up and enveloped him. Part of him had considered opening the last and 8th gate, which would lead to his death, but dying right now was not something that seemed very appealing. Not to mention that releasing the 8th gate here and now would a violation of his father's wishes, and Guy's promise. While Mito Guy was pretty sure that he could defeat Kisame if he released that power, he wasn't sure whether or not he could reach any of the others in time. Tsunade was fighting Jiraiya, who had somehow betrayed everything that he had ever stood for, and Naruto was fighting against the leader of Akatsuki. Things weren't looking good. The other part of him, however, had a far more pressing matter to worry about. Taijutsu, especially his style of taijutsu, demanded a lot of the body. Adrenaline was rushing, the heart was beating at an incredible rate, and his breath. When a human body is pushed to the limits, it demands more oxygen. Guy had pushed his body 7 steps beyond its natural limits. Not to mention, the water had caught him by surprise. There was no time for a last deep breath. He was running out of time and options, and fast. That was when he saw his team, his 3 precious students. They set him free. Tenten blowing up the dome of water, while Neji and Lee rushed in to extract their Soak Sensei. Guy couldn't say whether he was extremely proud of the trio, or extremely worried that they had got themselves involved in this mess. It was neither pride nor worry that Kisame felt, though. Suten, sense Hokoko, water release, 1,000 feeding sharks, he roared out in fury. Guy paled, but had no time to think. Kisame had just created, it seemed, 1,000 sharks out of water. The sharks formed a wall formation and rained down to attack him and his 3 precious students, leaving Guy with no way out. Well, he knew he could escape the attack, and if he had opened his gates Lee would be fast enough as well, but Neji and Tenten would definitely be caught in an attack as massive and devastating as this. Powered by reckless desperation, Guy didn't consider the consequences, couldn't care about what the state the attack would leave him in, and simply gave it his all. He would rather exhaust himself to death than let Kisame harm his students. Hirudora. With the 7th gate already open, Guy folded his hand in a hand seal which only he knew it had been his own invention, after all. The massive amount of air pressure which he created was launched at Kisame's tidal wave of water sharks. Just like Guy's hand seal, the attack seemed shaped like a tiger, the afternoon tiger. Neji had to shield his eyes, deactivating his Byakugan, in order to prevent being blinded. The massive explosion caused by the Hirudora tore right through Kisame's water-based attack. While Lee was awed that his sensei could launch such a powerful attack, Tenten worried about the damage the explosion could have caused if they had been any closer to the front lines. The explosion from the 2 clashing jutsu was too massive, and she hoped that no one else ended up being drawn into it. Lee shouted, rushing towards his sensei. Guy had exerted every bit of energy he had, putting it all in this single attack. It left the man exhausted, on the brink of consciousness. Now the damage caused by opening the 7 gates began to kick in. As their teammate looked after their sensei, Tenten and Neji rushed towards the center of the explosion. His eyes reactivated, Neji ran straight towards the broken form of the tailless Baijuu. Hoshigaki Kisame was left appalled. Never in his long years as a shinobi had he been reduced to this state. Incapacitated and fallen, the once proud swordsman of Kirigakure looked up at the young Hyuga. Neji saw the spasm in Kisame's hand, as if the man tried to reach out to his sword. It isn't here, Neji's glare remained impassive. That wasn't chakra, Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood. So this is my end. What? Meaningless. Gay. As expected. Akatsuki was destined to fail, Neji's hand glowed with chakra, and without a shred of remorse he struck. Kisame coughed out more blood, before his shark-like teeth contorted in a bloody smirk. Neji had destroyed his heart. Tenten? I can't find it. 10 meters to your left, near that split boulder, Neji gave her the location. Kisame and Seimata had been separated due to the explosion. Got it. Neji waited a few moments before he moved away from Kisame, ensuring that the man had truly died. When he saw the chakra in Kisame's tenketsu lose its color, he knew that the man had truly met his end. Rolling out a scroll, Neji hastily drew a storage seal, and sealed away Kisame's corpse. Perhaps it could be of value later on. Corpses could hold unexpected secrets, and the value behind them could vary drastically. Having executed the somewhat morbid task with flawless efficiency, Neji turned to his teammate, only to frown at her. "What?" Tenten huffed. "Why are you petting a sword?" Neji honestly did not know how he was supposed to respond to the sight in front of him. "It's sad," Tenten explained, as if it was as clear as day. "Seimata lost its master, but it's not a bad sword, is it?" She patted the sword, almost like a regular person would pat a sad puppy. "We should go," Neji shook his head, deciding to stay out of it. Tenten was a geek when it came to weapons, so any thought he had he would keep to himself. "So seal the sword away and get moving." "Eh? Seal it away? No way. Seimata is way too cute for that." "Right. Cute." Neji's sarcasm wasn't lost on the kunoichi. "We should take Gai-sensei back to the field hospital and I can see the Kazekage too. She's unconscious, it seems, but lost her battle. So there is no time for us to stick around. Especially when Naruto keeps amassing chakra at this rate. That's it. I don't know what kind of mess this is, but I'm done with this." With the subtlety of a blunt knife, Gamabunta declared that he was fed up with this. He had fought alongside the Toad Sage for decades, but never had the man forced him to fight against an ally. Especially when the man had refused to explain why this was even happening. Fighting Tsunade, the god-I'm Hokage of Konohagakure, as well as her summon Katsuyu, was not part of the deal. But while Jiraiya's two opponents did not seem to fight to kill, Katsuyu had not released her acid, something for which Gamabunta was grateful Jiraiya fought in earnest. Well, the boss summon of the Toads had seen enough. With no explanations given, he refused to fight a friend. So, he bailed on his summoner. Surprised by the sudden departure of the Toad, Jiraiya fell down, right through the billowing cloud of smoke left in Gamabunta's wake. In his fall, Jiraiya's hair grew out at an exponential rate, surrounding him, defending him from the impact. The moment he bounced back, the hair went loose, and Jiraiya rushed through another set of hand seals. Wordlessly, he turned the ground underneath Katsuyu into a swamp. Without Gamabunta around, however, the colossal slug saw no reason to remain in one piece. She split into a multitude of smaller slugs, infesting the entire swamp. Tsunade rushed at her oldest friend, the last of her team. Sarutobi Hiruzen had died, Orochimaru had died, and now, she feared that she would be forced to kill her last teammate. However, she first would have to get to him. Jiraiya knew her combat style better than anyone still alive, so the importance of staying out of her reach wasn't something anyone needed to explain to him. Had she trained seriously in these past few years, rather than drowning herself in alcohol, Tsunade would not have faced such a great disadvantage in terms of speed. Yes, her raw physical strength was superior, a thing that was so normal that she simply took it for granted, but like she always told Ino and Shizune, strength is only useful when you're able to hit your opponent. Both her students shared that remarkable flexibility, yet in spite of her youthful appearance, Tsunade knew that it was slipping from her. She was too far past her prime, and this long time of depression had left her weaker than she could have been. By contrast, Jiraiya was a honed shinobi, combining both experience and skill. He wasn't exactly a teenager either, but he was in a far better condition. But that wasn't just it. Now that she fought him, Tsunade noticed several small differences in his style. He used to be one for the theatrics, wasting some of his moves for the sake of silliness, goading and taunting his enemies, but not now. This Jiraiya moved with a ruthless efficiency that was more befitting Orochimaru than the Toad Sage. He was too analytical, moved too precisely, yet still Tsunade found no trace of genjutsu. "Jiraiya! Stop this. Please!" she begged of him. "When I thought Naruto died, I was devastated. You know why I came back to Konoha. You know why he was able to convince me, when no one else could. I was in such pain that I said things that I shouldn't have." "You said what you had to say," Jiraiya hissed. "But it matters little. We are beyond redemption anyway, so the only thing that matters is that we leave a better future." "And you honestly think that Akatsuki brings that? They want to recreate a monster, Jiraiya. A monster capable of destroying nations," Tsunade urged. "This isn't you." He ignored her words, and attacked. Tsunade was grateful that Gamabunta had refused to aid the man against people whom the Toads considered their allies, something that evidently reached the other Toads as well, as Jiraiya's attempts to summon another toad failed. She was glad that it failed. Her having the backing of Katsuyu was an advantage she truly needed. Tsunade-sama. Ino? Tsunade grimaced when the moment of distraction nearly ended with her being hit by Jiraiya's Rasengan. Can you hold Jiraiya-sama down, if only for a second? Why? What is going on? There is something. I sense something that is stuck in Jiraiya-sama's chest. And just now, when you dodged his attack, I felt it again. It is faint, very faint, and it is as if it is constantly changing its frequency, but there is some kind of signal from whatever is stuck in him. A fire attack nearly blinded her, but it was nothing Tsunade couldn't recover from. It irked her that she had to resort to her Byakugo no Jutsu already. She had hoped to spare it until she could face pain. But I need that boost now, Tsunade thought. She couldn't feel Ino's presence anymore, and wondered what the girl was planning. She quickly focused, though, and lunged at Jiraiya. With all the chakra coursing through her body, Tsunade felt herself speeding up. It was enough to make her attempt to destroy whatever was affecting Jiraiya by herself. Her hand lashed out to his chest, her electrified touch sending his body into disarray. Ranshinshu, body pathway derangement, was something she had invented by herself, and it would have been effective against pretty much anyone else. The lightning chakra disrupting Jiraiya's was somehow negated. Obviously he had found a way to undo its effects. I shouldn't have used this jutsu on him when he was perving around the hot springs. She berated herself. What good was a trump card against someone who already knew the jutsu? Still, he faltered, if only for a second, long enough for her to grab hold of his left wrist, a hold which she refused to relinquish. Rasengan, he grunted. Before she had the chance to grab his other arm, Jiraiya had already formed the deadly spinning orb of chakra. She had a choice to make, only a split second to decide, whether to let go of his left wrist or to take the attack. Jiraiya was faster, and without Katsuyu inhibiting his movement he had to dodge her acid attacks. She knew that he would eventually defeat Tsunade. As her assistant, and to some degree also her student, Yamanaka Ino knew better than most how durable Tsunade could be. Still, a battle of attrition was not in her favor because Senju Tsunade was not fighting to kill Jiraiya, Ino knew. She had seen the woman grieve for Naruto, but that mindset had only worsened due to the falling out she had had with Jiraiya. Every time Tsunade mentioned him, Ino had seen the pain, guilt, and shame in those brown eyes. That was why she had proposed this specific strategy. Tsunade wouldn't be able to harm him, and Ino didn't want her to. No, it was better to hold him down, so that Ino could strike at the point where she sensed that strange chakra signature. It all made her feel very powerless. Amongst an entire war, with people fighting for the fate of the world itself, here she was. The most valuable thing she had done so far was aiding in healing those unfortunate souls who had been targeted by Konoha scouts, who took out their hatred against Amigakure on those innocent people. Oh, and she informed people when Naruto was attacked. My moment of glory, she thought cynically. Mentally conveying to my fellow clan members that Akatsuki had started to attack. After which I'm told to keep my distance and stay out of it. It'll be over my dead body if that's the most valuable thing I'll contribute to this war. It was not that Ino had any illusions about her combat abilities. She was nowhere near as strong as an S-rank shinobi. They were right that she'd be a liability in such a battle, as she would be killed in a matter of seconds. She had seen some of the monstrously strong jutsu Naruto could pull off. Which made her look at her own kunai with disgust. Was such a trivial thing going to hold her back? No. Even the smallest of pebbles could cause a landslide. She was no quitter. She was a proud kunoichi who'd carry her own weight in one way or another. It was that tenacity that she had learned from another blonde. No matter what, he'd never give up, so neither would she. She'd show him, make him notice her again, and prove that hope should never be abandoned. Such resolve the young girl had. Yet it was so easily shaken. All it took was for a Rasengan to drill its way into Tsunade's shoulder to make Ino lose her momentum. There was a split second during which she could have caught Jiraiya off guard, and she blew it by gasping at the gruesome injury her Hokage received. Quick as lightning, Jiraiya turned to the incoming Yamanaka. Oxygen was drawn to his lungs, further fueled with chakra, as Jiraiya prepared his attack. Ino's eyes widened. A Katen jutsu from such close range, with such an amount of chakra behind it. It definitely created quite a bit of steam. Tsunade knew she'd have to apologize to Katsuyu later, as many of the slug's smaller forms had ended up in the inferno, but she'd live through that. The slug was far too durable to be crippled by the loss of a few of her parts. Ino, on the other hand, would not be so durable. As such, Tsunade had used all of her strength, in spite of her injury, and dragged Jiraiya away. She still held his left wrist, after all. The flames flew over the area which Jiraiya had previously turned into a swamp. This time, it was he who was caught off guard. The moment he needed in order to regain his footing was the moment in which he lost sight of the young Yamanaka. The moment he needed to locate her again was all the time she needed to strike at his chest. Paper fluttered through the air, unperturbed by the changes in the world. Something was going horribly wrong, that much was obvious, but Konan knew there was little she could change about it. She was unable to halt Nagato, and knew she could do just as little to stop Naruto. Even before he had left Amigakure, when she still knew him as Kunomori, he had demonstrated how shockingly easily he could counter her jutsu. Dead wood, was how his clone had described her paper. While she had not let him notice it, Konan had been taken aback by the ease with which he had detected and countered her. He had known all along how she had kept an eye on him, and merely allowed her to do it. No, there was nothing she could do to prevent Nagato and Naruto from clashing, not now, not when Nagato had fallen so deeply. Her friend had forgotten everything that he once stood for, and become a twisted parody of himself. Konan knew exactly who was to blame for that. As a sickening chakra crept through the atmosphere, seemingly draining the life from all vegetation, Konan instinctively knew what had happened. Nagato had used his trump card. While Naruto's chakra seeped through the ground, leaching and draining everything that had even a modicum of energy, even the air above was affected. It felt wrong, in ways Konan could not fully describe. It was an emptiness that defied reason. Emotion should not be able to be sensed as raw and directly as this. It wasn't just pain, sorrow, anger, but something far beyond it. There was a sort of desolation, an apathy that sucked away all energy, it permeated everything. Naruto's chakra had been so full of life, and yet it had somehow turned into the exact opposite. I have to hurry, she urged herself. As long as the plan is still intact, Nagato will not stop to think about the alternatives. And even then, he's become too extreme in his thinking. What he did to Sensei, what he did with Ajisai, I cannot hope to reason with him at this point. Nothing I've said before reached him, so there is only one path left. As she reformed, Konan reconsidered her course of action. Should she stop this? Yes. Could she stop either Naruto or Nagato? No. Could she kill Zetsu? She doubted it. Zetsu, the blacker half at least, was exceedingly slippery. He could just sink into the ground and escape. Once he got away, killing him would be far more difficult. No, this is the best course of action, she repeated to herself. Idly she wondered why she had to repeat this train of thought. The answer was simple. I'm betraying Akatsuki by doing the very thing that Yahiko wanted Akatsuki to do. Nagato. How could you have fallen so deeply? Why didn't I see it sooner? This mess is just as much my failure. Walking down the stairs, Konan entered what was likely the only underground facility in Amigakure. Buildings in this village were mostly above the ground level. The soil simply wasn't very suitable for underground facilities, while it was in most other nations. Beyond that, there was the point that Amigakure didn't need to create underground facilities. Amigakure was fortified enough as it was. It was already nigh impenetrable under Hanzo's paranoid rule, only for it to truly become a stronghold where no one could enter without being noticed, after Nagato took over. This was why Ame, even after it needed to rebuild after the Third Shinobi World War, was rather different from most other hidden villages. But for Akatsuki's purposes, an underground hall was needed. Thus, Nagato had created it. This was where the Geto Mazo was housed, normally. This was where a host of Zetsu clones were housed, although Konan had strong suspicions that Zetsu was hiding a lot more. This was where the unconscious forms of 3 Jinchuriki were hidden, awaiting their sealing. But most of all, this was where Konan's target was hidden. If Zetsu played Naruto and Nagato out against each other, if Zetsu wanted Nagato to be pushed to the point where he'd resort to such desperate measures, then Konan would stop it at the root. Oh? Konan? What are you doing here? The whiter half asked innocently. The blacker half, however, looked at the woman with distrust. Of course he was here, at the heart of all things. The conductor of this wicked symphony. I thought I had to make a decision between two options. Konan only had the slightest of smiles adorning her face. It seems I was wrong. Choices? You are wrong indeed. Why did you not kill the Kazekage? And why did you go here? You were close to Kisame, and could have saved him. Now he's dead, White Zetsu whined, but Black Zetsu ignored the banner still staring at the woman in front of them. Putting Naruto and Nagato against each other, it is all part of your plan, is it not? Reviving Madara in order to control the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, controlling the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in order to subjugate the Juubi, this whole thing has been your plan. Covertly, she spread explosive tags throughout the room. Zetsu wouldn't notice that things had gone wrong until it was too late. It seems you caught me, we're busted. What do we do now? She's going to ruin everything. We're doomed. Tell me why, Zetsu, Konan demanded, leaking out more and more explosive tags. She didn't care about hiding it anymore. She came here to kill the 3 unconscious Jinchuriki, to destroy Madara's corpse, and if possible, to terminate Zetsu as well. Hundreds had spread, but now that she committed more chakra to it, she released tags by the thousands. Mother has been waiting for a very, very long time. And now you stand in our way. Mother? Konan frowned. Just kidding. Zetsu cackled, waving cheekily as he began to sink into the ground. At a mere flick of her finger all the tags went off, the entire room exploded, drowning all those present in a sea of flames. Chapter 18. Kuno Mori, the Empty Forest. Stupid Konan-chan. You should thank her for not warning Nagato. Yeah, that would have been far more annoying, White Zetsu agreed with his darker half. Still. The Geto Mazo is buried, but isn't damaged by such an attack. We can easily summon it back. And the Jinchuriki? Did our plan work? Of course it did. Both halves of Zetsu laughed when they resurfaced in a hideout on the northern border between Ame and Kusagakure. This hideout was known only to Zetsu, a place where even the foolish alliance wouldn't look, because Naruto had no knowledge of it. As the dual-colored Zetsu rose up, 3 white clones gave a cheery salute. Just in time, boss. Number 2-2. The second said proudly. Me 3. Where's the fourth? Black Zetsu ignored the poo pun. In spite of spending so much time near the white Zetsu, he had never understood their fixation with the inefficient way humans disposed of their bodily waste materials. He's with you? The first clone looked at the second. No, not with me, the second shrugged, turning to the third. I thought he was behind you? Ugh. Shut up, Black Zetsu grimaced. He looked at the hall. The tiny window between sensing Konan's approach and her entering the cave had actually been insufficient. At least the Jinchuriki are here. That means. Yes, Madara's body is a lost cause. Bummer. I'd rather lose him than having to wait until the Baijuu reform. That would have been boring. What should we do? The 3 clones chorused, happily awaiting orders. They cared but a little for the destruction of Madara's body. Help the others. Spread chaos, Black Zetsu commanded. He had intended Akatsuki to eliminate the key players of the alliance. That Kisame failed, and Konan betrayed him, was a disappointment. Still, the truly crucial battle was taking place between Nagato and Naruto. All else was merely a sideshow. Although the alliance was suffering great losses due to all the disguised Zetsu clones. He had successfully turned the Kumagakure troops against those of Iwagakure, only after putting down one fake corpse of Kumo's Jinchuriki. The Raikage was indeed an overly emotional man when it concerned his little brother. Emotional people were so easily manipulated. None of these fools realized that the entire war against Amigakure was merely a charade. The more shinobi died, the fewer would be left to oppose Zetsu's plans in the wake of this war. Using a few hundred clones to create confusion, letting them cause bitter battles between friends and allies, it had all part of his plan. Divide and conquer. Konoha, Suna, Kiri. All the villages would come out of this war weaker than at the start. Yes. The Juubi would not be all powerful at the very start. That time frame would be the most dangerous. And Zetsu couldn't allow the hidden villages to pose a threat to his mother. I wonder if Mei-chan can keep the alliance in order, White Zetsu snickered. She'll try. Powerful as she may be, she will still fail. They aren't very unified, are they? We've wasted enough time, Black Zetsu grunted. Let's go. It is time to fetch our little puppets. Some time earlier. Dark pants, dark shirt, green flak jacket. His clothing mattered little to him. That it could get damaged mattered even less. The only exception was his sash. The brown-orange sash which Ajisai had given him. A sash which had received a cut. Tall as a mountain, the Jusaman cannon towered over the battlefield. And yet pain had been able to push it back. Shinra Tensei, was all that he had said, after which a massive force pushed Naruto back. Standing on top of the statue's head, his feet rooted within the construct, Naruto never expected the leader of Akatsuki to have such power. Deep tracks were left in the muddy soil, a reminder of how the cannon had been pushed back. Below, Naruto saw pain. Or, one of the pains. There had been 5. Extending his senses, Naruto tracked down the others. The other 4 were indeed near, while there were 2 more with the same signature hiding on what seemed to be a giant lizard of sorts. Expecting trouble while dealing with one pain, Naruto was not too happy with the realization that there were 7. He hoped that the others would be fine. Konan and Kisame had been there, and for whatever reason Jiraiya stood at their side, rather than at the side of Konoha. If not for the 7 bodies of pain, Naruto would try to influence the other battles. Once more he looked at the sash. The force had damaged the cannon, and splinters had flown off. One of said splinters had ended up ripping the cloth. Pain had dared to harm the gift from Ajisai. The crimson lines surrounding Naruto's eyes only added to the effect of the glare. Slit pupils stared down. 5 pairs of rippled eyes stared up, impassive as always. And then the view in one pair dulled. Only at the very last moment had Pain noticed the attack. Having exhausted much of Tendo's, Deva Path's, chakra, it was left weakened and vulnerable. For some reason beyond Nagato's understanding, Naruto had picked up on that, and intended to exploit it while he could. How futile, Tendo droned, its voice impassive. As if he had not just seen the tree roots lash up from the ground and tear Ninjendo, human path, to pieces. Pain knew that Ninjendo's talents were relatively useless against Naruto. Much unlike those of Tendo. Still, that Naruto, even if he stood atop that wooden giant, kept the ability to manipulate the surrounding nature to such a degree was something Nagato had not expected. He thought Naruto would have needed to be in direct contact with the soil. It seems that construct is more troublesome than initially calculated. Tendo fell back a little, still waiting for his abilities to return. Shinra Tensei was powerful, but the time the path needed to recharge was one of the sole weaknesses this body had. Luckily the others could cover for that weakness. Shurato, Asura path, discarded its Akatsuki cloak, and its body morphed. Naruto had precious little information on the Rinnegan and its abilities. He knew vague rumors of the 6 gods, or the 6 bodies of Kami, from back when he lived in Amigakure. But even Ajisai hadn't known anything beyond those vague descriptions. She, like the vast majority of the Ame shinobi, had never seen Pain. That had made Naruto cautious. Sure, he had felt Pain's power, the vast chakra reserves which the man had, but he knew nothing about the abilities which the man had. These 7 near-identical chakra signatures were disturbing him. Could they be clones? No, that didn't seem to be the case. They were solid, had varying appearances, and their abilities seemed to be unique too. One controlled some sort of gravitational field, which rendered that Pain weak after using it. Naruto had sensed how that Pain's chakra had dwindled after the attack. Another Pain, a stockier version with the same rippled pattern eyes and orange hair as the others, had shown the ability to absorb chakra when Tamari had tried to attack him. And now the tallest of the 5 turned out to be some kind of demented Swiss Army knife. The rockets flying from that Pain's arms caused significant explosions, strong to the extent that they managed to damage the Jusaman cannon. Seems like playing defense would be in my disadvantage, but I have to remain careful. Who knows what abilities the others might have. Naruto tried to keep calm. Ignoring the war that unfolded around him was the best option right now. The sooner he defeated Pain, the sooner this pointless war ended. But defeating Pain had sounded so much easier when they began to plan this war. With the abilities of the Rinnegan unknown, Naruto felt suspicious that Pain was so willing to sacrifice one of his bodies in order to rescue the body with the gravitational powers. He didn't want to assume that the destroyed Pain was useless in combat, so would there be some sort of trick? Were they more akin to puppets, and did Pain have the ability to somehow repair them? The one with the gravitation is waiting for his power to return, but the other one over there, the one with the diagonal row of piercings in his face, is also hanging back, Kurama noted. I saw, Kurama. But that Pain is making a flanking maneuver. The Kyuubi cut Naruto off. He's moving towards the one that you just killed. Haven't you, seen the Rinnegan before? What's it capable of? Are you seriously asking me? Naruto couldn't see the 9-tailed fox, but judging by the sound in his head the fox was frowning. The Rikudo Sennin had the Rinnegan. And he created me and my brethren out of the Juubi. So it can do pretty much anything? That is under the conjecture that this Pain has the same abilities. Naruto silently begrudged that the Baijuo couldn't be a bit more specific, but considering how both their lives were on the line, he was inclined to trust that Kurama didn't know any more. One absorbs, one repels, and one turned into a living congregation of weapons. That left 2 others, plus the 2 that were hiding. Something roared, after which Naruto felt the statue under his feet shake from the impact. A giant rhino, also with Rinnegan for eyes, had assaulted the cannon. Damn it. So he has summons too? Naruto grit his teeth. The cannon grabbed the far smaller animal and crushed it, but immediately afterwards an enormous panda and a giant centipede came out of the woods. It would seem that one of the 2 pains that are hiding has the ability to summon various kinds of creatures, Kurama noted dryly. As if Naruto hadn't noticed that by now. This is ridiculous. He fancies himself a god, so what did you expect? You're not helping. Naruto sprouted trees to attack the Swiss Army knife pain, stopping that one from launching those pesky rockets, while pouring chakra into creating 3 new wooden dragons. Those would have to deal with the summons spawned by the hidden pain. I'm a sitting duck out here. Time to change strategy. Seated atop an enormous chameleon, Nagato kept his eyes closed. In spite of his newfound mobility, he still preferred to fight through his 6 paths. Especially while the complete powers of his adversary remained a partially unknown threat. He couldn't tell which option was more annoying, that the boy had hidden the true extent of his powers while he resided in Amigakure, or that he had suddenly grown by such an extent. Attacking with 5 paths, while Shikushoto, animal path, produced summons which assaulted Naruto's wood dragons, Nagato had thought that he would easily gain the upper hand. This alliance was fragile, and he was confident that Kisame, Jiraiya, and Konan were able to eliminate the other leaders. Without those leaders, the allied forces would lose morale. But the true champion of the 5 villages was Uzumaki Naruto. Whether they knew it or not, Naruto was the only true threat which Nagato saw. The thunderous destructive power of a sage, the vast chakra reserves of a Jinchuriki, all combined with what was perhaps the most powerful Kekkei Genkai of them all. That even Nagato had seen no other option but to sacrifice one of his paths, in what was effectively just a simple attack from the boy, was evidence enough with regard to how big of threat he thought the boy was. Kisame had been eager to fight him, but Nagato knew that only he stood a chance. He put more attention to Jigakudo, Naraka path, as it sneaked around the battlefield and approached the fallen Ninjendo, human path. Having so much experience in controlling the 6 bodies, he was not at all disturbed by seeing things 6 times. Or 5, as was now the case. However, he was accustomed to keeping himself out of the equation. Personally participating in battle was something he had not done since he summoned the Geto Mazo for the very first time. The day Hanzo and Danzo had betrayed them, the day Yahiko had perished. Konoha would pay for that. Konoha would bleed for the murder of his parents. Nagato would never forget, never forgive, and never rest until he got what he wanted. No matter how strong this Jinchuriki was, he would not allow anyone to stand in his way. And the first action through which that would be accomplished would be. Wait. Nagato kept his eyes closed, but frowned nonetheless. Where did it go? Tendo, Shirato, and Gakido were still locked in combat with the Jinchuriki, whom stood on top of the gargantuan wooden cannon statue. The summoned creatures were still entangled with the wooden dragons. Yet. Where did Jigakudo go? Nagato muttered to himself. The signal was gone. He had been looking through the path's eyes, controlling its every move, and then. It just disappeared. It had just stood in front of the fallen Ninjendo, and then the signal just vanished. This had never happened before, not to him. Especially not with the most essential of his 6 paths of pain. What was that? I touched that black thing, Naruto mumbled, answering Kurama's question. Only for a second, only to pull it out of the body of his fallen opponent. The pain he had killed first had worn the same sort of piercings, and the one that he had just decapitated was no different. Except, when Naruto tried to examine this newly dead pain, he got a jolt of chakra through his fingers. A jolt which even Kurama felt, deeply hidden within the seal in which he resided. Whatever this pain figure is doing, this was just plain wrong. What do you mean? Think, meatbag. You see these bodies, littered with those rods. Those things are some kind of chakra receptors. Whoever the real pain is, these bodies are controlled from a distance. Although this is as different from regular puppetry as I am from a regular fox, the voice had a pensive tone to it, which worried Naruto. If nothing else, he trusted Kurama's ability to analyze the situation. You were the one with centuries of wisdom and all, so. Should we retreat? Don't act like a suck-up, it's unbefitting of you, Kurama grunted. And no, I doubt that a retreat is wise. Unless our estimations have been wrong, Akatsuki cannot have extracted my brethren from the recently captured Jinchuriki. If we retreat, Pain would get the time to seal them. And once we are the only target left, they'd just use that accursed statue against us. That would indeed be a disadvantage to us. No, we should try to defeat Pain now. Even if you cannot defeat him by yourself, you should wait for reinforcements. Why did you think I advised you to cooperate with those villages? Besides, for whatever reason one of the members of Akatsuki has retreated, even if she defeated that Kazekage girl. Konan? She defeated Tamari? Of course she would. But I thought you said that she was the most loyal of Pain's underlings. She is. Perhaps she was wounded. Perhaps there's something else in play. I don't know. Konan is a difficult person to fathom. I mean, the likes of Kisame and Hidan are easy enough to understand, but she joined Akatsuki for different reasons. Be on your guard, Kurama warned, before he fell silent again. The steady flow of chakra which the Baijuu provided seemed to increase a little, much to Naruto's pleasant surprise. He knew he needed the chakra. Either that, or he needed to find a moment of peace to gather more energy from nature. Naruto sighed. The whole plan revolved around defeating Pain. The real Pain. Naruto suspected that it was the one with the weird gravitational powers. A bounty hunter knows the target before the target knows the hunter, was a lesson which Kakuzu had drilled into Naruto's head. That is why we hold back our abilities while we can, so that we can keep the advantage even in case the enemy shows something unexpected. A basic lesson that Naruto had taken to heart at first, yet forgotten in his anger. The loss of Ajisai had made him reckless. Kurama had been right that showing the Jusaman cannon in the middle of Konoha had been unwise. And now, at the start of this battle, Naruto had immediately shown his strongest ability as well. Meanwhile, Pain had hidden so much of his true ability that Naruto was forced to analyze the man's style during combat. If Kakuzu had still been alive, Naruto knew that he would have been scolded to no end. I know, Kakuzu. Analysis is just as important a skill as any other offensive jutsu, Naruto played along with his oddly nostalgic train of thought. Why had killing that man felt so empty? Kakuzu had killed Kakashi, killed Sakura, and ruined his life. And yet he had seen that stupid proud expression when the man perished. Perhaps it was what Ajisai once uttered, hating a shinobi for executing a mission is just as pointless as hating a kunai for hitting its mark. Maybe that was why she had so easily accepted it when he told her that he came from Konoha, in spite of the things Konoha shinobi had done to the people of Ame. Kakuzu wasn't much different, in that contrast, as he only really cared about money. Money, which he usually obtained in the most efficient way possible. What happened to Team 7 was barely something personal to Kakuzu. Just another bounty, a mission issued by Zetsu the real perpetrator. Naruto told himself to keep calm, to keep analyzing Pain, to not allow himself to let hatred blind his senses. The gravitational Pain was less powerful than the times Naruto had met him before. Why? Was his chakra somehow spread over these bodies? If Kurama was correct, and these bodies were somehow controlled through those black rods, then it was likely that this assumption was correct. Regardless, their combined power was vast. Beyond what Naruto had expected. The varying, and otherworldly, abilities only made this even more against his favor. I gotta get back to the cannon, Naruto muttered. He couldn't allow the construct to be destroyed. The Jusaman cannon was too big an investment of chakra to surrender it easily. Yet, despite that fact, Naruto had still left a Moku Bunshin in control of the statue, using it as a decoy while he took down the unusual Pain that tried to approach the Pain which he had previously slain. Kurama had come with that suggestion, and although Naruto had to admit that it worked perfectly, as Pain had been caught completely off guard, the risk of using the cannon as a mere distraction was one which he didn't like all too much. The amounts of chakra poured in that single jutsu was enough to create a dozen wood dragons. And those things had a basic level of sentience, much unlike the Jusaman cannon, which needed to be controlled directly. It really sucks that I can't let the Jusaman cannon function as an automaton yet. That would require even more chakra, brat, Kurama suddenly decided to lecture his prison. With nothing else to do, the Baijuu at least found it entertaining to show the boy how little Naruto knew, compared to him. Giving both form and content to matter is already a difficult thing. That you instinctively found ways to provide those dragons with a limited form of intelligence is nothing short of impressive, considering how it is a skill that approaches what the Rikudo Sennin did with the Bamsu Sozo no Jutsu, creation of all things technique. which is common tongue for? Creating things out of nothing but your own chakra, you illiterate fool. Which requires more chakra for animated objects, Naruto nodded. That was something which he, even without the odd description, knew all too well. Adding a pre-programmed sort of consciousness to his jutsu increased the chakra cost. Wait. There are two options you have here. 1. You immediately go back to that statue of yours, and try to salvage it. I highly doubt that this pain would not have found some weakness in it by now, or otherwise gather the chakra to destroy it through some of his jutsu, but there's always a chance he didn't. And 2. Refuel. You've wasted quite a lot of your reserves on that statue. I'd prefer that you didn't expend too much of my chakra yet, not while pain hasn't shown all his cards. And without you taking the time to gather more chakra, your sage mode will not be lasting for that much longer. I'm sure that you can sense that. It is, however, a gamble. You'd risk losing that statue. But if he's able to take down the cannon, it won't matter if I get back there right away. Exactly. Because you'd be out of chakra, and ripe for the picking. Let it be known that Kurama wasn't known for his limitless optimism, and even less for embellishing his words. Naruto, however, had gotten somewhat used to it by now. Even appreciated Kurama's blunt input, as the creature was far older and had much more experience than him, although not arguably wiser. In this case, Naruto easily accepted that Kurama was correct, sage mode was indeed running out. And while gathering energy was easy enough, he couldn't gather while expending it at the same. Up till now, he had covered that weakness by using his dragons or cannon to keep his enemies at a distance. But against Pain wasn't an ordinary opponent. He wasn't an opponent he could afford to have weaknesses against. And worse, Pain wasn't even the opponent Naruto was willing to lay down his life for. Not unless he found a way to murder Zetsu beforehand, at least. Stopping Pain was an essential part of stopping Akatsuki, but it had little to do with Naruto's personal quest for vengeance. Zetsu had killed Ajisai. Zetsu was responsible for ruining both his old and his new life. Zetsu had. Naruto sighed. He closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. He had to keep his emotions in rein if he wanted to efficiently gather more chakra from nature. Submerging himself within the nigh endless ocean of energy always carried risks. Being overwhelmed by the energy was not something he could afford right now. His own chakra reserves were vast, for a human. They paled in comparison to Kurama, on the other hand. But even the mightiest of the Baijuu could not compare himself to the energy of the world itself. If Kurama's ominous words were true, only the Juubi could compare itself to such a vast power. To say that Nagato was annoyed was an understatement. Gods were not supposed to bleed, and Naruto just inflicted a wound. Somehow, and Nagato wasn't sure how, the boy had destroyed Jigakudo. The path capable of restoring the other paths. And that while the boy was still fighting 3 other paths at the same time. Senjutsu was truly an annoyance. It was something Nagato already knew, having gauged the strength of his old sensei. But the Senjutsu of which Jiraiya of the Sannin was capable paled in comparison to that which the boy showed. Perhaps it was because the boy, as a Jinchuriki, had far greater chakra reserves of his own, thus making the boost in power from Senjutsu exponentially greater as well. Oh well, it does not really matter now, Nagato spoke up, through Tendo. My powers have returned, and I gathered enough chakra now. It is time to end this silly little struggle, and teach the boy the errors of his way. The boy was skilled, and it was irking Nagato that he turned out to be an even better sensor than him, judging by the fact that he had apparently taken out Jigakudo from such range. Rinnegan or no, the link to nature that Naruto's Senjutsu offered was something beyond Nagato's abilities. In all aspects, Naruto had somehow surpassed himself within just this little amount of time. This Naruto was nothing like the one who had resided in Image-core for a while. Pain had made the boy grow. The gigantic statue lunged at Tendo, its massive hand attempting to grab the animated body. While it was an attack from behind, the shared field of vision ensured that the paths of Pain had practically no blind spots. As long as they were positioned well enough, at least. In the knowledge that Naruto was able to literally turn the environment in his advantage, Nagato had kept the 3 paths close, constantly watching each other's back. Tendo jumped up, and while he distorted the gravity around him, the body flew higher and higher. Almost as high as the giant bird which Shikushoto had summoned earlier, that was now overlooking the battlefields. The arrival of the Reikage had gone exactly as Zetsu had told. The man bought the deception, and relentlessly assaulted the old yet powerful Tsuchikage. At this rate the faster and younger Reikage would soon gain the upper hand. Along with the hundreds of white Zetsu, that would throw the battlefield in complete disarray. In spite of the numerical superiority of their enemies, Nagato hoped that Amigakura's forces would be able to exploit that advantage to the fullest. Likewise, the Mizukage and her forces were quickly losing ground. With Tsunade locked in combat with Jiraiya and the Kazekage taken out of the equation as well, Nagato knew that defeating Naruto would be the tipping point. The boy's defeat would break the spirit of the alliance. And while Jigakudo was taken down, Nagato had access to all the skills of each of his paths. All he needed to do was restore his 6 paths of pain, and he could wipe out this brittle shinobi alliance. Floating in the sky, Tendo looked down upon the frustrated boy who stood atop the wooden gargantuan. It was sturdy, extremely so. To a degree that even Shirato's rockets could not damage it badly enough for the boy not to be able to repair it. The statue was filled with a chakra which made Nagato hesitant of using Pretapath's ability. Who would know what risks Senjutsu chakra carried? Zetsu had mentioned Naruto's moments of insanity, before he had managed to master Senjutsu, even if the slippery spy had been silent about many other things. But strength did not matter. Size did not matter. Chakra was irrelevant. He was pain. He was God. He would teach the world the error of its ways. And the first lesson of pain would be to show that resistance was futile. The boy had taken down Jigakudo, but he would bleed for that transgression. He'd be an example for all to see. Shinra Tensei. It was always a calming sensation. That detached feeling he had after opening himself for the energy of nature. He used to be unable to control it, losing himself in the boundless realm of nature. But now he was somewhat accustomed to it. That intimate embrace with the world itself, it granted him power far beyond the limitations of regular people. Although he knew that he would never have been able to harness so much of nature's energy if not for his own vast reserves as a Jinchuriki. He couldn't imagine how Hashirama, who had not been a Jinchuriki, could have wielded such power. How a regular man could have become as strong as a Jinchuriki, the very people who contain the strongest chakra creatures known in the world. The Senju must have been a freak of nature, no pun intended, if he could master Senjutsu to the degrees which Madara had described. Ready? Naruto nodded in response to Kurama's question. Which was rather silly, now that Naruto thought about it. Kurama couldn't see him on the outside, could he? But since he was already rushing through the self-made forest, towards the clone he left battling the 3 pains, Naruto figured that Kurama would have understood his intent. Talking, right now, just felt like a waste of time. Naruto knew what he had to do. Sure, he could have gone after the 2 pains which kept themselves at a distance, gambling that those 2 were more fragile than the 3 which had gone on the offense, but Naruto didn't want to risk losing the Jusaman cannon. Sadly, he was too late. A fraction of a second after he noticed one of the pains, he thought it was the one which had the gravitational powers float up in the sky, Naruto was forced back by an absurdly powerful shockwave. A shockwave which cleaved right through the enormous statue. Its chest area was blown apart, as one of the other paths of pain launched a massive blast of chakra, as if firing some sort of overpowered chakra cannon. Naruto could only grind his teeth in frustration as he saw the cannon topple down. Moments after, his Moku Bunshine grew from the nearest tree, showing considerable damage. It was still able to talk, though. The cannon is powerful, but too slow. Even when I attack them from their blind spots, they still somehow manage to dodge, the clone reported. And while our opponent usually can't damage the cannon, pain is different. I figured, Naruto sighed. I'll have to change tactics, and use jutsu that are more subtle. And be a smaller target. The clone nodded haphazardly. Most of its left arm and shoulder was missing, and its neck had sustained damage too. The floating one with the gravitational powers was weakened for a while, but once he recharges he is easily the most dangerous. The other 2 cover for him. One can turn his body into a wide variety of weapons, including the cannon you just saw. The other. He paralyzed the cannon's arm. I think he did it by somehow absorbing the Senjutsu chakra that was in the arm. Absorb, weaponry, and gravitation, got it. Anything else? The clone shrugged and disintegrated, no longer able to sustain its form. Naruto grimaced. While the Kyuubi had warned him about this, Naruto had hoped that pain wasn't strong enough to actually do it. Naruto knew he had gotten lucky with destroying the first pain, as it had been a body which pain had sacrificed. The second one he had taken down due to deception. But how was he supposed to fight these 3 at the same time? Taking one of Ajisai's sealing cards out of his sash, Naruto hoped that this distraction would work. It wasn't much of a surprise that the 3 pains were standing back to back, each carefully keeping watch for Naruto to attack them. The clone's observation that the gravitation pain was vulnerable for a short while after he attacked didn't seem so strange anymore. If not for that weakness, Naruto was sure that pain would have gone on the attack already. Still, it might be deception. As unlikely as that seemed. Pain was someone who seemed to be accustomed to overwhelming his enemies with the gifts of his Rinnegan, and did not appear to be someone who often fought on the limits of his capacity. Still, one mistake, Naruto knew that was all it would take for him to lose against Pain. Then all you've got to do is make no mistakes, Kurama remarked. He has the advantage in the wide range of abilities, but I think you possess more chakra, brat. Don't doubt yourself while you should be focused on striking that fake god down. You were right. Thanks, Kurama. The three Pains stood back to back, covering for each other, but that was exactly the problem of their current situation. Naruto threw the seeds, and the three dodged, thinking that the chakra-laden objects were some kind of bombs. Naruto grinned at the realization that they weren't completely wrong. One of the Pains charged forward, the man's arm changing into some kind of bladed object. It was neither a sword nor a spear. Naruto dodged, but only just. So far, he had taken down two of the Pains due to deception, so it wasn't surprising that his next idea was based on the same concept. He didn't know whether or not they had realized that they had fought a clone, so it was reasonable to assume that they expected him to be injured or weakened. Naruto didn't know how much the Rinnegan could see, as this tactic would fail against any Hyuga, but he thought that this spur-of-the-moment idea was worth the gamble. The two other Pains fell back, the one of which the clone had suspected that he could absorb chakra covering for the noticeably weaker gravitational one. Both donning a confident smirk, just like the one which Naruto had dubbed the Swiss Army knife Pain, although none of the three felt as pleased as Naruto did at the discovery that their eyes couldn't see through him like the Byakugan would. If that had been the case, Pain would not have believed the injuries which Naruto faked. Naruto dodged another swing, this time not being able to avoid the hidden blade that followed in the attack. The gash on his chest was somewhat painful, more painful than it should have been. Already working on it, Kurama muttered lazily, as Naruto felt the chakra from the nine-tailed fox flow to the poison wound. Keeping the act up, Naruto moved somewhat slower than before the injury. Now he didn't bother to stay close. He jumped back, appearing to try to create distance. And Pain followed, only halting when it was already too late. It was obvious to Naruto that his opponent could see chakra, including that which he put into the plants. Pain saw the plants grow around him, but shrugged them off when they turned out to be too weak to hold him down. Tying you down wasn't my purpose, Naruto smirked. The habanero peppers which grew on the plant reached the end of their growth, and exploded into a biting cloud of dust. When Naruto had accidentally stumbled on this jutsu, which he named the Akai Chizio no Habanero, Red Hot Habanero, he had thought it could be effective against dojutsu. It turned out that he was right. Even if it was just a second of distraction, it was enough for Naruto. The other two Pains weren't really concerned by the pepper cloud, as the dust just fell out of the air when it came too close to the stocky Pain, confirming the theory which Naruto's clone had regarding chakra absorption. But the Swiss Army knife Pain was blinded. Naruto dropped the act, released the chakra he had been suppressing, and charged towards the man. With his connection to nature, Naruto didn't need his eyes to see his environment. His eyes closed, not to fall into his own trap, Naruto propelled his own wood-encased fist, plunging it straight into the piercing ornamented face of the unlucky Pain. The force of the impact broke the man. His head literally exploded to bits. It turned out he was completely machine-like, parts flying off him as he fell down, dead. Not that this Pain had been alive in the first place, but still. It was disabled now. One mistake, one mighty hit, and it was out of the equation. Much to the ire of the two remaining Pains. You're very strong. The Pain with the gravitation powers spoke up. No one has ever given Pain this much trouble before. No one else is as good as I am, Naruto smirked, creating a coffin around the fallen Pain and dragging it deeply under the ground. After the suspicions that one of the Pains could somehow restore the others, Naruto had decided to bury the ones he had beaten. He wasn't going to risk Pain still somehow having a trick up his sleeve that would enable him to revive the others again. With the two that were still hiding atop their supposedly invisible summon, Naruto had no idea what kind of crazy jutsu Pain was still holding back. Such impudence, Pain raised his arm, the flat of his hand pointing towards Naruto. Banshu Tenin. Heavenly attraction of all creation. Wide-eyed, Naruto felt his body move towards Pain. With a simple command, however, he created wooden binds which stopped him from getting too close. Still, the pull remained, and the other Pain tried to exploit that moment. Sutoroshi, Poison Ivy, Naruto grunted, stomping with his foot into the muddy soil. Plants sprouted underneath the feet of both pains, ending the pull as the gravitation pain evaded, enabling Naruto, in turn, to evade the attack from the chakra-absorbing pain. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, the latter pain growled out, visibly agitated by Naruto's tactics. True, Naruto knew that fire would be the greatest weakness to his wood-based techniques. Kakuzu had shown that on several occasions, often resulting in beatings for Naruto. But while he trained for himself, Naruto had no access to fire jutsu. He couldn't perform them by himself, nor could he ask Ajisai to use them against him. Sure, she had her explosive tags, but they were a far cry from a proper Kaden jutsu. Tags were, like the name implied, about the explosion, not about the fire. So Naruto was taken aback when Pain's flames hit his poison ivy. The resulting explosion forced him back, leaving his arms, which he held up in a futile attempt to block the flames, badly burned. Being caught completely off guard by the results of his own jutsu, Pain wasn't faring much better. Much worse, actually, as the damage done to Naruto was quickly healing. It was one of the advantages of being a Jinchuriki. Though Naruto's other arm was made out of tissue that responded to his Mokuton, making it easy to restore the damage. Aside from that, even while Naruto had been closer to the blast, Senjutsu also made him far more durable than Pain. Still, Gakido, Pretapath, was merely an animated corpse. Technically the body was brought back to life, even though it remained as soulless as any regular corpse. The main advantage, it felt no pain, even though its functionality was compromised to some degree. Senpo Mokuton, Cannon Riot, Sage Art would release, Cannon's hands, Naruto grunted, his teeth grinding while he tried to ignore the pain it caused of rushing so rapidly through the hand seals with his burned arms. He'd rather get stabbed than burned. Burns hurt like a bitch. From the earth underneath its feet, Gakido got surrounded by the two massive hands of the Juchiman cannon. One hand to negate jutsu, the other to kill whomever it was holding. Naruto had not expected to pull out this jutsu already, but knew that he couldn't keep holding this particular jutsu back, not while he was presented with this opportunity. Now the 5 were diminished to 1. Naruto noticed that the other Pain had used its jutsu, however weak it still was, to shield itself from the explosion. It had been forced in the direction where the other 2 were. The 2 who, much to Naruto's displeasure, were approaching rapidly. Meanwhile, Naruto felt that the captured Pain was still not dead. Damn, the hands won't kill this bastard, will they? He mumbled irritably. Incapacitate him, Kurama urged. You do realize he hasn't been able to drain the chakra from those hands, right? So use another jutsu that suppresses the usage of chakra. With a lack of time to figure out a way to kill a guy who negated any regular jutsu, Naruto could think of only one thing. With his hands in a ram seal, he shouted Senpo, Myojinmon, Sage Art, Gracious Deity Gates, knowing that it was a technique strong enough to keep even Kurama down, and if Madara's notes had been correct, it suppressed its target's usage of chakra as well. The hands of the cannon sank into the ground, but before Gakido could move, a number of red tori fell down atop of him, binding him. These red wooden gates weren't as large as the ones Naruto had used against Kurama, who was a far larger target, but did their job nonetheless. And now to get rid of you completely, Naruto created a dome which enveloped both Pain and the dozen of tori. With everything wrapped up, Naruto forced it to sink into the ground, just like he had done with the other corpses of the Pain. Glaring up, slightly winded from the rapid succession of jutsu, Naruto looking into the purple eyes of Pain. Impressive, Nagato stated with a voice calmer than his actual mood. But this is where your futile struggle ends. While Naruto didn't know that Nagato was the true Pain yet, not even knowing the first thing about the man called Uzumaki Nagato, he had immediately realized that something was off about the man. The other Pains all had those black piercings, and orange hair. But this Pain had straight red hair. The man's pale skin and emaciated appearance made him look sickly. If not for the chakra he radiated, Naruto would have dismissed the man as being no threat. Although it wasn't just the chakra. The man wore no Akatsuki cloak, revealing his thin body. Naruto could literally count his ribs. The man wore no cloak, however, because of the many black chakra rods that pierced his back. It made him walk a bit hunched, as if he needed to compensate for the weight. Your legs, Naruto frowned, sensing the familiar Zetsu tissue. The same kind which covered half of his own body. Shinra Tensei, the gravitation-wielding Pain, appeared next to Nagato, blasting Naruto into the woods behind, knocking the wind out of the younger Uzumaki. Banshu Tenin, Tendo followed with a second jutsu within a second, dragging Naruto back as if he was some kind of twisted human yo-yo. With fewer paths to control, Nagato could pour more of his chakra into Tendo, making it stronger and recover its powers at a faster rate. Being thrown around, Naruto could not stop himself in time. He landed in front of the one he had dubbed Skinny Pain, who proceeded to grab him by the neck. "And now it ends," Nagato announced calmly. Naruto couldn't stay calm when he felt the chakra being drained from him, twisting around and punching Pain in the gut. He got out of Pain's grip, but couldn't say he liked the amused smirk he saw. His eyes widened in shock when Pain's arm transformed into some kind of cannon, charging a massive amount of chakra. Naruto ran, wanting to evade a blast like that, but the other Pain stood in his way. Another Shinra Tensei followed, pushing Naruto back. Straight into the line of Pain's Shura no Ko, chakra propulsion cannon. "Do you see now that you never truly stood a chance, Uzumaki Naruto?" Nagato drawled. "Surrender, and bring peace to this war-torn world." "Never," Naruto spat out the blood that he had coughed up. The thunderous explosion had left him wounded, both his real flesh and his Zetsu tissue. Not that paused Naruto in any way. "Your false peace will only create a world of suffering and fear." "Foolish till the bitter end," Nagato sighed. "I had hoped you to be better than this. All the lies, the hypocrisy, the endless bloodshed, it is all caused by the current system. It needs to be brought down. And you'll be the final step towards peace." Nagato threw him back, and Tendo stabbed him with 2 rods. Naruto felt the foreign chakra seep into him, which felt even worse now that the rods were piercing his flesh. 2 in his shoulders, 2 in his back, 4 in his legs, and then Tendo nailed down Naruto's arms. "You fought valiantly, but ultimately your efforts were pointless." Nagato ignored the glare of the Jinchuriki. "I will make you see the futility of your actions," he gestured behind him, as the last embodiment of Pain stepped into the clearing. She had left her summon behind, as Nagato longer felt the necessity of keeping her invisible. The battle was already won. "You were destined to fail, Uzumaki Naruto," Shikushoto, Animal Path, spoke up. Her voice similar, and yet still so hauntingly different. Her appearance, with the orange hair and the Rinnegan, had changed so much. And yet it was clearly her. The moment she stepped away from the trees she had been hiding behind, Naruto had seen it. "Ajisai. Do not worry, Uzumaki Naruto. You have caused me much damage," Nagato kept speaking through the animated corpse of Ajisai. "After the Kyuubi is extracted from your body, you shall join the girl. Reunited, you two will live on as part of the 6 paths of pain." Nagato had overwhelmed Naruto in terms of power, breaking him just when Naruto had gotten a shimmer of hope that he could defeat Pain. In his victory, Nagato wished to completely subjugate the rebellious Jinchuriki. If Naruto's will was broken, it would be much easier to control him through the rods that paralyzed him. To see the fate of his deceased girlfriend. Nagato knew that Konan would object to this tactic. But she too would come to understand that it was a necessity. She knew all too well that the world of shinobi was ruled by hatred. Mutual understanding was an impossibility, a foolish dream of a foolish man, a dream which Jiraiya had almost abandoned. Loss and despair would break the Jinchuriki, after which the Kyuubi could be extracted. The chain of hatred would be broken, and then, if only it were for a short time, peace would return to the world. "I see peace," Ajisai whispered, seeing Naruto's tears. A very, very poor choice of words. Naruto's eyes widened, recalling her words. "Love, happiness, those are things that barely exist in Ame. There's too much violence, too much sadness," she had once confessed. She desired peace. A peaceful world which he had promised to give her. A world of peace in which they could grow old together, without sadness, without fear, a world of love and happiness. Naruto could never forget about her. How they had made love. How they had kissed and hugged. The words they had spoken, the promises they had made. He was all too aware of the 2 rings he wore, of his sash, the tangible proof of their time together. All those dreams. Pain had taken those dreams, and shattered them. The chakra receivers, embedded in Naruto's flesh, shattered along with them. The world around him shriveled, cowering in his rage. Trees withered and died. All the vegetation, all life that sprouted from the soil around him, it all perished. It no longer mattered. Nothing mattered. He dove deeper into the ocean of nature's energy than he had ever done before, abandoning himself completely, surrendering to the madness. The energy of nature, of the Kyuubi, of himself, it twisted and amalgamated into a sickening and dreadful chakra. With a roar, Naruto threw Tendo aside. With a roar, he released the chakra he drew from the world around him, without any regard for his well-being, or that of anything around him. Reckless rage brought by a pain even greater than that which he had felt when losing her. These insults, this horrible act of desecration, Naruto would never forgive it, never forget it, not until he drew his final breath. All throughout Amigakure, across the entire battlefield, people cowered as the repulsive empty presence washed over them. A chakra which even Seimata refused to absorb. The world held its breath, and its people could only follow accordingly. In fear, in despair, they would await what the rage of the strongest Jinchuriki would bring to their world. Pain had broken the will of Uzumaki Naruto, but Kunomori rose up. And in his wake he would leave a dead world, an empty forest, devoid of all hope in life. Chapter 19. Bleak. What the hell? What kind of booze did I drink to get such a terrible hangover? He blinked, attempting to make sense of the blurry images which his eyes sent to his brains. It was not alcohol, a voice replied. You're shitting me, he grumbled back, feeling wobbly on his legs. The giant headache told him a different story. Perhaps that's why he only froze up after seconds had passed. Tsunade? He couldn't help but mutter. Yes, Jiraiya, it's me. Did it work? A second, younger, female voice sounded weakly. Yes, Ino, it worked. You've made me proud, Tsunade smiled warmly at the injured Yamanaka. Jiraiya shook his head, trying to make sense of the situation. Bit by bit, his sight returned to him. What he saw confused him. It looked like a major battle had just happened. His clothes were a mess as well. Tsunade looked like hell, with a rather big wound on her shoulder which was still in the process of healing. A wound that looked far too much like the sort that his Rasengan inflicted. Don't tell me. I did that? The Toad Sage couldn't believe it. Is this some sort of crazy dream? He muttered, after his attempt to break the supposed genjutsu failed. It's not an illusion, dream, or alcohol-induced nightmare. Believe me, I've checked the situation on all three accounts. Tsunade turned to her old teammate. Are you free now? Free? What do you mean, free? That black rod you had in your chest, it acted as some kind of chakra receiver, the Senju explained patiently. You nearly killed Ino when she destroyed the darn thing. Nagato, Jiraiya cringed when the most recent of his memories returned to him. The discussion with Nagato, before his former student decided to show his true colors, about the possibility of Naruto, is it true that he's still alive? Jiraiya demanded. That his old students had turned into something that had to be stopped was a matter of priority, but nothing was more important than the fate of Minato's boy, Jiraiya's godson. Naruto has changed, but he is still alive, Tsunade frowned, confused by the new name. Surely you knew, since you were a part of Akatsuki just like he was. And who is this Nagato? I've never met Kunomori, nor did I ever meet any of the other members. Me being a part of the organization was supposed to be a secret, Jiraiya confessed. Nagato. He didn't completely trust Akatsuki. So he kept me in reserve, kept my connections to him and Konan a secret from all the others, while I acted as a spy for him. He doesn't trust Zetsu. Why did you join them, Jiraiya-sama? Ino decided to ask, ignoring the uneasy look on Tsunade's face. Losing someone dear to you is bad enough, but being blamed that you are responsible for that death is even worse, Jiraiya said bluntly. It was a coincidence that I met Konan, and I learned that Nagato was still alive as well. Those two being my old students, they were the only real bonds I still had left. It is why I decided to help them. Jiraiya, I'm sorry, yeah, I know you'd say that, Jiraiya said gruffly. You always mess up, and apologize later, Tsunade. But let's not waste time on living in the past. We've both done that for too long. The important thing right now is, where is Naruto? While I can see some merit in Nagato's plans to destroy the shinobi system, I'm not willing to sacrifice Naruto for that. Naruto is fighting pain, Ino grimaced. Whether it was because of the pain or the fact that she realized she had subconsciously dropped the suffix was something even she couldn't tell. He'll need our help. You two should stay here and heal up. Jiraiya turned towards the direction where he could feel an enormous amount of foul chakra. Whether he truly has Mokuton or not, Nagato is too powerful. Even with my full power, I doubt I can defeat him. You aren't going anywhere, Jiraiya, Tsunade commanded, grabbing the seemingly older man by his arm. I'm going to heal you first. You feel the magnitude of the brat's chakra just as well as I do. Whatever this pain, Nagato, or whatever his name is able of doing. If Naruto uses this much chakra, even we can't afford to just randomly jump into their battle. He uses Senjutsu, Tsunade. But Nagato has the Rinnegan Dojutsu. This is no joke. There is no time to waste, or we'd risk losing everything. Jiraiya looked her in the eye. And don't try to pull rank on me. I'm done with that crap. Nagato was not sure what he was supposed to think. He had defeated the Jinchuriki. He had bound the boy with his chakra receivers, completely overpowering the boy's chakra. Then he had seen the change, firsthand. The pain, the rage, but above it all, the love. The all-consuming desire for someone else. The boy's already unstable mind had collapsed yet had not broken. That love caused the boy such pain that its power transcended that of the bindings which Nagato had created. He had seen how the boy stood up, oozing with a chakra completely unlike that which he had possessed before. No longer filled with life, no longer a spreading, giving power, it now turned into a maelstrom that consumed all energy around him. The power had spiked, exploding outward, after which all the trees, all the plants, everything perished around them. It did not take a genius to realize that the boy had become a great danger now. A true challenge, even for someone as powerful as Nagato. Standing between Yahiko, the body that wielded the powers of his Deva path, and Ajisai, the body that wielded the powers of his animal path, Nagato decided to take a more defensive approach. To see what the boy would be capable of now. His skin had paled. Literally turned white. It felt odd, Naruto realized, as if it was a bit scale-like, thicker than usual. Had the Zetsu tissue from Tobi somehow spread itself? Naruto couldn't tell. Nor could he really care. It had fixed his injuries, so if nothing else he was glad that it had done this. He felt detached, empty and void of all by the all-encompassing grief he felt. Ajisai had died, killed by Zetsu, and then pain had turned her into one of his abominations. Idly, some part of his mind noted that the energy of nature felt rawer, more direct, than it usually did. Almost as if nature itself understood his pain, understood his rage, and provided him with the power he needed. Or was it his rage that subconsciously caused him to filter the energy until only this remained? Again, Naruto could not find himself to care. Looking at his enemy, Naruto only felt one desire. The desire to murder pain. Any other Jinchuriki would have sprouted a cloak of chakra, with tails worth of chakra, and have gone on an uncontrollable rampage. But the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai changed everything that was supposed to be normal. With all trees withered, Naruto found another target to push his chakra into. Several facts suddenly connected in his mind. The pride pain had in his power. The lessons Kakuzu had beaten into Naruto's skull about hunting proud targets. Then there were Pain's abilities, Banshu Tenin and Shinra Tensei. And lastly, an old Buddhist idiom that Naruto had once read. A perfect way to taunt his proud target, even if the meaning completely fit his own purposes. Shinra Banshu, Naruto spoke coldly. Shinra Banshu translated literally in all-covering forests and 10,000 things, but it was the Buddhist idiom related to the term that pointed at the meanings all of nature and all of creation. The latter fitted Pain more, with his Rinnegan. But the former. That was Naruto's area. Shinra Banshu, all-covering forests and 10,000 things. It was a perfect fit. Because what he used did indeed cover forests completely, did indeed cover objects beyond count. It was everywhere, in some form or the other. In spores, in yeasts, in molds, in mushrooms, it was everything. Once before he had experimented, trying to manipulate these tiny life forms through his connection to nature, yet at the time he had failed. Back then the result had been relatively innocent. It had caused skin irritation and had dismantled clothes, but back then Naruto did not have access to these amounts of the Kyuubi's chakra. Kurama's chakra already had a corrosive and aggressive quality to it, but combined with the already corrosive fungi it became truly devastating. He protected himself with a dense layer of chakra that had the same qualities as the chakra that empowered the Shinra Banshu, thus neutralizing it. But the cloud which spread through the area, it moved too quickly and spread too fast for Pain to avoid it. The one which Naruto suspected to be the real Pain absorbed the chakra behind the jutsu, escaping the threat. The one which had formerly been Ajisai disappeared in a cloud of smoke, seemingly reverse summoning herself to another location. But the one with the gravitational powers. Pain's favorite path, the animated corpse of his best friend, Yahiko. There was nothing to protect it from Naruto's wrath. The cloud covered the Deva path, and its Shinra Tensei was but a delay for the inevitable. The corrosive cloud bit into Tendo's flesh, eating it away, exposing its bones to the bare eye. The real pain shouted in anger, but was powerless to prevent his friend's body from being reduced to little more than dust. Much like everything else around Naruto was turned to dust. Shinra Banshu made no distinction. Everything other than the chakra that empowered it was merely fuel to feed the ravenous microorganisms within the cloud. While he would not say it out loud, Naruto felt some shreds of relief in the knowledge that Ajisai's corpse wasn't reduced to nothingness. If possible, he wanted to give her a proper burial. And lay beside her once his task was done. He'd create the world of peace which he had promised her, before he'd join her in the afterlife. Seeing that Shinra Banshu was not going to harm the real pain, Naruto ended the jutsu and switched to the next. The jutsu had done its job, both in its effects and the taunting name, at aggravating pain. Nothing went as it was supposed to go. The plan was to defeat Amigakure, to force Akatsuki out of their hidey hole. Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, was their target. They'd go after him, she knew. And from what she heard through the Yamanaka which had been assigned to her squad, that fight had already commenced a little while ago. But overrunning the defensive lines of the Ame forces had not gone as smoothly as she had hoped. Then again, she already had concluded that nothing in this little war went as it was supposed to. The moment of the 5 strongest hidden villages uniting against a common threat was nothing short of unique. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She honestly hoped this would not be the end of that alliance, although she wasn't naive enough to presume that the alliance would last after the common threat had been removed. Still, there was nothing wrong with a little hope, was there? She had really hoped this alliance could improve the relations between their villages on a more permanent basis. At least, what would be left of the allies? The allied forces were in complete confusion due to all the fake shinobi that were attacking randomly. Friends turned on each other, out of nothing but the suspicion that the other might be one of those fakes. Sadly, only a small percentage of those who perished reverted to the white plant-like creatures responsible for the chaos. What was worse, however, was that if friends could be turned into enemies. There was no shortage of grudges between the 5 villages. No shortage of personal vendettas, resulting of the varying missions which the village undertook to weaken the other villages even in time of peace. Not that the current peace was truly peaceful anyway. From the shadows they still fought, even though they carefully avoided incidents that could trigger open war. It was a status quo which would be continued as long as no single village truly had the upper hand. In the current chaos, however, that status quo was all too easily forgotten. She had already executed several shinobi of her own village that had been foolish enough to fight an ally. Not that she had the overall command, but she had enough authority to issue the orders necessary to protect the alliance against the foolishness of her own village's troops. Sadly, her efforts had mostly been in vain. Iwa, Kiri, Suna, and Konoha fought against Amigakure, maintaining some sort of unified front even though their plant-like enemy, she thought Naruto had identified him as Zetsu, disrupted everything. But Kumagakure was a wholly different story. Shortly after Zetsu began his devilish work, a small contingent of Kumo shinobi, no more than a dozen men and women, struck the Iwa forces in the flank. Led by the Raikage himself, none was able to halt their advance. None but her grandfather, whose jutsu had taken out 3 Kumo shinobi in one strike. The Raikage, had escaped it due to his inhuman speed, but his bodyguards had not been so lucky. At that point Aniki had ordered his granddaughter to stay out of his fight, and focus her efforts on killing the remainder of the Kumagakure traitors. While he had been seemingly easygoing and mellow, the white-haired and dark-skinned man called Daru had proven himself to be a very annoying enemy. Even when all his allies had fallen to Iwa hands, it had taken Kurotsuchi quite some effort to turn the man into the smoldering pile of lava which he was now. Too many good shinobi and kunoichi had lost their lives in this pointless skirmish. A skirmish of which the reason was a complete mystery to her. Why would they believe that Iwagakure had taken the Hachibi, when all knew that Akatsuki had stolen Kumo's Jinchuriki? It made no sense at all. Kurotsuchi had even been surprised to see that the Kumo nin hadn't been Zetsu's clones. Returning to where she had left her grandfather, Kurotsuchi intended to see how she could aid him. While he was old, and suffered from a back problem, Ryotenbin no Aniki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage, was a formidable shinobi. Far stronger than Kurotsuchi knew herself to be. But if she could sufficiently impress him, perhaps he'd let her take over his hat. Everyone knew that it wouldn't hurt to have a little change in leadership in Iwagakure, if only to break their old and inflexible as stone itself traditions. At least, the younger generation, to which Kurotsuchi belonged, thought so. Aniki's generation had quite different views, and rather stuck to their current position until their bones would finally turn to dust. The sight of the one-armed Raikage made the young woman smile viciously. The fool had chosen to attack them, rather than give the aid he promised. He deserved no less. The smirk just as quickly left her face, however, when she saw a small bundle of blooded cloth which looked far too much like. "Gee, Gramps?" Kurotsuchi whispered. "No. You can't." She was cut short when the sweating and heaving Reikage turned and tried to attack her. The man was fast, proving that his claim to the title of being the fastest shinobi alive was no idle boast. Kurotsuchi was not alone, however. Perhaps he wasn't as fast as the Reikage had he been in full health, but in the man's current injured and worn condition Akatsuchi was more than able to get a grip on the man's arm. The Reikage was no tiny man, but the large and imposing Akatsuchi towered over him. His dark eyes burned with a fury which Kurotsuchi had never seen before in the usually so jovial and cheerful man. Yet, she knew how fiercely loyal the man was to her grandfather to the point where he had earned the title of being the Tsuchikage's shield, even though he was barely older than she was. The Reikage may have had the elemental advantage, with earth being weak to lightning, but Akatsuchi was too enraged to care about something as petty as the burns on his massive stone-clad hands. If the Reikage was known as the fastest shinobi alive, Kurotsuchi suspected that her friend Akatsuchi could very well claim the title of being the physically strongest shinobi alive. His hold on the Reikage was unwavering. His fist descending on the man who murdered her grandfather was like a mountain falling from the skies. With one thunderous blow, the citizen of stone brought the ruler of the clouds to his knees. "Kurotsuchi, now!" he barked out. Rabbit, ox, dog, snake, never in her 18 years of life had she gone through these hand seals as swiftly as she did now. The realization that her grandfather had died spurred her to new heights. Superheated and condensed, she spat out quicklime at her target. "Yotan, Sekaigyo no Jutsu, lava release, quicklime congealing technique," she hissed. It encased the Reikage, scorching his skin, but burning the man had not been her primary objective. While she avoided hitting her teammate with the quicklime, the Reikage was mostly covered with the quickly hardening material. This was all part of the plan. No hand seals were needed, no words were wasted, she simply lunged at the bulking man and engulfed him in flames, forcing Akatsuchi to let go of the man at the last possible moment. Fast as he was, Ace still got out alive. Had Kurotsuchi taken the time to use a water jutsu to completely cool down the lime, he would have been dead. Not that he was in a much better state right now. His dark skin showed blisters, burns covered most of his body. The proud leader of Kumagakure fell to his knee, gasping, spitting out blood. Old Aniki had been an extremely experienced opponent, the worst enemy for the rash Reikage, even though the old Tsuchikage still had his moments of disorientation ever since he had been targeted by Danzo's Sharingan. The latter had proven to be a costly distraction. Speed had determined the outcome of the battle, but still it had cost the Reikage. His arm had been caught in one of the disintegrating attacks. Now, the old man's granddaughter continued Aniki's work. Before he could recover, A realized that Kurotsuchi stood in front of him. A, desperate to avenge the brother he mistakenly believed to have been slain by Iwa's forces, could do little to avoid the inevitable. He lacked the stamina and the chakra to activate his lightning shroud one final time. His injuries, both external and internal, were too grave. The last thing which the Yondaime Reikage of Kumagakure saw was the kunai descending to his skull. Ironic, how vengeance ended his quest for vengeance. Shinra Banshu. It was a taunt that didn't escape Nagato's notice. Vexing as it was, it paled in comparison to what the jutsu did. Yahiko, the friend that had died due to the treasonous actions of Hanzo and Danzo, the friend he had lost all those years ago, it felt as if he just now lost him again. 5 out of 6 paths had been lost. One of them had been sealed and buried, one of them was lost and not even Nagato knew what happened to it, and the others destroyed and out of his reach. Possessing the powers of the Naraka path changed nothing about his current situation. Shinra Tensei, Nagato growled. The boy was far more trouble than he ever expected him to be. It wasn't like the boy was a properly trained Jinchuriki, like the Jinchuriki of the Rakubi. And that Jinchuriki had fallen without even permanently destroying a single path. Had he been overconfident? Nagato didn't think he had. And even if he had not, who would have been there to help him against such an enemy? Konan held a crippling disadvantage, with Naruto seemingly able to completely counter her paper, dead wood, the boy had called it. Zetsu was too weak. Kisame? Seimata gave the swordsman a fearsome advantage against any truly strong opponent, but Nagato didn't delude himself into thinking that was enough. As the boy was right now, Kisame would have been slaughtered within minutes. That left only his old sensei. But Jiraiya had been needed in order to stop the Hokage from interfering. For the first time since years, Nagato considered the necessity of backup. But there wasn't anyone able, or trustworthy, available. Nagato tried to estimate how durable these new legs were. Well, not that they were completely new, but the Zetsu-like material which encased his normally crippled legs enabled him to walk. He wasn't as fast and nimble as he wished he was, but with the abilities that he had at his disposal, Nagato didn't truly need to dodge any jutsu. He could simply absorb or repel anything. And yet, the trees which the boy grew weren't green, weren't full of life as they had been before. They were gray and dead, filled with thorns that were dripping with some kind of venom, the sorts of which Nagato rather would not find out what they did. His body was, in spite of everything, still rather frail. In hindsight, it had been a terrible decision to humiliate the boy by showing him his late girlfriend's corpse. It had nearly broken his resolve at first, but something about what Shikushoto had said had caused the Jinchuriki to lose himself in this rage. A last stand which was as vexing as it was impressive. Never had Nagato imagined anyone to possess these quantities of chakra. It was simply unfathomable that a human body could tolerate the strain of such a burden. He scowled when Naruto launched a particularly massive attack, while Nagato found himself completely surrounded by the thorn-wearing dead trees. The timing had been flawless, too soon after the previous usage for Nagato to resort to Shinra Tensei. Likewise, the amount of wood was simply too vast to counter with the abilities of the Preta Path. Not all of the mass could be absorbed fast enough. Still, whatever the boy threw at him, Nagato couldn't think of it as anything less than utterly pointless. In a cloud of smoke, his enemy escaped from the trap which Naruto had constructed. These woods, which he called the Shinrin, lifeless forest, were dangerous. Even if someone like Pain must have seen the danger of the thorns, it would prove difficult to avoid them. But it was unexpected that he could just remove himself from that spot. Now that Naruto thought about it, Ajisai's body had shown a similar ability when it escaped the Shinra Banshu clouds. He scowled angrily. How could he forget that the real Pain possessed all these abilities? That should have been obvious at this point. Then again, he was too angry to really think things through. So he just tore through the dead forest that he had just spawned, rushing to the place where he felt Pain's chakra signature. Only to find the hunched man throw some kind of black ball of chakra into the sky. Shibaku Tensei, Pain panted, hands clasped together and visibly exerting himself. The tiny black orb of chakra floated high, but suddenly exerted a tremendous amount of chakra. A pull that tore open the earth underneath Naruto's feet, and pretty much everywhere else as well. Huge chunks of rock and the muddy soil of Ame flew towards the tiny orb. Inoiki stared up in the sky, much like the rest of the shinobi gathered on and around the battlefield. He was in the same state of disbelief as the appalled civilians back at camp that lay just outside the war zone. Ninjutsu could take many shapes, depending on the skill and power of the user. While he wasn't exactly lacking in terms of experience, and had seen his fair share of insane ninjutsu, Inoiki had never dreamt this could happen. Something like this shouldn't be possible. The Yamanaka, just like the flabbergasted shinobi around him, stared up to the mass of stone which was shaping. A new moon was created. Is this the power of Akatsuki? Inoiki felt worried. Not for himself, but for his daughter. She was in that area, and currently not responding to his attempts to contact her. He could sense Naruto's overwhelming power, although it had become dark and vile undoubtedly because the boy was tapping into the chakra of the Kyuubi. Still, what could even he do against a man capable of creating a new moon? There were times when things went according to plan, and there were times like these, when everything went to shit. He knew better than anyone that this fight would be a difficult one. The raw advantage in terms of chakra capacity held little meaning against an opponent who could wield the Rinnegan to such a degree. Still, that was not why his situation had changed into a disaster. No. The boy had seen what the fool who called himself Pain had done to the boy's mate. And as if that hadn't been enough, the animated corpse of the girl had spoken words all too similar to those which she had spoken in life. The memory had warped the boy's mind into state which even the most wrathful of the Bijou would pause at. Rinnegan was bad, but Mokuton was perhaps even worse to them. And that resulted in the current mess. Kurama, the nine-tailed Bijou, the one who boasted to be the greatest and most powerful of his brethren, had been reduced to nothing but a slave. And the worst of it all was that the boy didn't even consciously cause this. In his rage, the brat had simply drained his surroundings from energy, and had subconsciously also targeted Kurama. Imprisoned, surrounded by trees, the monstrous fox had no way to escape. More humiliating, his attempts at resisting the chakra drain had resulting in absolutely nothing. And still he couldn't get himself to hate the brat for it. Had the brat not been hurt in such a despicable way, he would have continued to cooperate with Kurama. There wasn't much deceit in the boy, in spite of all his distrust. Kurama, after all, had first-row seats to everything which happened within the boy's mind. The way the boy was lost in his own pain and anger, to a point beyond all reason. Understanding what drove the boy, however, didn't make the current situation any better. The fox, entangled in so many tree roots that his orange fur was barely visible at this point, could only watch in horror as the boy was trapped in the miniature moon which the Rinnegan wielder created with his Chibaku Tensei. Damn. I guess this is the point when those humans say that there is nothing left to lose, Kurama spat bitterly. Spitting out blood, while feeling the same liquid running from his nostrils as well, Nagato knew that this jutsu was pushing his body past its limits. The inert Shakushoto had slumped down, as Nagato stopped emitting chakra to it, needing every bit of it to make the Chibaku Tensei as powerful as he could. This jutsu was his trump card, but in any other situation he would have avoided using it. It put too much of a strain on him. The damage to his body would definitely mean that the day of his death was pulled forward significantly. Suppose that he wouldn't die at the boy's hands or in the process of using the Geto Mazo to complete his plans for world peace. This thin and sickly-looking body would reach the end of its lifespan sooner rather than later. However, the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko was not the sort of opponent against whom he could afford to hold back this jutsu. Nagato could see that the boy's reserves were slinking with each jutsu, yet at the current rate the boy would still outlast him. This forced Nagato's hand. Nagato knew that his victory was inevitable, he knew it from the very moment this battle started, but the cost of the victory was unexpectedly high. Losing so many of the paths, being forced to use Chibaku Tensei, nothing really went as he had planned it. Just like I never planned for you to betray me, Nagato added tersely, using the ability of Asura Path to grow an extra set of arms. Arms which caught the Sennin before he could plunge the spiraling orb of chakra in Nagato's back. Do you hate me, Jiraiya-sensei? Nagato. Why do you people keep struggling against the inevitable? Because we'd rather die than see the people we care about suffer, Nagato, Jiraiya grunted, trying to free himself from the iron grips of the mechanical arms. Care. Love creates bonds, which in turn cause suffering when they are broken. Nagato nodded toward the mass of earth and stone in which he had sealed the Jinchuriki. He loved that girl to the point that he lost his mind when he learned about her fate. The power of his rage was impressive, but ultimately his rage only led to his own downfall. Blinded by his love, he walked straight into the range of the Chibaku Tensei. Have you truly forgotten why you took control of Akatsuki after Yahiko perished? Jiraiya asked with a tone of bitter disappointment. I should have seen this sooner. I should have tried to help you. Help? Nagato gave a humorless chuckle. Where was help when Konoha Shinobi butchered my family, sensei? Where was help when Danzo and Hanzo betrayed us, and Yahiko died? No, sensei. We do not get help in this world. Power is necessary to defend oneself in this world. At the same time, power is what drives this accursed system, what continues all the conflicts and wars. That is why I continued Akatsuki. And in the process you began to oppose everything Yahiko stood for. Jiraiya chalked when Nagato's hand squeezed his throat shut. It seems like you failed to understand the lesson which pain teaches. Do try to lecture me on that, Jiraiya snarled. In hindsight he wished he had let Tsunade heal him first, rather than stubbornly rushing off on his own. Rasen. Hush. With a flick of his wrist Nagato slapped the half-baked Rasengan away. With Chibaku Tensei having come to its completion, with the Jinchuriki sealed inside, there was no reason why he couldn't use his real arms anymore. Now. Let's see what your pitiful life has taught you. Nagato's hand rested atop Jiraiya's head. Naruto's performance with Senjutsu had made Nagato curious to learn more about it, and who better to extract such knowledge from than a senin like Jiraiya. He felt tired. The world had gone dark. Stones and earth were pressing against him with a force that made his current position rather uncomfortable. Worse, he could barely move to make himself a bit more comfortable. Was this it? Was this all he amounted to? Was everything that happened going to end in such a shitty way? He looked back at the split life he had led. A relatively happy and innocent childhood, growing up amidst the Yamanaka clan, nearly inseparable from Ino. The worst aspect about those years was the fact that he was a Jinchuriki. The cold looks, the if they got the chance shop owners who forced him either to pay absurd prices or threw him out, the kids who thought they could pick on him because the adults said he was an abomination. Those bad aspects paled in comparison to the warmth and love from the Yamanaka. At that time he had needed no one's acknowledgement aside from Ino's. All that had come crashing down when his team had been slaughtered. All because they were after him, the Jinchuriki, the child with such vast amounts of yang chakra that Zetsu wished to use him for his accursed schemes. That's when the regrets had started to pile up. The bounties which he had collected, like the unfortunate Yamanaka Kiyoami, were fresh in his mind. Though there were things that hurt deeper. Obviously, the first person who came to mind was Ajisai. Naruto blamed himself. Blamed himself for loving her, and the danger it had put her in. Blamed himself for not having taken her along, and somehow find a way to smuggle her out of Ame. She shouldn't have died. He should have been there to protect her. Perhaps that was the price he needed to pay for the sins he committed. He hadn't been able to convince Guren to abandon her foolish loyalties, nor had he truly pressed her to do so. Her fate, becoming Orochimaru's host, had practically been his fault. Though, he couldn't feel nearly as much guilt about that as he did about Fu's death. The poor Jinchuriki had suffered a life worse than his, and he had killed her. He had killed her because he followed Akatsuki, both out of free will and by force. Her death was even more painful to him because he had abandoned Akatsuki so shortly after the Nanabi had been extracted from her. Her death weighed heavily on his conscience. Naruto knew that, at some level, everything that had happened had been influenced by others. But not Fu. Capturing Fu, leading her to her death, it had been his decision. Regrets. Ajisai, Fu, Guren, and even his old team came to mind. People who died because of him. Though not all suffering ended in death. He had forgotten his old life, and who knew how badly he had hurt Ino because of it. Forgetting the girl he had spent most of his life with, whom he had just called his girlfriend before that fated day of his disappearance, it was one of the things he hated Zetsu most for. Ino had not deserved to suffer such pain and loss. And now that he remembered he had already become cursed, tainted by his wrongdoings. He had lost Ajisai, how was he supposed to know what to think about Ino? How was he supposed to just pretend like he was his old self? He couldn't. He didn't want to, either. Ino was better than that. She deserved someone in her life who wasn't as horrible as he was. She deserved to be loved by someone free of sin. After all, had it not been for the promise he had made to Kushina, he knew he would have killed Ino at the moment he had first seen her, wrongfully blaming her for Ajisai's death. That was another one of his regrets, and a desire which bubbled up in his mind to apologize to her, even though he knew that it was futile to think such things now that he knew he was so close to his death. Still, he wished he could have talked to his mother a bit more. Huh. I sound like I've completely giving up already, Naruto idly thought to himself. This lethargic feeling which he couldn't shake off made him indifferent about the whole situation. He knew he was trapped. He knew that if Pain had his way, Kurama would be sealed into that damnable statue, throwing the world into an unprecedented state of chaos and death. That stood completely at odds with the promises which he had made to Ajisai, but also with those he made to his mother. Never give up, Naruto. Never lose hope. You are stronger than that. Don't give in to this despair. That was what Kushina had told him. And yet he had given up. And why not? Death wasn't something Naruto feared. In fact, it was rather something he longed for. He'd see Kushina again, after he would die. Would he meet his father as well? Naruto hoped so. He really did. Although there were some complications in that matter, though nothing on which he could act at this very moment. Still, he'd have a chance he'd meet his parents again. And once he was in the afterlife, he would see Ajisai again as well. Or is she stranded here, in the world of the living, because of what Pain did to her? The macabre thought struck in his mind like a bolt of lightning. It banished all thoughts of dying and living a peaceful existence in the hereafter. How could he think of rest, when Ajisai might still be suffering? Could he lull himself into this false tranquility, when her body was still used as one of the paths of pain? Beyond that, he had made promises. And he would never go back on his word. Despair, loss, sorrow. Those things were irrelevant. Even if it was merely a possibility, a wild theory, he could not enter the afterlife with the idea of his precious people not being safe. How could he give in to those foolish emotions? Something within him broke. He didn't even realize that it had been an extremely complex and subtle illusion, as Pain had exploited Naruto's berserker state of mind. Naruto had not just stepped into a trap by walking into the range of the Chibaku Tensei. No, with Shikushoto still at his disposal, Pain had wanted to be completely sure that his jutsu would capture Naruto. There had been no excuses, no room left to underestimate the Jinchuriki. Pressed toward the artificial center of gravity, entombed within vast amounts of rock and earth, trapping Naruto within a genjutsu was overkill. Or so Pain thought. So that is the truth behind the boy. Who would have known, Nagato mumbled, more to himself than to the old man whom he held in his hand. Being the Yondaime's son definitely explains why he turned out to be such an annoyance. And why you reacted so irrationally when you heard rumors about his survival, sensei. Jiraiya wasn't able to do much more than glare back defiantly. With the grip on the man's soul, however, Nagato knew very well what his old teacher felt. Very well, it's not as if I gave you no chance to join us. Goodbye, sensei. Nagato had already drained most of Jiraiya's chakra, so the only thing which now helped the man. His indomitable will. Although Nagato realized that he wouldn't have had as much trouble dragging on the man's soul if he hadn't been so exhausted. A loud cracking sound was the first thing that made Nagato pause. Then the rocks started to fall. Debris fell from the heavens, wrecking the already torn up soil even further. That which had been pulled out by Nagato's jutsu now fell. Struck with a sense of dread, Nagato's Rinnegan slowly followed the falling soil, all the way up to the source. His ripple-patterned eyes widened when he saw a massive wooden arm stick out of the artificial mini-moon which he had made with Chibaku Tensei. Then the chakra exploded, just as the mini-moon exploded. The wooden Buddha-like gargantuan showed itself, its right hand crushing the core of the Chibaku Tensei. As the jutsu struggled to continue its existence, so did it strain Nagato. Spitting out blood, his vision blurring from the exhaustion, Nagato was forced to end the jutsu. All the rock and soil which still hovered high in the sky now fell, as a gruesome homage to the jutsu's name, planetary devastation. Amidst the onslaught, Naruto fell, his Jusaman cannon fell. Nagato sighed in relief when he saw that the hastily created construct did not survive the impact of crashing into the earth. The sound of the wood tearing apart was sweet music to Nagato's ears. There is still a chance. Now, if only the boy stays down. The words which Nagato mumbled to himself were cut short when the ground underneath him burst open. Dropping Jiraiya, Nagato jumped back to dodge the wooden tentacles. A dome of wood pushed itself to the surface, splitting in two halves and revealing a blooded and fatigued Uzumaki. Naruto's flak jacket was practically torn to shreds. He absent-mindedly tore the last parts of it from his torso as he shakily walked towards Jiraiya. The Jinchuriki was essentially bare-chested, as his long-sleeved shirt was barely in any better condition than the former flak jacket. The parts of his upper body which consisted of Zetsu tissue had repaired themselves quickly enough, but the parts which were truly Naruto were covered with bruises and cuts. Good, he's still alive, Naruto panted, glancing at his utterly exhausted godfather. Struggling against someone who tries to tear your soul out was something which classified as extremely taxing. A weary and weak grin was all the response Naruto got from the man, before he passed out. Reaching out with his senses, Naruto realized that the man was still alive but likely suffering from severe chakra exhaustion. I guess he'll need a medic soon. He turned to look at Nagato. That means that I have to cut our time short, pain. Big words, Nagato said more calmly than he felt. In spite of the tattered condition of his opponent, Nagato knew that his situation was little better. Perhaps even worse, considering how his body hadn't exactly been in prime condition anyway. While his ability to walk had returned thanks to Zetsu, Nagato was still skin and bones. That single usage of Chibaku Tensei had already strained him to the point of multiple internal injuries. Meanwhile, Naruto's power was growing again. How did he escape? It was rumored that the Sage of the Six Paths himself used this jutsu to trap the Geto-Mazo. How can it be that this boy, who shouldn't even be a properly trained Jinchuriki to begin with, was able to break free? Even if his Mokuton Kekkei Genkai enables him to beat the Kyuubi into submission, it would not be aiding the boy voluntarily when he got trapped. Would it? Nagato frowned. Of course it would. The alternative would be that the Kyuubi got extracted from its Jinchuriki, and sealed within the Geto-Mazo. Of course it would deem that fate worse than its current condition. All of a sudden Kisame and Konan appeared in a cloud of smoke. Nagato, we need to hurry, Konan urged. He's stalling, buying time to refill his chakra reserves. Yeah, the kid definitely became stronger than we expected him to be. Then we should, Nagato started, but once again Naruto cut him off. This time not by an exploding artificial moon, but simply with laughter. You've got to be shitting me, Naruto chuckled. The mighty pain can't tell the difference between the real ones and the fakes? Konan and Kisame scowled at his words, clearly they had hoped that Naruto wouldn't spoil the surprise like this. Nagato took a closer watch, and noticed the small differences in their chakra patterns. Zetsu, what is the meaning of this? Well, it came to my attention that you're losing your battle, Nagato. The Konan Zetsu shrugged, with a very uncharacteristic smirk donning Konan's face. Yeah, it's truly a big letdown, you know, the Kisame Zetsu had the same malicious grin, but in this case it looked rather natural. We really thought you could take him down, Nagato. Quit fooling around, and help me against the Jinchuriki. Nagato narrowed his eyes, glaring at the far too relaxed Zetsu. He wasn't sure what they were planning, but their words were obvious lies. Why? Had Zetsu expected him to lose? What part of which plan was that? Nagato was guarded, yes, but at the same time he was looking at the wrong place. The attack didn't come from behind. He had not been Zetsu's target. No. A strange gurgle alerted Nagato. Poor Naruto-kun, so tired. And so fragile without his Shinjutsu, the Konan Zetsu sniggered. Had we been any later, Naruto-kun would have been too weak to use properly. The Kisame Zetsu looked at Nagato. His plans truly are a work of genius. Nagato saw Uzumaki Naruto fall to his knees, his face contorted as if he was suffering an excruciating pain. From the ground underneath the boy's feet a black substance was creeping up his legs. The Jinchuriki struggled, but it didn't take long. The black substance spread quickly, all over the right side of Naruto's body. The boy screamed when the substance reached his face, but after that he fell silent. Until an all too familiar laugh broke the silence. I knew the boy was strong, but he keeps exceeding my expectations. Zetsu, bring me more of your copies. I need chakra. Just bring them close enough so that I can drain them with one of Naruto-kun's Mokuton jutsu. Aye, the Kisame Zetsu saluted. Why Zetsu kept up the charade was something beyond Nagato's understanding, but the wider half had always been rather silly. Apprehensively, Nagato watched as Black Zetsu flexed his new host's muscles. They had all been playing like puppets on Zetsu's strings. What was his true plan? Nagato couldn't tell. Worse, he was inclined to believe that he would not be a part of those plans. And he was currently rather defenseless. Exhausted, 5 of his 6 paths of pain destroyed, Nagato knew he'd have to act very carefully now. Especially now that Black Zetsu seemed to rapidly replenish its chakra reserves. Perfect, a grin spread over Black Zetsu's half of the face, as well as on that of Naruto himself. As if Zetsu wanted to demonstrate how complete his control over the boy's body was. No. Not perfect. Not yet. You do seem to be missing something, Konan Zetsu nodded pensively, obviously mocking Nagato. But what? Yes, it seems that your usefulness has come to an end, Nagato-kun, Black Zetsu said darkly. It is time for you to return those lovely eyes I so gracefully lent you. Chapter 20. Resurgence. The eyes. You lent me? For a moment Nagato didn't know what to think, what to say, and least of all what to do. Had Zetsu truly used him to such an extent? Had he merely been a puppet, his entire life? Every fact he had taken for granted in his life suddenly seemed to be contested, challenged by this single statement from Zetsu. Well duh, the Kisame Zetsu rolled his eyes. You really think that you were just randomly born with a dojutsu as rare and powerful as the Rinnegan? We needed someone to carry those eyes, Konan Zetsu agreed. And there was a shortage of Uzumaki, so we were left with little choice. Things would have gone smoother had that toad sage not approached you, Black Zetsu groused. After White Zetsu posed as Konoha Nin and murdered your parents, I thought it would have been best to leave you wallow in despair for a little while. Obviously that had been a mistake. Still, you had enough rage in your heart to make you easily manipulable. You killed my parents? Yep, and wait until he explains the part of intercepting the messengers that went between Hanzo and Danzo, Konan Zetsu chirped, planting another proverbial dagger in Nagato's heart. No time. Let's just pluck out his eyes and get it over with, Black Zetsu said, steering Naruto's arms into forming a familiar hand seal. As if I would allow you to do that, Nagato growled, preparing his attack. My parents, Yahiko, you've been the cause of it all. Kisame Zetsu wagged his finger chidingly. You still don't understand your situation, do you? All of a sudden Nagato's legs gave out, leaving him sprawled over the ground. He could feel his chakra reserves evaporate, what little chakra he had stolen from Jiraiya now being stolen from him. Why did you think I offered you those legs? Black Zetsu chuckled. The Zetsu tissue which had encased Nagato's crippled legs turned into a butter-like substance, slithering over the ground until it reached the feet of Naruto and Black Zetsu, taking nearly all of Nagato's chakra along with it. The leech and the Jinchuriki walked over to Nagato, kneeling next to the fallen leader of Akatsuki. Although Nagato only now realized that he had never truly been the leader of Akatsuki at all. Only a puppet, manipulated with invisible strings. I guess this is the moment when I say. Game over. Did you hear that joke about the injured vegetable? Some say he got beat, Kisame Zetsu added. You really have a horrible sense of humor, Black Zetsu sighed tiredly. And an even worse sense of timing. Well, at least. A thunderous explosion tore both Kisame Zetsu and Konan Zetsu apart. Before Black Zetsu fully realized what was going on, due to the dust and smoke that had blinded him, Nagato was already out of his reach. I had hoped you had died, Konan-chan. You didn't honestly think that I'd kill myself like that, did you? Konan snarled. Now die. How about no? Zetsu made Naruto shrug, while smirking nonchalantly. Your little origami tricks don't work against Naruto-kun, remember? Though, I admit you've managed to surprise me just now. I definitely need more time to get used to this body. Though I suppose that I should count myself happy that I've managed to take control over it. Only just, Nagato panted, crawling out of the cocoon of paper in which Konan had wrapped him. Our battle weakened him, but his power is vast, Zetsu. You were already struggling to take control over him. He'll soon grow too strong for you. What makes you think I will give him that much time? Zetsu admonished. Now, if you'd please. Once again Zetsu was interrupted. He and Naruto found himself lying in a small crater, with an extremely agitated Senju standing in front of him. A Senju whose expression immediately shifted to horror, when she saw whom she had just hit. And Naruto? Wrong, Black Zetsu sneered, with more meanings than just the obvious. Yes, she was standing before Naruto, technically, but her question was essentially wrong because Naruto wasn't the one who was in control right now. Beyond that, the whole situation was wrong from Zetsu's point of view, as the Hokage wasn't supposed to be alive. One of the white Zetsu had reported that she had been severely injured in her battle against Jiraiya, and that her chakra reserves were mostly spent. Now that Zetsu looked closer, he noticed that the woman had lost the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead. There were still some fading lines covering her face and her body, but it was obvious that she was running on fumes. Still, she remained a dangerous opponent. What was worse was that her presence changed this battlefield. Nagato was extremely vulnerable right now, and Zetsu knew he'd need to extract the Rinnegan before the man would regain some of his vigor. His body might have been mostly exhausted, literally to the bone, but Nagato was still an Uzumaki. And if Zetsu had learned one thing over the centuries, it would be to never underestimate the life force of an Uzumaki. Konan's presence was relatively unimportant. While the woman was undoubtedly dangerous, certainly capable enough on her own right to earn her spot within Akatsuki, she had a rather crucial vulnerability against Naruto. Still, in order to properly counter her paper-based jutsu, Zetsu would need the time to focus. And unfortunately for him, his control over Naruto and Naruto's abilities wasn't as strong as he would have liked. Had it been Naruto himself, Konan wouldn't have stood much of a chance, but as he was right now. No, she'd be pesky if Zetsu couldn't focus on her. At the same time he couldn't afford to ignore Tsunade. The destructive power behind her fists was something that could be dangerous, especially with the injured and weakened condition which Naruto's body was in at the moment. I could deal with both at the same time, Black Zetsu pondered. And I know I'd win. However, it would require more time than I can afford to waste. The risk of Nagato regaining some of his chakra in that amount of time is too great. Moreover, there are only a handful of white Zetsu's clones remaining. They will not be able to leech enough chakra for me to fight all three of them without risking defeat. Black Zetsu sighed, making Naruto sigh along, and grimaced as he stared at Nagato. How vexing. It seems you lived to see another worthless day, Nagato. This was no time for overconfidence, no time for pointless gambles. Not when he was so close to reviving his mother. With or without the Rinnegan, he knew he'd succeed. Not having access to Uchiha Madara became even more annoying now that he had failed to take the Rinnegan back. It removed both the option of the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, as well as that of the Rin Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of heavenly life technique. Still, there were always plenty of backup plans. There was always that storage facility where he was keeping a supply of Sharingan, which Zetsu had stolen at the night the entire Uchiha clan had been massacred. It wouldn't be as efficient as reviving Madara, as the regular Mangekyo Sharingan would be less effective, but it would still do the job. So Zetsu suppressed his rage, and chose the wisest option. One way or the other, victory would be his. This small impediment, no matter how annoying, meant little. This change of plans would require a larger supply of power for Naruto's Mokuton, though. That would mean we have to relocate. I would rather have stayed away from that annoying place. The moment Konan made the area explode, a courtesy of the numerous tags which she had spread, she already knew it was too late. Black Zetsu had somehow overtaken Naruto, and the two had disappeared into the earth. Glaring at the Hokage, Konan wondered what she was supposed to do. Zetsu had betrayed them. He had stolen all the Jinchuriki, and then attempted to steal Nagato's Rinnegan. She couldn't say what had been going on, but since she didn't really know what to do, she hadn't attacked the Senju. On the contrary, she had erected a paper wall in front of the Hokage to protect her from the explosion, just as she had done for herself and Nagato. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. But what to do when that enemy abandons the battlefield? Nagato? It is over, Konan. We failed. I failed. Never before had she heard Nagato talk with such a defeated tone of voice. Even when Yahiko had died, he had remained strong due to his anger, but now he was a broken man. Staring at the two, Tsunade wondered why the blue-haired woman, even though she wore the cloak that designated her as a member of Akatsuki. Why had the woman attacked the one whom Tsunade had recognized as Zetsu, the being that had been the focus of Naruto's ire, and why had the woman shielded her from that same attack? An attack of that magnitude could have caused significant harm to Tsunade in her current condition, even more so due to her being distracted by the sight of the Zetsu-possessed Naruto. Tsunade-sama. Ino leapt to her side. The Yamanaka had been too slow to keep up with her teacher, and hadn't seen exactly what had occurred. Seeing Jiraiya's unconscious form, two members of Akatsuki, the crater of the most recent attack, and Tsunade standing next to said crater. Stand down, Ino, Tsunade ordered, ignoring the utterly confused expression from her fellow blonde. You too, she glared at Konan and Nagato. What? What is going on? What did Zetsu do to Naruto? Naruto-kun? Ino blurted out, immediately shutting up when Tsunade's glare shifted to her. Ino knew very well that there was no room for distractions at this point. The woman in front of them wore the Akatsuki cloak, and the other. Judging by Naruto's descriptions, that man was Pain. Although he had red hair, rather than the orange color Naruto had spoken of. We were betrayed, Nagato admitted slowly, his voice straining. Zetsu. He betrayed us. He used us. Used me. Right from the very start. Nagato? Konan blinked, surprised by the bitter way he had said the last part. My parents, for decades I believed that it had been shinobi from Konoha who killed them, but it turns out that it was Zetsu all along. Our best friend, Yahiko, died because Hanzo the Salamander and Konoha's Danzo decided to join forces and lure us into a trap. That was why we changed the goals of Akatsuki. Nagato looked at the Hokage. But that was a lie as well. As despicable as their actions were, Hanzo and Danzo were tricked into what they did just as we were. Zetsu was also the one who killed Naruto's girlfriend, Ino muttered shyly, feeling rather out of place between shinobi of this stature. Still, she began to see some of the dots that could be connected. Naruto had spoken of Zetsu, and now Ino began to see how Zetsu had been the one who had orchestrated many events even though she didn't know why. Tsunade, however, had very different thoughts. That barely excuses you for what you have done, Pain. Shifting a bit, so that she stood between Nagato and the angered Hokage, Konan seemed ready to defend her friend. She was startled, however, when Nagato halted her. No, Konan. The Hokage is right. You were right, he looked her in the eye. I should have listened to your warnings, Konan. I should have distrusted Zetsu more, but in my arrogance I thought he was too weak to be of any importance. You were blinded by your pain, Konan mumbled. Forgive me, Nagato. I only realized when it was too late, when you wouldn't listen anymore. I even betrayed Akatsuki. I attacked Zetsu, and destroyed the corpse of Uchiha Madara which Orochimaru had prepared. I couldn't find the remains of the other Jinchuriki, though, so I presume that Zetsu managed to take them away. Good, Nagato smiled weakly. I do not know what he wished to do with Madara, but Zetsu intended for you to revive Madara. Madara, as in the Uchiha Madara? Tsunade mumbled after a short moment of silence. The Senju lost what little color she had remaining after the long-winded battle. Yes, Konan nodded. Although that is of little importance now that Zetsu no longer has access to that body, and to Nagato himself. We should instead focus on stopping Zetsu. Konan, Nagato raised his hand. She won't trust you. We have done too much, wronged too many to be viewed as trustworthy. You shouldn't have lost hope, Nagato, Konan sighed. Ino looked at her Hokage, questioningly, but Tsunade just shook her head curtly and remained silent. She didn't know what was going on between the two, but she could be damned if she said it didn't intrigue her. Hope. Hope is what got us here. No, Konan seemed to gather some resolve. Hope wasn't why you abused Sensei's trust, why you used your jutsu to control his actions. Nor is hope the reason why you did what you did to Ajisai. It was despair and hatred that drove you. Your pain. Ah. The girl, Nagato looked away from his only friend. She's why you changed, because you could relate to her. Yes, Konan scowled slightly. Even after all these years she still felt that pain in her chest whenever she thought about Yahiko, the man whom she had loved, the man she still loved. I saw my old self in her, just like I saw Yahiko in Naruto. Yahiko. Yes, Nagato slowly began to realize why Konan made the comparison. Not just in terms of looks, but it was the entire atmosphere surrounding the boy. Even if Naruto had tried to hide it underneath the facade of a ruthless mercenary, Nagato had seen the hope and idealism behind the boy, before Ajisai had died. After that happened, the boy's spirit had seemed to have broken. Much like Konan broke after Yahiko died. What? What have I done? Naruto once told me that pain in itself teaches us nothing, Konan continued, ignoring Nagato's guilt as she couldn't see his expression. It is love that binds us to people, and only because of that love we can feel pain when we lose those people. Hearing those words, both Tsunade and Ino cringed, both for their own reasons. Tsunade had experienced enough loss in her life, too much even, to know the truth behind those words, while Ino still had no idea how she was supposed to feel. Naruto had died, and then turned out to be alive after all, though he had changed so much that she could barely say that her Naruto had returned. Her emotions had gone haywire, torn between the love for the boy she had grown up with, and the confusion revolving the young man which that boy had become. She couldn't say she still understood him, and that scared her. Hurt her. Going through an emotional roller coaster of his own, Nagato remained silent. Konan was right, it were the bonds of love that had defined his life. The love for his parents, the love for his friends, they had turned into pain after losing them. He had closed himself, shutting out even his closest and only remaining friend, Konan. Obsessed with dreams of vengeance, dreams that in his mind had been the justice he wanted to bring to the world, he had forgotten what had started it all. Was it Zetsu who played him? Yes. Did that in any way change the bonds he had, the affection for those who had perished and those who remained? No. But he had lost his way. The boy who had once sworn to his sensei that he'd do everything in his power to protect his friends had become so blinded that his only remaining friend had turned against him. Tsunade of the Senju clan, God I'm Hokage of Konohagakure, his voice, soft and gravely, reached the ears of those present. Lying on his side, the chakra receivers that pierced his back inhibiting him from lying down in another way, he looked nothing like the fearsome leader of Akatsuki he had been. His body exhausted and crippled, his will broken, even in the eyes of Konan he seemed only a shadow of his former self. Still, his voice held more determination than she had expected. Pain, Tsunade grunted, confirming that she heard him. My mistakes. If I can request one thing of you, it would be not to make Konan suffer for what I have done. He raised a hand, silencing Konan when she tried to interrupt him. Jiraiya-sensei suffers from chakra exhaustion, but he'll survive even without medical attention. He, in his heart, never betrayed you or Konoha, even though he lost hope. He acted as a spy for me, as I distrusted Zetsu, but otherwise he was not involved in the crimes committed by Akatsuki. Not voluntarily, at least. When he heard that Naruto had returned to Konoha, he wished to leave us, but I used my jutsu against him. Ino destroyed the chakra receiver, Tsunade nodded. After that well, he's not the Jiraiya I once knew, but that is my own fault. Only someone you deeply care for can hurt you so much, isn't that what you just implied, Konan? Nagato smiled weakly. I've dragged them down with me. Don't blame them for my mistakes. Nagato, No, Konan. It is too late for me now, Nagato chided her calmly. Although he struggled to keep himself calm as he spoke further. My body is too weak, too fragile. In spite of his retreat, Zetsu still covets my Rinnegan. He will return, and we cannot allow him to get my eyes. They must be passed on. Just as our hopes and dreams must one day be passed on. I hope you can free Naruto. And stop Zetsu. His control. It is fragile. Had Naruto been a little stronger. Had I not pushed him to the point of exhaustion. I'm sorry, Konan. For everything. Nagato, you don't need to. With some rest, you will. The ram and snake hand seals which he formed silenced her weak protests. Geto, Rin Tensei no Jutsu, Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique, Nagato remained calm and collected, even when the last bits of chakra were drained from his body. His skin turned in a sickly gray, and his hair lost all color completely. Before Konan fully realized what he had done, Uzumaki Nagato closed his eyes for the very last time, a faint smile adorning his face. The world turned silent, if only for a second, while Konan looked at the now lifeless body of her last friend. Why? Why had he used that jutsu, while he was already on the verge of death? What had he meant, passing them on? A deep gasp shook her from her thoughts. She vaguely remembered herself fighting with someone. Kunai were thrown from every direction. For each enemy that was taken down, 2 more sprang up. It was hopeless. Something warm was running down her back, and moving suddenly became a lot more difficult. Desperation, that she perhaps would never again see him again. She had been injured, and soon felt herself growing tired, her movements sluggish, her limbs powerless, and yet she tried to defend herself. Against whom? She didn't really remember. It was as if a blood-red haze had clouded her mind. The next thing she remembered was sitting somewhere, in the middle of nowhere, all alone. It was dark. As she walked and walked, seemingly forever, she found herself a little campfire. She called, hoping for someone to answer her, but no one had been there. She had been all alone. The fire offered some warmth and light in this cold and dark area, which she welcomed happily. She wasn't sure where she was, nor why she was where she was, but at least this fire made this spot somewhat tolerable. Only now did she notice the log lying close to the fire. It was lonely here, with nothing to do. First, she had feared that the fire would run out, that she'd once again be left alone in this endless darkness. She didn't know how much time passed, but the fire kept going. Sometimes she heard vague voices in the distance, calling out names she didn't know. She tried to shout back, but no one ever responded. Likewise, she occasionally thought she saw silhouettes of people move around in the darkness. But no one ever stepped into the light which her fire spread. So she was left alone, with little more left to her than her thoughts. Most of them revolved around the person she loved, some of the others focused on the person she admired, the ones who were her friend, and the relatives whom she had lost. But most of the time she thought about the person she loved. She longed for him, wondering where he'd be. Then again, she didn't know where she was, so she had no idea how she was supposed to reach out to him either. As if her longing was manifested and became reality, pain spread through her body. Her arms, legs, torso. On several places all over her body she felt as if she was stabbed. The worst ones, however, were the places in her face. Her nose, her cheeks, it was as if someone just pushed a kunai into her flesh. The pain was too much, and soon she felt herself slip into unconsciousness. When she finally woke up she had no idea of how much time had passed. Her body still hurt and that sense of wrongness spreading from those places remained, but, well, people could grow accustomed to pain, to some degree at least. Having been unconscious for some time, her body felt rather cold, so she scooped closer to the fire. Time passed, but she couldn't really say that she began to feel any warmer. She couldn't truly describe how she felt, other than by saying that she felt as if she wasn't completely here. As if part of herself was still somehow connected to someplace else. Was it a genjutsu? Dispelling failed, so she thought not. How long have I even been here? She asked herself while she shivered next to the fire. She'd almost been tempted to just sit in the fire itself. Where was she? Nowhere. Were there any ways to see the passing of time? No. There were no stars, no moon, no sunrise or sunset. There was nothing at which she could orient, other than the fire next to which she sat. She was stuck. So she just sighed and kept waiting. She had no clue who or what she was waiting for, but still she felt like she had to wait until she could move on. Bored, she started to hum songs she remembered from when she was a little girl, songs that her sister had taught her. But eventually she ran out of songs. She didn't want to repeat the ones which she had heard her father sing at the times he had consumed one bottle of sake too many. So, she did what she could do best. Draw. With a little bit of charcoal which she took from the fire, she started to draw the face of her beloved on the ground. It was a bit silly, she thought, but somehow the sight of the bewhiskered and scarred boy calmed her. Her friends had been right, she had become lovesick. A sappy, madly in love, stupid teenage girl. And she did not regret a single moment of it. Sitting in a tree, kissing, she mumbled the words of the childish song which her friend had used to tease her. I love you, Naruto-kun. Time passed, and she had drawn a few other faces, until something finally changed. Staring around her, she tried to figure out what had changed, but everything seemed to be exactly the same. Still. There. I felt it again, she exclaimed, not bothered at all that she was speaking out loud after this indeterminable time of solitude. It was a strange sort of pull. Strange, because it was unlike anything she had ever felt before. A normal pull was when someone would grab you by the wrist, and pull you along. That sort of feeling. But this pull was not focused on one spot. Whatever it was, it pulled every fiber of her being to some place. Confused by what it was, she considered resisting the sensation, and to try to drag herself back to her fire. But whoever it was, for some odd reason she couldn't say that it felt wrong. A blinding light enveloped her, and suddenly she was in a world of pain. She tried to see, but either it was completely dark, or she was blind. She gasped, and began to panic. She heard voices, but couldn't focus on the sounds, making it all one big blur of noise. She tried to move, but her body barely reacted. Then someone touched her neck, and her consciousness faded away. Bit by bit she woke up. She tried to open her eyes, but her vision was once again obscured. She did have her hearing back, however. From her left, at some distance, she heard someone breathe slowly, almost as if that person was asleep. Closer to her right a similar sound could be heard, although that person was more restless, mumbling unintelligible things every now and then. Judging by the sound of the voice, she thought that the person on her right was female. Where was she? Unable to see, she tried to move. It went a little sluggishly, as if she was suffering from an extremely bad case of chakra exhaustion. With some effort she got her arm to move. It was a bit awkward at first, but once she got the blood flowing it went a little easier. The limb still felt limp, but at least it moved. By touch she tried to figure out why she couldn't see. It turned out her head was wrapped in some kind of cloth. Bandages? No, she couldn't recall having sustained a head injury. Could she? When she tried to figure it out, she only found out that her memories were a complete mess. She remembered some kind of campfire. But there was also something about being attacked by many white humanoid creatures. It was all so surreal, as if she had just woken up from a bad dream. She fiddled clumsily with one hand, but that ended up in failure. So, she focused on her other arm. Just like her right, the left arm first needed some movement to get the hang of it. These were her arms, yes, but something was wrong. What, she couldn't say, but something had definitely changed. Everything felt familiar, yet different at the same time. With 2 hands at her disposal, she eventually managed to get rid of the bandages which covered her face. She blinked. Blinked again. Yes, she could see, but what on earth was going on? It's like everything is emitting a faint light. The colors are different too, she noted, trying to figure out what was happening to her. Little by little she managed to focus, trying to look past the blur of lights and see the forms and colors which she was used to see. Is that Swearin? She heard her own raspy voice, barely more than a whisper. Her friend was sitting next to her, having dozed off into an uneasy sleep. Swearin? She tried again, this time a little louder. A confused snore was her answer, quite unladylike for the otherwise calm and composed Swearin. Swearin? A third attempt was more successful. Swearin's eyes flew open, and when she looked at her friend she fell from the chair on which she had been sleeping, with a particularly squeamish scream. Someone else rushed in, while the breath of other person in the room indicated that that person had woken up, although remaining calm. She couldn't really see that person, as there was too much light surrounding him or her. This new arrival, shrouded in a soft yellow, was more visible than the others. Too visible, actually. With a shock she recalled her assailants. She raised her arms, intending to shield herself, when something else happened. Chakra strained and struggled, forcing its way through her tenketsu, until it reached her eyes. Before she realized what she did, the girl who was approaching her was sent back flying. Ajisai, Swearin exclaimed. See, calm down. What did you? Ino, are you okay? Ajisai heard a muffled reply, but couldn't really make sense of what had just happened. It was as if she had created some kind of force field around her, with that chakra within her eyes, which had forced the yellow-shrouded girl back. 2 more people entered, both radiating a strong light. One was red-brownish, while the other was a cold blue. The person at her left, the one with the greenish light around him or her, now moved, although the red-brown person ordered him to stay put. At least, Ajisai figured that green was male, judging by the muffled reply. Red-brown was female, and moved to green while the area around her hands started to glow with a blinding brightness. Turning away, Ajisai groaned and closed her eye. In that time Blue moved next to her, and helped her to sit up straight. It hurt, the movement, but Ajisai figured that she'd get better soon, just like with her arms. Blue remained silent, although quite close. Then it was as if her light dimmed, and Ajisai saw who was sitting next to her. Tenchi-sama? Ajisai gasped. What? Where? Calm down, Ajisai, Konan said with a tenderness which Ajisai had never heard from the woman before. Why did you take off your bandages? She moved and gently placed her hand underneath Ajisai's chin, moving the girl's head as if she was inspecting her. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sensei, could you both try to mask your chakra? It would make it easier for Ajisai to get accustomed to seeing chakra. Seeing chakra? Ajisai blurted out. Why would I be able to see? Oh, she gasped that last bit out, slack-jawed when Konan held up a little mirror. With orange hair and purple eyes, it was more like she saw a stranger staring back at her. The girl shouldn't be moving around already, red-brown Tsunade spoke up. Calm down, Haim, Konan knows what she's doing. Green Jiraiya stopped Tsunade's protests. Ajisai saw Swearin return into the tent carrying the unfortunate girl who had been hurled out by Ajisai's unintentional attack.
I remember her, Ajisai said shakily.
She was one of the Zetsu who. Swearin? Where is Fuyo? A strange silence followed, until Swearin finally opened her mouth again, visibly forcing herself to speak. Ajisai, I'm sorry but Fuyo. She didn't make it. Zetsu ambushed your team, Konan informed Ajisai. While he posed as the team of Konoha shinobi that was near. Yamanaka Ino was one of them, thus one of the ones whom Zetsu copied. I still can't fathom that anyone would sink that low, Jiraiya grumbled. The man was still forced to stay in bed, as Tsunade insisted he required rest in order to recover, even though he thought he could get out already. But an angered Tsunade was not easily ignored. And after the long talk that they had just had, Jiraiya wasn't willing to test the limits of their fragile friendship just yet. He knew that they had both messed up, and both still needed to truly forgive the other. But at least they've made a first tentative step. Just be glad that Naruto-kun eventually saw through the deception, Ino spoke up, confusing Ajisai with the usage of that particular honorific. And why was the blonde avoiding looking at her? Was it because she had attacked her? Ajisai felt rather uneasy about it. Still, the girl named Ino talked about Naruto, and about a possible deception. Where is Naruto-kun? Ajisai asked. Well, it sounded more like a demand, but she didn't care. All that mattered was that she could see him again. The awkward silence that followed filled her with dread. She had just heard that one of her best friends had died. She still hadn't truly processed that, and now her heart pounded as she waited for the hesitation to end. Zetsu has taken him, Konan eventually decided to word it that way. No, Naruto isn't dead. But Zetsu has somehow parasitized on his body, controlling Naruto. Including Naruto's abilities. That is how Zetsu managed to get away. I think it is best to start describing the entire situation to her, Konan, Jiraiya sighed. Frankly, I think that Ino and Swearin also deserve to know what happened. Hell, I have questions about it all, as bits and parts are still unclear, even though Tsunade described the whole thing to me. I told you as much as I knew, Tsunade grumbled. Very well, Konan sighed. Only now did Ajisai notice that the woman wasn't wearing her Akatsuki cloak. She wore a loose plain black cloak on top of a navy blue robe and a pair of blue pants. Had she paid attention to it, Ajisai would also have noted that Konan was no longer wearing her ring. I think the easiest part is to start at the point which you last remember, Ajisai. My memories are rather fuzzy, the girl admitted. Being distracted by seeing all those colors around her didn't help her focus either. There were so many things that came to mind, but she pushed them away. Right now she just wanted to know what happened to Naruto, and how he could be freed. That is understandable, Konan said with a surprisingly sad expression. Ajisai, I know this sounds strange, but you did not escape Zetsu's ambush. Only Swearin did. You died. Looking around, Ajisai thought that the others would make remarks on this, but even Swearin's expression only showed a sad grimace. Still, hearing the news that she had died was bizarre, and if anyone but Konan had told her, she would have laughed at it. Still, she wasn't dead right now, so something must have happened, right? Did Pain, Amigakure's Kami, rescue her? Zetsu ambushed you and your team while wearing those disguises, and showed Naruto an amended recording of the attack. I suspect that his plan was to set Naruto against Konoha, which nearly succeeded, had Sueren and Ino not intervened. We found him, Aji-sai, Sueren nodded slowly. We nearly died in doing so, but we managed to convince him. He had already left Akatsuki, claiming that he had gotten his memories back, but he was still dangerously unstable is the best word to describe his state of mind at that point. He killed that freak Kakuzu like he was nothing, and stated that he had just slain Orochimaru and wiped out an entire base of Otogakure shinobi, Ino added. To say that he was hurt by your death would be an understatement. But we managed to explain that he was deceived. Naruto-kun said he was from Konoha, Aji-sai mumbled. His memories. How? Was he alright? Not really, Tsunade said bluntly. He was suicidal, as far as I saw. He first thought that Ino killed you, and that was probably the worst thing that could have happened from his perspective. After all, before he left Konoha and died in Zetsu's first attempt to control him, Naruto and Ino were rather close. After that, you and him got engaged, so I don't want to think of the way that would have hurt him. Enough to trigger his memories. Apparently, Konan remained calm, though underneath her stoic voice Aji-sai could hear a tremor of sadness. He rejoined Konoha, and together with the other 4 greater hidden villages he launched an attack on Amigakure. An attack that Zetsu exploited to create a lot of chaos. Naruto wished to stop Akatsuki, having seen through part of Zetsu's scheme. This led to a battle between Naruto and Nagato. You know Nagato is pain, Jiraiya supplied, seeing the girl's confusion. Ame lost the war, but after I surrendered our forces to Konoha our losses were still somewhat limited, Konan continued. Our village could have been razed, the people slaughtered, but we can count ourselves lucky that the villages decided to accept our surrender. Except Kumo, Jiraiya frowned worriedly. Have you heard anything from them, Haim? I received word today that Kumagakure has declared war on Iwagakure, although I dare say that it could just as easily have been the other way around. After all, from the reports we got it was the Reikage who killed the Tsuchikage, before the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage killed the Reikage. Zetsu, Konan replied pointedly. The whole situation stank of his deception. Just as I suspect that it is Zetsu who is behind the unrest within Kirigakure. Sunagakure lost over half of its forces during the war, Kiri is on the verge of civil war, and Kumo and Iwa are at each other's throats. Don't forget Konoha, Tsunade said wearily. The council is pushing me to exploit the weakness of the other nations. The fools. I couldn't find any hints of Zetsu's involvement, Konan muttered. But it is impossible to say whether or not he plays a role in this. Only Nagato and Naruto seem to be effective at detecting Zetsu, she looked at Aji-sai. That returns me to you, Aji-sai. You see. Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, a dojutsu which granted him a range of exceptionally strong abilities. This is why you, and most of Amigakure, knew him as Kami-sama. In any case, he believed that a clash between himself and Naruto was inevitable, so he readied his 6th path of pain. These 6 paths are 6 bodies that carried chakra receivers, through which Nagato controlled the bodies and transferred part of his power. Looking at her bandaged arms, and having seen the injuries on her face which were still in the process of healing, Aji-sai reached a rather morbid conclusion. Pain-sama used me against Naruto-kun. He did. You were one of the 6 paths of pain, yes, Konan nodded sadly. I disagreed. But it was only until it was too late that Nagato finally understood the errors of his way. Naruto defeated Nagato. But both were so tired that Zetsu was able to somehow grab control of Naruto's body, after which he tried to steal Nagato's Rinnegan. I stopped that, together with Tsunade-sama, she gestured to the Hokage. And after that, Nagato was dying. He had asked too much of himself, and his body couldn't handle the strain anymore. When he came to understand the situation, he sacrificed himself in order to revive you, Aji-sai. Why me? Aji-sai eventually asked, stunned. There are many reasons. Konan decided to avoid discussing the emotional aspects behind Nagato's decision, or at least what she thought had driven him to do what he had done. But the most prominent reason is that you were the only one compatible with his dojutsu. Naruto destroyed the other bodies, so only you were left. I presume you already noticed your new eyes and your changed hair color? Aji-sai nodded sheepishly, not seeing the point. Your eyes are Nagato's Rinnegan. Because you were one of Nagato's 6 paths, he knew you were compatible. After all, he used some kind of process to prepare the bodies so that they were of optimal use to him. I cannot say that I understand the specifics, but from what Tsunade-sama said, Nagato somehow managed to alter you at the molecular structure. He changed you genetically, so that you could use the power of one of Nagato's paths, and carry the replica of the Rinnegan which he gave to each of his 6 paths. Those are changes no human can survive, so he would never have been able to do it to himself, Tsunade clarified. But you, Ajisai, were dead at the time. So there were no restraints to what he could alter. Although I dare say that you function as a regular human being in any other sense of the word. But you Tenketsu were altered significantly. It is why your body will most likely feel very strange at first. Still, because pain changed your body to that degree, I managed to transplant the Rinnegan to you without any real issues. In fact, I dare say that you are even more fit to use those eyes that he was, because unlike him you do not show any signs of rejecting the foreign tissue. He gave his life. To bring me back? Ajisai stammered. For the first time she truly considered the possibility of having been dead. Had that been why she had been in that darkness? Because of this dojutsu? There are less noble reasons for it too, Jiraiya, blunt as ever, told her. It was guilt. Guilt for what he did to you. Guilt, because of the way he used you, and made Naruto fight your animated corpse. As much as I am relieved that my wayward student at least managed to come to his senses, shortly before his demise, I cannot condone what he has done. We will need time, Ajisai, to sort this all out. I will personally help you, to the best of my abilities, to adapt to your new eyes, Konan promised. Because we need to stop Zetsu. We need to free Naruto, for which we would need all the help we can get. Next to that, we face the risk that Zetsu will still try to grab the Rinnegan. So you need to be able to defend yourself. The magnitude of the news they had just fired at her finally began to sink in. I told you that we should have given her more time to recover, Tsunade muttered, quickly checking Ajisai's vitals. The girl had passed out, and if not for Konan's help she would have fallen out of the hospital bed. She's completely exhausted. She removed the bandages, and used the Rinnegan for the first time. Keeping information from her could have been dangerous, Konan disagreed. You saw how she instinctively used Shinra Tensei, weak as it was, against Ino. Imagine how she could have responded to the news if her chakra reserves had been replenished. I will help you, Jiraiya sighed. You'll need all the help you can get to quickly train the girl. And I was the one who trained Nagato, remember? I'm sorry, Jiraiya, but as soon as you are able I need you to start locating Naruto and Zetsu. We cannot afford to give him too much time. Tsunade abandoned her role as medic, and acted as the Hokage she was. We know Zetsu will need time, and our worst estimates are that it will take no longer than a month until he will have finished the sealing of the 3 bijou that Akatsuki captured. And then there is the matter of the Kyuubi. We have no clue how Zetsu is going to extract the Kyuubi while still keeping Naruto alive. Tsunade-sama, does Zetsu still need Naruto-kun after that? Ino asked the question which Tsunade rather ignored. Zetsu wishes to bring the Kyuubi back, so why would he need Naruto-kun? Control, most likely, Jiraiya answered for Tsunade. The Mokuton Kekkei Genkai is renowned for its ability to subjugate the bijou, so it is highly likely that it would have a similar effect on the 10 tails. But I agree that we need to hurry. Naruto is our first priority. If we can free him from Zetsu, Zetsu can't continue its plan. Ino, I will leave you to finish healing the injuries which Ajisai's chakra receivers have left. Similarly, you will need to constantly check whether her body accepts these new eyes. We've both seen how the way pain used her body resulted in her original eyes being burned away. That made the transplant easier, true, but we know nothing about what the strain of the Rinnegan might cause. Remember, where she only used one of the 6 paths before, she now is exposed to the power of them all. Also, if possible, and only after you have her permission, it might be wise to check her mind. I cannot say that I have ever read any research on people who have been revived after their deaths, and considering the potential of her power we cannot risk her to be mentally unstable. Yes, Tsunade-sama, while she felt a bit conflicted, Ino accepted her orders. While she was nowhere near the level of Shizune, not even mentioning Tsunade herself, Ino did pick up a lot of things with regard to medical ninjutsu. Considering how Ajisai's complicated wounds had already been closed, the injuries caused by the chakra receivers had given Tsunade quite a headache to undo. All that was left was for Ino to speed up the healing process and monitor her health. Swearin, you stay with Ajisai and Ino, Tsunade turned to the former Ame Nin. Ajisai will need time to process all that has happened to her. You are the most familiar face which she has in this place, so your support to her will be vital. With everything she's been through, she will need friends more than any method of healing we can provide. Beyond that, I want you to use your abilities as a sensor to keep Ajisai safe. Tsunade-sama, I will return to my people and make the arrangements for repairing Amigakure. Konan looked at the Hokage. After that, I think it is wisest to bring Ajisai back to Konoha. The defenses there will be stronger. I will act as ambassador of Ame while I teach Ajisai all I know about the Rinnegan's abilities. So I was planning to leave a medium-sized force, under command of my son. Shikaku finished. Shikamaru might still be lacking in experience, but he is the most intelligent shinobi which we can spare for the job. Agreed, Tsunade sighed. Meetings like these were boring, really boring, but an unavoidable part of the job. Shizune had already gone back to Konoha, leading the convoy that transported the injured and deceased back home. With Ino overlooking Ajisai, Tsunade had to do everything on her own. A quite irritating fact on top of that was that Shizune had accidentally forgotten to bring along any form of alcohol except for the sort used to disinfect medical equipment, but even Tsunade wasn't crazy enough to drink that. Suna might make a claim on Ame territory, but with the war brewing between Iwagakure and Kumagakure, as well as the lack of leadership within Iwa, it seems more likely that Suna focuses on defense. Especially after the losses they suffered, and the lack of a strong leader, Suna is not really in a position to challenge us, Shikaku clarified. I would propose we push and annex Amigakure completely, rather than merely making a puppet state out of them. Yes, I know you wish to exploit the current situation. I, however, prefer to seek a diplomatic option. Tsunade sighed once more. She was tired of the people arguing for more conflict, just because the other villages showed vulnerabilities right now. Shikaku, do not forget we just united our forces in an allied army, for the first time in the existence of the hidden village system. An alliance which led to the Reikage betraying us and murdering the Tsuchikage, Shikaku retorted. The common threat that somewhat unified our villages is gone. Pain died, Amigakure is conquered, and you yourself told us that Zetsu fled the scene. As the strategist of Konohagakure no Sato, logic demands of me that I advise you to exploit the current imbalance of power. Never before have we been given such an opportunity. Enough, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. It is futile arguing about it now. Our forces have to heal and rest first. I'm sure the council will be more than eager to talk about warfare once we return to the village. As you wish, Shikaku conceded, though visibly displeased. While not a warlike man, Shikaku recognized an opportunity when he saw it, and being the Nara he is, he hated to waste the chance to do things with the least amount of effort possible. The idea that peace could be achieved through diplomacy was, to him, naive, especially when there was a window of opportunity to create a peace by vanquishing their foes. There is one last matter which I need to bring to your attention, Hokage-sama. Yes? Our guests. I assigned Mito Guy and his team to keep an eye on them. It is an unnecessary precaution, but fine, Tsunade rolled her eyes. Neither Konan nor Ajisai will try something, while Swearin is no real threat. As you say, Hokage-sama, Shikaku bowed and left, but looked completely unconvinced. Truth be told, Tsunade couldn't really blame him. Konoha had suffered losses during the assault on Ame as well. With Konan being a former member of Akatsuki, the right hand of Pain himself even, distrust towards her was to be expected. And she was pretty sure that Shikaku had a good idea of who Konan truly was. Still, Tsunade feared that these annoyances would soon grow into far greater problems, once the council could make its demands. Looking down at the table that temporarily served as her desk, Tsunade reread the letter which Kurotsuchi had sent her on behalf of Iwagakure. Why do I get the feeling they'll take the hat from me once I announce that Iwa requested a formal alliance? Tsunade muttered. Too many are still caught up in old grudges to ever accept that. Fools. Dan died at Iwa hands, how do they think I feel? She scowled. Still, she'd try everything in her power to get this alliance authorized. Not for the last time did Tsunade regret her years of drunken stupor, in which the council had taken power from her, bit by bit, while she was too inebriated to notice what was going on. If only she had listened to Shizune and Ino. Perhaps I should keep Konan and Ajisai away from the village first, before someone does something stupid, the Senju sighed. A military leader who couldn't fully trust her own military, she wondered what her old sensei would have done in this position. If only Pain had revived you too, Sarutobi sensei. Chapter 21. Acquiescence. Some people would react in a different manner, she supposed. What she did was an order, yes, but she knew enough that shinobi often weren't expected orders to the letter. In this case, She knew very well that others could fill in for these tasks just as well. Or perhaps even better. Looking at her unconscious patient, she wondered why she felt so conflicted. It was fairly easy, actually. She was the medic, and her patient required her help. So why was she so contemplative? Was it jealousy? I'm really disgusting, she scolded herself. When I thought she was dead, I felt sad for her even though I didn't even know her, but kept hoping like a fool. And now that she's alive again. Why do I have to feel so damn disappointed? She was disgusted by her own thoughts. Ajisai had never asked for any of this, nor had Naruto. These things had simply happened to them. So who was she to stand in their way? But Naruto loves you. The tiny treacherous voice in her head urged. He doesn't. Not anymore, Ino grimaced. Her Naruto had gone out on a mission, all that time ago, and had gone missing. Her Naruto had been presumed dead, although he never truly died. He had merely lost his memories, during what was in hindsight the first attempt from Zetsu to control Naruto. Perhaps it is better to just say that Naruto-kun perished that day, Ino sighed. Yes, the Naruto who had returned had been nothing like the Naruto she had waved goodbye. The bright and cheerful boy who had been ready to conquer the world with his unbridled enthusiasm had returned as a broken young man, scarred in both physical and mental ways that Ino could barely fathom. But he still cares for you, he said so. Her heart and her mind were in disagreement. Yes, he still cared, obviously, as he could remember everything. But his feelings weren't the same. In spite of those memories he had apologized to her, telling her that he was confused. He had admitted that he still loved Ajisai. And that disgusting little voice in her head told her to wait and let him grieve, until he was ready for her again. And now Ajisai had been revived. Ino didn't know what she was supposed to feel. Part of her was happy for Naruto too, if they managed to free him from Zetsu's grasp, get a chance to reunite with his loved one. The other part was jealous. But jealous of what? The Naruto I love is gone, she told herself. Time passed, and the hardships he has gone through left him changed.
I can't even say that I understand him anymore.
Not like I once did. I guess that's why he told me everything he had gone through. It is gap between us. And this girl, she already stands at the other side, at his side, doesn't she? To her surprise, she found herself staring in the purple ripple pattern eyes of the girl whom had been the focus of her thoughts. How long had she been lost in thought, standing next to Ajisai? Ino couldn't tell. Nothing had alerted her to Ajisai waking up either. It left her feeling like she was caught, even though Ajisai could hardly have read her mind. Do you hate me? Ajisai asked calmly. For a moment, Ino felt the color draining from her face, thinking her mind had indeed been read. No. Why would I? Swearin told me. The orange-haired girl remained perfectly calm, but her purple eyes were staring at Ino. Ino, who felt as if she could look straight through her. You and Naruto-kun were close, before he lost his memories. We were, Ino gulped. But that's... I'm standing between you and Naruto-kun. It is perfectly normal to have certain emotions about that. Ajisai smiled a bit, amused by the range of emotions that crossed the blonde's face. In a Megakure, these sorts of things often led to conflicts, either openly or covertly. Conflict? Ino blinked. Are you intending to kill me, Yamanaka Ino? Ajisai asked bluntly. Wa? Kill? Tenchi. Konan-sama said I would become strong, so now would be the best point for you to resolve this rivalry. Why would I want to kill you? Ino tried to laugh it off, but was disturbed by the calmness in Ajisai's voice. As if she completely resigned herself. You are confused and are in pain, Ajisai's eyes narrowed. I can see it clearly enough in the flow of your chakra, so why would you try to laugh it away like that? Swearin told me you knew Naruto-kun far longer than I have, so I cannot imagine that you would back off that easily. But that doesn't mean I would sink as low as trying to assault the person whom Naruto-kun loves. Ino turned away and quickly walked out of the tent, fleeing. As soon as she did, papers fluttered through the tent, forming the mistress of origami herself. I told you to stop using that honorific, Ajisai, Konan said calmly. Then again, I remember you teasing Naruto with it as well. She smiled when she saw that Ajisai was rendered speechless. She laid down a bundle of papers, and left without saying a word. When Ajisai gathered her wits shocked that Konan would think that she made fun of her and looked at the bundle, she was left in tears. Apparently Konan had gone to her apartment. That was where Ajisai remembered leaving these drawings. She was amazed that Konan would have kept her belongings. Still, seeing her drawing of Fuyo hurt terribly. Under the cover of a complex genjutsu that completely concealed his presence, Jiraiya shook his head. Konan's methods of motivating the girl were rather brutal. He couldn't say that it wasn't effective, though, as he saw a determination on her face which he knew she would need. Her training would be harsh, as there was little time for relaxation. Once the girl was healed, there wouldn't be much time for her to ponder about the things which had happened to her. Jiraiya offered a silent prayer to whatever gods were out there, asking them to lend the girl the strength she'd need. The world of shinobi would need the power of the Rinnegan if they were to stand a chance at liberating Naruto and preventing the Jubi from rising again. Kill? Attack? Assassination? Was she joking? No, the way she said it, it was no joke at all. Ino tried to get control over the annoyingly trembling lip. She wanted to remain calm, to show no weaknesses. She had mostly managed to do that during the time in which she had believed that Naruto had died, so why was it so difficult now? The conclusion seemed simple: she began to accept that she had lost Naruto. The objective side of her mind had concluded long ago that she was been going through the stages. Denial, anger, she'd gone through it all. Her parents had taught her too much on the matter of psychology, a form of training which was essential to any Yamanaka to be unaware of it. And yet she had never truly accepted Naruto's death, especially not when she first saw Kunomori. Yet now, more than ever before, she felt like she had lost him. She sighed, and moved into her own tent. Later today she'd have to say goodbye to her teammates, as Shikamaru and Choji would be staying with the forces which Konoha left in Omegakure to oversee the aftermath of this war. Shikamaru would even lead it. While that was somewhat unusual considering how he was just a Chunin, she knew that none of the Jonin that would stay in Ame would even get close to her friend's sharp mind. While she understood why they'd stay, she did feel lonely without them. On the plus side, she'd get back home soon, so she'd be able to empty her heart with her parents. Though, she wasn't entirely sure whether she would be able to hold off her breakdown until then. If only Shizune was still around. She let herself fall into her field bed. Naruto had once told her that the people of Omegakure had strange customs. That they were short-tempered. The casual way in which Ajisai had brought up the issue of them fighting for the same man was disturbing. Still, when Ajisai had steered the conversation in that direction, Ino had been forced to reach her conclusion. She knew how Naruto was, even if his mind was scarred due to a chain of horrible experiences, she knew that his essence was still the same. He'd go through hell and back, beat up the Shinigami itself, for those he cared about. And that made hurting Ajisai impossible for Ino. I care too much about Naruto to wish that the person he now loves most to get hurt, Ino repeated her conclusion to herself. But what now? You cannot ungrow two trees that have developed a lean or grown unevenly because of a now absent obstacle, to make them fine and straight again. Oddly, the first person she related herself to was Sakura. Young as they had been at the time, Sakura had been oddly persistent, some would even say obsessive, with regard to her feelings for Uchiha Sasuke. And then Sasuke's older brother had snapped, and massacred the entire clan. Ino had seen up close how much Sakura had suffered. Just like she knew, and had seen, how Tsunade suffered. But unlike Sakura, who, after some time, eventually gathered herself and moved on, Tsunade had never been able to let it go. Ever since Dan had died, Tsunade had never stopped grieving. Not until Naruto had somehow managed to wriggle his way into her broken heart, and had brought her back to Konoha. Yet even after that, Tsunade had been unable to deal with loss. Shizune had basically thrown away her own love life to support her broken teacher, never having bonded with anyone while she remained at Tsunade's side. Would I take my loss just as badly as Tsunade-sama did? Is that what I will become, a drunk who tries to escape her own past? A Yamanaka was trained, from the very start, to have a very strong mind. Psychology training taught her that she first had to deal with her own emotions, before she could even consider delving into the minds of others. So she couldn't be that weak. Not when her father had said that she had the potential to eventually lead their clan. Would she lose all that because Naruto had returned as a changed person? Would she allow herself to become a broken person? Hell no. It was painful, but it was inevitable. She had to cope with the truth, no matter how hard it was. And she wouldn't become like Tsunade and linger in the past. What Naruto had experienced had left its scars on him, but he would live. He had been forced to move on, and had found happiness with Ajisai. He loved Ajisai, she had seen it in his eyes. If he could move on. If Naruto can do it, so must I. Ino cringed at her own thoughts, but knew that it was true. Either she allowed herself to wallow in her loss, or she'd stand up and move on. I'll never forget, and I'll never need to, but I loved you, Naruto-kun. Ino felt the tears flow, and was glad she was all alone now. They had been happy, and she had so many fond memories of his mischief and trespasses. But that was it, they were memories. Loss, shame, and jealousy, Ino was better than that. She could see the folly of trying to hold her childhood love to any commitment. She'd only hurt herself by futilely trying to grab hold of what was no longer there. I'll free you from Zetsu. I swear it. I'll do everything I can to rescue you, but not for myself. I'll do it for you and for Ajisai. Everything hurt. He could swear that his head was currently just a collection of lumps, with his white mane sticking out of the top. It hurt, but he knew he had it coming. Still, it was something he'd have to go through. I told you I wab swabi. Whack. I think he just said he was sorry, Ma, the little green toad sighed. Could you please hand me my stick back? HMPF, fine, Shima grumbled. But this ain't over yet. I now, Jiraiya muttered, taking a few moments for himself to heal, so that he'd at least be able to talk normally again. When Bunta returned, telling us that you were battling Tsunade-chan, we thought you had finally lost it, Fukasaku sighed. But Ta old geezer insisted that he was still right, so. That's Ta's sole reason why we answered when you tried to summon us. I can't say I'm perfectly happy with your explanation, though. Shima harumphed and seemed to struggle against the urge to smack Jiraiya again. I lost hope, Jiraiya said quietly. After Minato and Kushina, after Sarutobi-sensei, after. I thought I had lost Naruto too. Then I found Nagato and Konan. Can you blame me for that? Nagato and Konan were the only bonds I had left, after Tsunade blamed me for Naruto's death. But now. All I want now is to see to it that my godson lives a better life than I did, the withered shinobi grimaced. I was wrong with what I have done, I know. But now is not the time to linger on these things. We need to find Naruto-chan, Shima agreed. And quickly, Fukasaku nodded. If Naruto-chan is Ta one to bring great revolution to Ta world, we can't allow him to be controlled by this Zetsu figure. Even if there's a new person carrying Ta Rinnegan, she won't get Ta time to grow strong enough to beat Naruto-chan by herself. Can I count on you too? We won't retract Ta summoning contract from you, no, Shima huffed. But don't you think for a moment that I'm done with ya, Jiraiya-chan. Again. She groaned affirmatively, though could barely keep herself standing up. Her legs trembled, feeling as thin as twigs. Her arms weren't doing much better. The injuries left by pain piercings had been healed, but her body still ached. Those had not been your average type of injury, not even for someone as skilled as Tsunade. But she had to move. She had to succeed. Naruto-kun, the now orange-haired Ajisai stared at her merciless teacher. What did a little pain and exhaustion matter to her when his life was at stake? Likewise, she had never truly wished for anyone to die, but for what happened to Fuyo, and what he was now doing to Naruto, Ajisai truly wanted to kill Zetsu. Well, she also wished that she could slaughter the men who had raped and murdered her sister, but she had never seen their faces, and they had most likely perished at Hanzo's hands, so. That felt different. Shinra Tensei, Ajisai forced all of her chakra outwards, trying to create a stronger force. The enormous boulder in front of her barely budged, though. Again, Konan repeated herself. She had warned Ajisai that this training would be harsh, so she didn't relent. The girl still had power within her, Konan was sure of that, so all she needed to do was to push her until that power manifested itself. It wasn't very surprising that Ajisai had immediately shown that the abilities of the animal path were like a second nature to her. She had been created for that purpose, so Konan suspected that Nagato had somehow optimized the girl for that path. So, with nothing left to teach her in that respect, although Jiraiya had lectured quite a bit on the matter of summoning and summoning contracts, Konan had moved on to what she saw as the two most important paths, Deva Path and Preta Path. Deva Path covered both offense and defense, and Nagato had often proven how devastating it could be. Preta Path was perhaps even more important, considering how the ability to absorb chakra was the perfect counter against any ninjutsu, while also covering the greatest weakness which Ajisai had in comparison to Naruto, her chakra reserves. With the ability of the Preta Path she would be able to gather chakra and continue fighting, instead of running out of chakra and losing due to exhaustion. Still, Konan wasn't comfortable. Naruto had defeated Nagato, had found ways to best each of Nagato's abilities. Would the inexperienced Ajisai be able to make a difference? Shinra Tensei. A crack appeared in the boulder, and it seemed like it was pushed back by another few inches. Ajisai fell to her knees, panting, but Konan was proud to see the girl quickly getting on her feet again, ready for yet another attempt. These small moments of pride were a welcome distraction from the aching wound in her heart. While Nagato had strayed from his path, and she had part of the blame for not realizing this sooner, Konan felt terribly lonely without him. She had met Yahiko shortly after she had lost her parent in the wars, and soon after that they had met Nagato. The three of them had spent their time together, for a while also under the tutelage of Jiraiya, until Yahiko had perished. Since then Nagato had been the only constant in her life, for over 25 years. And now he was gone. She had thought of leaving Nagato's corpse in a hall, laying him out for his final rest within a sea of origami flowers. But she had decided against it, no matter how it pained her. Tsunade had transplanted Nagato's eyes. Konan refused to accept that Zetsu had somehow given them to him, but still there was no guarantee that Zetsu wouldn't be after Nagato's body. He had, after all, carried the Rinnegan for over 3 decades. Although if one had looked at his body one would have thought that he had lived threefold that amount of years. Still, regardless of her emotions, Konan had not wanted to risk Zetsu learning anything, so she had given Nagato a true shinobi funeral. She had, together with Jiraiya, cremated Nagato's remains. No secrets were left behind. No trace of him. Except the memories she held. Her last friend. The man who had given up his life to revive the girl in front of her, the girl who could have a chance at defeating Zetsu, although perhaps he had done it out of a sense of guilt as well. Even Konan couldn't tell. In his final moment, when the true depth of Zetsu's deception had come to light, Nagato had seemed oddly regretful. It was odd, because Konan had been there when Nagato had mercilessly slaughtered Hanzo and his bloodline. Again, Konan droned, seeing that Ajisai was leaning forward, her hands resting on her knees as if she was supporting herself. Yes, Ajisai panted. I'll never give up. Is it vengeance you seek? Ajisai gave Konan a look, almost quizzically. It wasn't anger that controlled the girl. No, it was desperation. Nagato sometimes said that the abilities of the Deva path were his favorite because they forced him to calm down, Konan informed her student. It isn't anger that distracts you, but the sadness you feel for Fuyo and the desperation because of Naruto will hold you back. Clear your mind of those desires. Calm yourself. Gravitation is, after all, a rather singular force. It cannot be harnessed when your resolve is fragile. I'll try, Konan-sensei, Ajisai nodded tiredly. But I can't say it will be easy, she admitted right after. Nothing in life that is worth anything will ever be easy, Konan smiled faintly before gesturing that Ajisai should try again. Even if the younger girl wouldn't succeed right away with regard to the abilities of the Deva path, this method had more than one purpose. Ajisai had to relearn how to control her chakra, as she needed to adapt to the way Nagato had altered her body in Tenketsu. Konan was slightly amused by the fact that the girl still hadn't realized how much stronger she already was. Before her death her reserves had been only a fraction of what it was now, possibly just enough to last for 3 attempts at Shinra Tensei, rather than the over 24 attempts that had passed now. Beyond the different flow and amounts of chakra, there was also the issue that the nature of Ajisai's chakra had changed. The most exalted amongst the 3 great dojutsu offered its wielder, whether the eyes were transplanted or not, the ability to master any jutsu as well as all 5 nature transformations. While the Rinnegan would not offer the insight of the Byakugan, or the copying and predicting abilities of the Sharingan, the power of the Rinnegan was unsurpassed regardless. The key to its overwhelming power might be the Rikudo no Jutsu, 6 paths technique, but its versatility with regard to ninjutsu was, even though often overlooked, a great advantage as well. Jiraiya had lectured long and had explored many of the details which he had originally discussed with Nagato, back when the Sennin had taken the 3 Ame orphans in his care. Nagato had struggled with control, as contradictory as it might sound, simply due to that versatility. Konan had never realized, back then, how Nagato had done it. It had seemed so simple, as if it was a free gift from the dojutsu. But when she saw how Jiraiya showed Ajisai the 5 nature transformations, even though his mastery over Raiten was rather poor, Konan was amazed that Ajisai could so easily replicate the flow of chakra and let the piece of paper in her hands ignite, cut, soak, wrinkle, or turn to dirt. Still, even though that step was easy enough to replicate, using real jutsu was a wholly different story. Ajisai needed to relearn her chakra control for that. The Rinnegan allowed the girl to see, but not to effortlessly copy a jutsu. The true terror, in this regard, would be if one would wield both the Rinnegan and Sharingan at the same time. Unfortunately, That was not the case for Ajisai. So, Konan had to push the girl to her limits if she wished to be of any use. She had failed to protect the girl once, but she wouldn't allow the girl to be harmed a second time. That was the least she owed Ajisai and Naruto. Konan swore to herself she'd do whatever she could to atone for Nagato's transgressions. That borders treason, Nara. If summing up several facts is treason, then we live in a village filled with traitors, Shikaku said offhandedly. But don't tell me you haven't seen the same information, Hiyashi. The head of the Hyuga clan was wary of the head of the Nara clan. The intelligence of the latter made him a difficult person to deal with, even if the Nara clan had far less influence within the village. Neither, however, would risk challenging the Hokage office, though. Sightings of the boy are a poorly kept secret, Hiyashi admitted. Exactly. Meanwhile, the Hokage has her strange story, in which she still seems to hide half the facts, and sends out as many of her onbu in all directions. Shikaku was a bit annoyed that he had to waste the effort repeating himself, but unfortunately not everyone could process information as fast as Nara. And is it so unusual to think that he betrayed us? You heard his words, he had no interest in joining Konoha again. But with his power, it will be difficult to force him, Hiyashi remained stoic. Whether the Jinchuriki was a traitor or not, it would be something which would be difficult to change, as there didn't seem to be any shinobi in their village who would be able to defeat him. Individually, he is unmatched, but when we focus our efforts. Shikaku drawled, wondering why the Hyuga didn't see it yet. Hokage-sama is locating the boy, after which she aims to force him back. Indeed, Shikaku successfully resisted the urge to throw his hands in the air and exclaim finally. Then again, it was very well possible that the Hyuga was just playing a defensive role, withholding as much information as he possibly could. That takes us to my other point: why are we wasting our power on a boy we cannot control, when the other nations are all too vulnerable to do anything against us? Your agenda is known. Hyuga Hiyashi had heard the Nara on this matter in the council meeting. Not that he disagreed on the matter, as it was easy to see that the current situation was in their favor, while the other 4 villages were either too weak or too distracted by civil war. He didn't think, however, that things would be all that easy. Sure, Iwagakure had lost a lot during the war on Amegarkure, most notably their Tsuchikage, but they still wouldn't be easily defeated. Kumagakure's misplaced desire to avenge their fallen Reikage and Jinchuriki only made the matter more explosive. I'm aware you would rather stay out of that mess, I know. But don't you think we should take our responsibility? Shikaku reasoned. As long as the current system of the hidden villages is in place, conflict and war will continue to exist. While I disagreed on many points, Danzo was right that unifying the world under one rule would make things far more peaceful. Except that Shimaru Danzo wanted to unify the world under his rule. Are you planning to do the same, Shikaku-san? Hiyashi's voice was icily cold. His dislike of the former village elder was well known. I had presumed you were smarter than that, Hiyashi, Shikaku sighed disappointedly. But my actions are not for my own benefit. I merely see a chance to end this era of strife. Shodai-sama certainly made the world more peaceful than it had been in the era prior to him, but regardless of that, the world still doesn't truly know peace. My sole interest in this situation is that I might leave a world to the next generations that is filled with fewer battles and wars than my world has been. So you intend to change the fate of the world? Hiyashi frowned. Thoughtfully, he considered the possible benefits of that idea. A noble goal, surely, but he wondered how feasible it was. Still, if it was Nara who came with the idea. It seems as if Tsunade-sama isn't acting in the best interest of the village. And this isn't the first time such a thing happens, if I'm honest. Shizune has covered for a lot of her faults in these past years, as has Inoiki's daughter. This opportunity, however, is too great to leave in the hands of someone whose capability is already questionable. The letter she spoke of is even more questionable, Shikaku scowled. Those promises and requests, even if they were made by the granddaughter of the former Tsuchikage, mean nothing as long as that girl holds no true power. We both know all too well that the promises of Iwagakure mean little. As much as we can trust Kumagakure, Hiyashi had never forgotten their attempt to steal his daughter. An attempt which ended in the death of his brother, as the snakes had demanded compensation for the death of the kidnapper as well. Kumo's greed for power and bloodlines will never allow for peace. This is why I see the current situation as a chance. Kumo and Iwa will weaken each other during their war, which will leave us, if we are properly prepared, a perfect opportunity to eliminate both weakened armies. Except your proposal would never be passed while the Hokage opposes it, unless the majority of the clans is strong enough to overrule that decision, Hiashi knew all too well why Shikaku had come to him. I take it that this is also why you have visited the Aburame and the Inuzuka? The sly smile was enough of an answer. One last thing, Hiashi. There is something going on just outside Konoha. Inoiki couldn't get an answer from Ino, but I heard some disturbing rumors. Do you know something about this? What they are doing? I do not. Hiashi kept his poker face in perfect shape. Your nephew, Neji, is part of the squad that was assigned to guard. Whether he is a member of my clan or not, I do not break the chain of command by ordering him to spill the contents of a classified mission. Hiashi began to lose his cool a little. What was the Nara thinking? If a clan head would reason like that, the village would collapse within a generation. Such a crude violation of the authority of the Hokage would in turn invite the Hokage to violate the authority, and quite possible even the autonomy, of the clans. No, this request was going several steps too far. Traditions were there because they had many years of proof that they worked. That balance had to be maintained. My apologies. I give the current state of the world a lot of thought, Hiashi said in such a manner that even the Nara knew that it was time to hurry up and leave. Shikaku hoped that he had convinced the Hyuga. This needed to be done. War was wrong, yes, but he gladly sinned if it meant that his children or grandchildren would never be forced to do battle. They were the ones who were important, not him. Shikaku knew very well that his current generation was too caught up in old feuds and petty grudges. If nothing else, the war against Amigakure had opened his eyes. Tsunade dreamt of alliances and friendships, but Shikaku had seen how fragile those dreams were. All it took was a little confusion, and friends would cut down friends. And it took even less for allies to turn on each other. That, along with the multiple reports that Uzumaki Naruto had been sighted leaving the battlefield and traveling through the country, had convinced Shikaku that Tsunade was wrong. And Shikaku would rather be damned as a traitor than let the future generations pay the price for her foolishness. Her depression and alcoholism had already rendered her incompetent, in his view, but in this mad quest to chase a supposedly possessed Jinchuriki was nothing but a waste. Shikaku had seen Naruto well enough that no simple spy would be able to control him. Besides, none of the reported sightings spoke of half of Naruto's body being covered in a black substance. To Shikaku, it seemed more likely that after the defeat of Pain, and the defection of Naruto, Pain's lieutenant had somehow manipulated Tsunade's frail mind. Why else would she have let that woman live? Why else did she allow that woman to do some sort of training just outside the village? Why else would she not have taken measures to punish Jiraiya? That man had been part of Akatsuki according to some very confidential information that Shikaku had gathered. Tsunade made a mistake by ignoring this opportunity and wasting resources on a runaway Jinchuriki. The logical mind of the Nara saw too many connections to ignore the pattern. Every bit of new information only reinforced that idea. Sadly, he couldn't thoroughly check every source of information. A shortcoming which, in spite of Shikaku's good intentions, was happily exploited by Zetsu. I'm not handicapped, you know. I know, but I still like doing this. It's not like it serves a point. Why not? Because you're constantly training? Even then you have the right to look at your best. Besides, I like doing this. Thanks, Swearin. Don't mention it, the green-haired girl shrugged. While she had little interest in her own appearance, as she regarded herself to be unattractive due to the scars on the lower half of her face, Swearin still found it oddly relaxing to mess around with hair. She often had aided Fuyo with it, since Fuyo usually lacked the patience to pay too much attention to it and the two had lived near each other anyway. Besides, there isn't much I can do for you, so could you please leave me this? Okay, I give up, Ajisai giggled. But you're doing far more than just that, Swearin. You're my friend. Without you, losing Fuyo is difficult enough as it is. I don't know if I could have gone through with all this if not. Of course you could, Swearin was strangely upbeat about it, and Ajisai knew that the girl only tried to improve her mood. You've got Naruto to fight for, right? Now, I've finished your hair, let's get something to eat. Ino was busy with breakfast, and I'm hungry. They watched as the orange-haired girl stepped out of the tent, with the green-haired girl following. This little camp was just outside Konoha, far enough to avoid unwanted attention yet close enough for Konoha's forces to swoop in and aid when needed. Also close enough for the four of them to locate the place quickly enough. They had all lost friends, teammates, or family in this futile war. Amigakure had been defeated, subjugated, and Akatsuki had been eliminated. Or so they thought. The Anbu that had warned them had been right. The blue-haired woman they saw, peacefully enjoying breakfast with the orange and green-haired girls, as well as the Yamanaka girl, She was the right hand of Akatsuki's leader. None of the four had actually seen her during the battle, but many Jonin had gotten a global description that would have enabled them to spot the members of Akatsuki. Konan, Amigakure's angel. Why was she here? Why would the Hokage allow that murderer to remain so close to their village? And Pain, Akatsuki's leader, was said to have orange hair. Was the girl they saw down there related to him? A daughter? They didn't care. All they saw were the people they had lost to Akatsuki. A surprise attack, swift and deadly. Even if they were merely Chunin, they knew that these villains would be caught off guard. Even if that only led to the deaths of one or two of them. A green blur went past them. A second blur followed. The kunai, with A-grade explosive tags at the ready, were suddenly gone from their hands. A whistle-like sound which they were all too familiar with, the sound of kunai flying through the air, reached their ears. All four scattered, without even looking at each other. All four, however, found that there was no escaping the kunai. There were too many and were thrown too accurately to dodge. How unyouthful, a green-clad boy sighed, looking down at the four gravely injured men. They deserved no less. Lee, a larger version, with the same haircut and green abomination of a leotard, boomed. We gave them all the time and room to back away, but instead they drew their kunai. They were about to attack, so they were traitors. It is a bit disappointing. A brown-haired girl who had her hair styled in two buns landed next to the two. Neiji's already sending word to Tsunade-sama about this. Why would these fools try something like this, sensei? There is no easy answer. Tenten, Mito Guy was unusually serious. There are many people within the village who are consumed by a desire to avenge our fallen. Who rather wish for war, even when those who were to blame for the previous war have perished. It worries me how many rather discard peace, favoring war. It shames me that even I. When fighting Akatsuki I could only think of Kakashi, Guy grimaced. It shows that I need to train harder. Because, my students, it wasn't the risk of losing my life that worried me, but it was that my failure forced you to enter my battle. But sensei, we. No, Lee. Listen to what I want to say. Guy grabbed Lee by the shoulders and shook him. Never let yourself be consumed by the desire to avenge those who have already passed away. Fight for those who are alive, to protect them however you can. These men lost the springtime of their youth because they saw only what they had lost, rather than what they still had. Yes, sensei, Lee saluted, although Tenten had serious doubts whether Lee truly understood. She'd probably need to smack the information through that thick skull of his in the near future. On the other hand, considering what Neji had gone through, before he had bettered his life after the first Chunin exams in which they had participated, the team was already supposed to know this lesson. Sensei, I'll go down to inform them of the situation. Swearin is a censor, and knowing Konan-san, she's aware of this too, so I guess it is for the best to tell them how we resolve this. Very well, Tenten, Guy nodded. Lee, go the vantage point on the other side and keep watch. I will wait for Neji to return. Yes, Guy-sensei, both Chunin chimed. Tenten sped towards the four kunoichi who were enjoying their breakfast. Although the lack of surprise made it obvious to her that none of them had failed to notice the little skirmish. 4 shinobi from Konoha tried to attack. Our team neutralized them, Tenten reported. Neji and Guy-sensei will ensure that these men are brought to T&I. It was to be expected that people would try this. Konan focused on her food again. Though it wasn't like 4 Chunin-level shinobi would have stood a chance, even against Ajisai alone. Perhaps if they had gotten the element of surprise, Swearin shrugged. It seems they didn't even consider the possibility that one of us would be a censor. And I thought the shinobi from Amigakure were too hot-headed. Tenten laughed and then excused herself. Before she could leave, however, Konan halted her. Would you perhaps be willing to help us in Ajisai's training, Tenten-san? Help? The weapon mistress blinked. Me? How would I be able to help? Aren't you carrying Seimata ever since Kisame died? Yeah, Tenten frowned. When I tried to give Same-chan to Tsunade-sama, she attacked her. Same-chan? Konan looked up from her food, surprise showing in spite of her usually stoic demeanor. Kisame mentioned that Seimata was a sentient blade, who picked its wielders. We always assumed that the blade was attracted to the chakra of people, but apparently we were wrong. Yeah, I'm not much a chakra monster, I know. Thanks, Tenten deadpanned. She's more of a weapons nerd, Ino supplied, making Tenten scowl. Tenten can wield any weapon she touches, even if it is one of Kirigakure's legendary blades. I swear she has half of Konoha's armory stocked within her seals. You're exaggerating, Ino, the girl huffed. Anyway, Same-chan doesn't like it when others touch her. She's still sad about Kisame. I understand, Konan nodded calmly. But I am not asking you to give up Seimata. I'm asking if you are willing to help with training Ajisai. Seimata has the ability to absorb chakra, quite similar to the abilities of the Preta path. With the restriction in time, seeing and feeling Seimata's chakra absorption could prove to be a valuable shortcut in Ajisai's training. You want me to use Seimata against Ajisai? Well, if you say so. Tenten looked at Ajisai, who nodded affirmatively, before she agreed. While the Konoha Council had chosen Guy's team to guard their guests, they had not been aware of the bonds between the team and the two younger kunoichi from Amiga Corps. Guy had been selected because he was one of the only jonin within Konoha who'd be strong enough to defeat a former member of Akatsuki, and his team had gathered a lot of recognition as well. Unfortunately, they weren't looking at the foreign kunoichi with the same distrust as the council, considering how they had already met. The Chunin exams in Sunage-kur had led to a strange chain of events where Lee and Neji had been forced to cooperate with Fuyo and Swerin, after Tenten and Ajisai had been trapped in a collapsed underground system. In spite of the animosity between the two teams, they had managed to look past their grudges and survive the obstacles they had been facing together. While they weren't exactly the best of friends, that had grown a certain level of respect. It had also led to Ajisai somewhat changing her views about foreign shinobi. In spite of his rather unusual behavior, Mito Guy was very well aware of this conflict in interests. So he had kept his team separated from the kunoichi they were guarding, aiming to keep things professional enough. After all, if the council figured that Guy's team was too friendly with what they perceived as possible hostiles, they would assign a different team. A different team who would likely mess up. And with what Tsunade had confided to him, Guy considered Ajisai and Konan to be too important to antagonize. With all the uncertainty within the world, as wars were looming in 3 of the surrounding nations, Tsunade had to be very careful. The exact details on Naruto's disappearance had thus been kept to a need-to-know basis, especially after the council had voiced its skepticism regarding Naruto. Guy, however, was convinced by Tsunade's side of the story, that Naruto had been taken by Zetsu. With all the tensions, the aid of Konan and the new wielder of the Rinnegan would be invaluable in their quest to liberate Naruto, or in the worst case to stop the Mokuton user from causing too much havoc. Even with all 8 of his gates, Mito Guy had his doubts whether he would be able to defeat the power he had felt on the battlefield. But if he, Jiraiya, and Tsunade could get the aid of Konan and Ajisai, their odds would improve drastically. Unfortunately, politics were rarely a youthful business. People rather denied the existence of a threat, when they saw other opportunities that suited their interest better. Any idea where he has taken us? I told you, the reply came tersely, that I only get vague impressions. I try to suppress my chakra as much as I possibly can, after all. Yeah, or else he'd be able to use it. This sucks. Is there nothing we can do? No. And yes, this situation is definitely not optimal. But if I had not taken us here, the consequences would have been even worse. How strong is he? Right now? Even with that stuff he's using to amplify his power, he is still weaker than you were when I aided you. Ugh. I still can't believe we lost like that. He outsmarted us all. They remained silent, until Naruto once again got bored by the silence and the absolute nothingness of this realm. This deeper level of consciousness, as Kurama had explained it, was nothing more than a limitless and dark area where only a single source of light existed. It was boring. And Naruto's boredom aggravated a certain enormous 9-tailed fox who was trying to look like he was asleep. Kokuo's chakra is weak, it won't be much longer, Kurama grumbled. That greedy bastard took nearly a quarter tail worth of chakra in the moment I peeked through the seal, though. Kokuo? The Gobi, the 5 tails, Kurama sighed. His Jinchuriki will die soon. I think 6 days have passed in the outside world, so things are progressing faster than I would have liked. Damn it, Naruto added a few more words which no underage child should hear or read. The times when he had met Kisame and Hidan had certain expanded his vocabulary, and not in the good way. There is the possibility that those Akatsuki idiots had already started the sealing before this war started, Kurama pondered. In that case we'd still have less than a month until Zetsu is finished. I hope the others find us quickly. It would be preferable. See, even you can't hate every human, Naruto smiled. Kurama frowned before he opened his large red eyes. Don't speak of things you know nothing about. I'm aware that I know little. You're the one with centuries of experience, so you have far more wisdom than I have. So, teach me. I doubt anything can cure your ignorance, Kurama sighed. But I suppose it will be less irritating than having to witness your boredom for another month. The fox moved until he was lying in position that allowed him to look at the boy with both eyes. For a Jinchuriki, the brat was definitely unusual. Then again, Mito and Kushina had treated him like an enemy, binding him down, whereas Naruto seemed to view him as an equal. The boy's offer of letting Kurama free once he reached his goals was even more unusual. The extraction killed a Jinchuriki. But this boy seemed to care little about his own death. This lack of self-preservation was not what Kurama was used to seeing in mankind. Humans are usually selfish and prone to act solely in their own self-interest, Kurama sighed. Take you, for example. Even when you knew that Akatsuki's goals were wrong, you still hunted and killed another Jinchuriki. Why? You already know, Naruto sighed, not too happy to be reminded of that. Because you put the life of the girl you loved over that of the other humans, Kurama ignored Naruto's annoyance. That is the fundamental flaw of humanity, you discriminate between things. That which you consider yours, you consider to be more important than that of another, and you'll protect it at the cost of others, which is how conflicts arise. I suppose you're right. I indeed did something bad, simply because I feared that if I didn't do it Ajisai would be harmed. Although, I also considered that the cost of not doing what I did had resulted in even more needless deaths. A noble statement, but we both know that the girl was your first concern, the fox shook his head. But it is pointless to argue about the details. The result is the same. It always is. I've seen it happen, over and over again. Humans often do bad things out of good intentions. Wars which start because one of the parties thinks that peace can only exist when the other group is annihilated. Etc., etc., Kurama sighed. It becomes quite boring after a while, to tell the truth. The predictability of it all is just saddening. How often have you seen this happen? I told you that it was the Rikudo Sennin who created me, out of the Jubi, did I not? Yeah. The sage of the six paths, who defeated the Jubi, sealed it within himself, created you guys, and was the one who practically founded the shinobi world. It seems you have a better memory than I expected you to have, Kurama chuckled, not able to resist riling the boy up a little. You could consider him my father, and he strived to make the world a peaceful place. But as strong as he was, he never truly succeeded. He did not know why, but in the end there were always those who rather created conflict to gain that which they desired. His presence alone prevented conflicts from escalating, but, in time, just like any other human, he grew old and died. He had 2 sons, human sons that is, he added, before Naruto could make any weird assumptions. Before we set out into the world, we resided in the inner world of our father, much like I do within yours right now. We saw. The younger son showed a path of love and forgiveness, one which our father believed to be able to lead to a world of peace. The way you're saying this. This went wrong, didn't it? The Rikudo Sennin named his younger son as his heir, but the elder son objected. He was more powerful, and believed himself to offer a better solution to the conflicts in the world. He wanted to use force to bring peace to the world. Obviously, that led to a conflict between the two. The elder won, I take it? Naruto guessed, taking the current state of the world in consideration, as well as what he knew about the history of how the world had been before Hashirama founded the era of the hidden villages. Wrong, the younger son was victorious. Eh? But you said that he believed love and forgiveness was the answer, Kurama nodded. Indeed he did, but it changed little. In spite of all his efforts, mankind never ceased to be in conflict. It is a part of their nature to create conflict. Misunderstanding will always arise, and conflict will also ensue. Whether people try it through good or bad intentions, no one can ever stop that cycle. Then what you're saying is that my promise to Ahi-chan. As long as there are humans, there will be conflict. True peace is impossible, and I dare say it is even something you shouldn't long for. A world without conflict is a utopia that will always be out of your reach. You're just saying that because you gave up. Naruto sputtered, although deep down he knew. He had reached the conclusion long ago, humans only had limited comprehension. As a species, he had to acknowledge that they were either too arrogant or too oblivious. Oblivious, as they did not seem to realize how little they truly understood of the world. This was arrogance, because they replaced their doubts and confusions with foolish beliefs, fearing the state of not knowing, preferring to be misguided over being unknowing. No, brat. I'm saying that because no matter what anyone tried, no matter how strong the one who tried, mankind always created new conflicts. Through the ages, I mostly wandered alone. But sometimes I sensed places in the world with so many negative emotions that I attacked. I wiped it out, cleansing the world of that evil. But rather than thanking me, mankind feared me. Although that fear was more interesting than the foolish idea they had before that. Not until Madara did anyone manage to capture me. Naruto frowned. Are things really that bad? I thought. You thought you were doing good too, Kurama interrupted. But look at what you helped creating. I too thought that stopping Akatsuki was the right thing to do, and look at us now. We played right into Zetsu's hands. That gave Naruto some pause. Yes, what he had done had led to more bad than good, he didn't even want to try to deny that. His efforts to bring peace had led to war, their efforts to halt Akatsuki had given opportunity to Zetsu, and all the people who perished due to their actions. So many had died in the war. And yet it were those who had died due to Naruto's own actions that pained him most, Ajisai, Fu, Guren, or that poor Yamanaka woman. None of them had needed to die. None of them would have died if he had done the right thing. But what was the right thing? Life and death were interlinked. Saving one life often meant that another would be lost. All life consumed the remnants of other life, in whatever form, to grow and sustain itself. It was a march of progress that led in no particular direction, or at least no direction which any limited human would ever comprehend. Was peace the same thing? Was this what Kurama was trying to tell him? That the desire for peace was just like trying to save a life, that it would bring war and death? I don't know anymore, Naruto sighed, his mind straining in a futile attempt to comprehend that paradox. What is good? What is evil? I think the younger son of the Rikudo Sennin was correct in one thing: it takes cooperation between people to overcome seemingly impossible obstacles. It might not lead to a perfect world, but cooperation at least leads to a better world than one where people attempt to pursue their interests individually. Kurama spoke in earnest, although Naruto heard an odd tremor in his voice. Kurama was just as uncertain as much as he was. He, who had witnessed humanity for centuries, honestly did not know a better solution. It humbled Naruto, and more than anything it gave him a clear impression of how incredibly difficult it was to find a good solution. Although cooperation has advantages and disadvantages, of course. The advantage being that there is less conflict. And the disadvantage? What do you think? Kurama scowled. If humans band together yet still get into conflict, the scale of that conflict is far greater than when there is conflict between two individuals. Still, in a world where people unite in groups, there is less chaos. The ability to pursue individual greed is limited more. But it is no solution, as conflict would still exist. No, worse, the solution of the younger son only introduced the notion of war, did it not? What makes you think that humanity wasn't well acquainted with war already, long before Father changed the world? Kurama laughed mirthlessly. I see, Naruto felt exhausted. So the conflict between the two sons was irrelevant. At least, with regard to finding a path to peace. You are naive, boy, Kurama shook his massive head, although his voice was surprisingly gentle. It was not irrelevant, I never said it was. But it was merely one more step on a long road. Do not blind yourself by thinking you can reach the destination with a single step. He, like the Rikudo Sennin before him, knew very well that his dream would be impossible to realize. And yet he persisted. The only thing I can really hold against him was his naivety. His trust and forgiveness ruined everything he tried to build, as he didn't stop mankind from straying from the path he laid out for them. You, of all people, should know that love and trust lead to mistakes just as well as greed and strife. It is because we're all biased and limited, only thinking from our own perspectives, Naruto agreed with the less than happy conclusion. It seems that was our downfall as well. We only saw pain as the real threat, underestimating what Zetsu could do. Then I let my rage get the better of me, blocking you out. Neither of us saw it coming, Kurama admitted. Your promise to bring a world of peace was admirable, but ultimately stupidly naive. Especially since you, deep down, knew better. Hey, at least I managed to get the mighty Kyuubi, the supposed embodiment of hatred and evil, to talk with me, Naruto chuckled lightly, showing some of his old bravado. Even if we're about to die, I'm glad I managed to do that. I'm glad I don't have to die alone. TSK. I'm sorry, Kurama, Naruto's mood just as suddenly shifted back to being completely serious. To me this'll only mean death, and I'll go to the afterlife, hopefully rejoining Ajisai and my family, but you. My failure will mean you'll suffer a fate worse than death. I know it means little to you, and you'll likely say that it is bullshit anyway, but still I want to apologize for my failure. I never wanted this to happen to anyone, least of all to one of my friends. Zetsu had only won by the smallest of margins. Now the parasitic creature could just leech off Kurama's chakra, growing stronger if he'd try to break free. Due to the nature of the seal that held him back, combined with the suppressing qualities of Mokuton, Kurama couldn't instantly burst his full power through. Not without killing Naruto, at least. And since Naruto's death would leave him at Zetsu's mercy, Kurama knew that there was no easy way out. No, he didn't blame the boy. Kurama blamed himself. If only he had seen this coming. If only he had been a little stronger. We both failed, Naruto, Kurama said softly, after have remained silent for a few seconds. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.